Sub 440. I think that's actually a PB for Tyler, is it not?
Apparently a few minutes behind world records, according to chat.
Yeah, I think that is a PB. Hey,
That was a really good run from Tyler.
solid.
All right, so now we're moving on into Xenoblade 3 now.
All right. This will be the end of me commentating. I appreciate coming on here and commentating this run.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all for letting me co-commentate for this run. I will be taking my leave now. All right.
Yep, same here. I've been Orpheolus, and hopefully you'll have fun with Xenoblade 3's even more exciting combat.
Yeah, I think I'll stay around for just a little bit until Xenoblade, until Bass is done. That's
But hey, yeah, I just realised I keep doing this thing where I keep forgetting that I've actually muted myself on the OBS. I'm listening. Everyone in Discord can hear me, but OBS can't. Imagine there was just a very wonderful explanation about the difference between no DLC and yes DLC in Xenoblade 3. Yeah, as you just saw, but you didn't probably hear on stream. The biggest thing is we get some early accessories as well as some coins to upgrade some gems a little bit later. But it's not as breaking as Xenoblade 2's DLC run. But yeah.
I mean, who knows what you're getting with the future DLCs? There's still one more that we haven't gotten.
Mm-hmm. Also, I should mention,
getting in a matter of days.
Haven't heard from me. I was going to say, Evan's here with me on comms for 3, as well as Tasmania Jones. Hello to the pair of you.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm back.
So I'm Tasmania Jones, so I am another Xenoblade 3 Chronicles runner. I've most recently done the no DLC version of this, which you don't get the good items early, but it turns out all of the strategies are still very similar later on.
Yeah. So if you remember the tutorialization in Xenoblade 2, Xenoblade 3 has pretty strict tutorialization as well. I wouldn't say there's as many, maybe, but they are a little bit more restricted in how you try and do them. Like, you don't get access to stuff until the game gives you access to stuff. So in this like first segment is pretty much just getting all of the kind of the bits and bobs about combat out of the way nice and early. Like, you know, this is how you use your arts. This is how you do, you know, combos to, you know, go break, topple, you know, daze, burst, whatever. So I think the really cool thing about this game, and you know, we'll have to obviously go into more detail as we go, is that Xenoblade 3 is bringing together the futures of Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2. So and that kind of design philosophy, sure, it's a narrative thing, but that is intrinsically built into the DNA of everything mechanically in this game, pretty much. Everything is combining the mechanics of 1 and 2 in a variety of different ways. So obviously we've got Team Kevus and Team Agnes fighting in the relay, but we also have Team Kevus and Agnes fighting, or the nations of Kevus and Agnes fighting in Xenoblade 3. Noah, Uni, Lance, and Mwamba here, 4 very important characters, are members of the nation of Kevus, and we're fighting the Agnian soldiers here at the very beginning to really hammer home that war is hell.
And to explain a little bit some of the things that Xenoblade 3 borrows from the previous 2 games, you can see that the arts that Noah is using are recharging over time. That is going to be true for all of the Kevis characters, while for the Agnes characters, the arts charge with every auto attack you do, just like they did in Xenoblade 2. Similarly, our combos are returning from both games. That you have the break topple daze combo from Xenoblade 1 and the break topple launch smash combo from Xenoblade 2. And both of those are in this game, and they're two different combo routes that you can choose to use.
Just for this fight here, again, it's trying to get you used to the idea of dealing, doing your combos. So the idea is trying to push you to use side break to get a break, and then lands will topple, uni will daze, and then if you look on the bottom right, the overclock buster, being the talent art for Noah in Swordmaster, is daze plus. So obviously trying to utilize as many of those damage bonus multipliers as we can. So that is going to be quite important for a lot of the early game. Swordmaster is a ridiculously powerful job, being the starting job, because it gets bonus damage on certain enemies, and so being able to get that break, topple, daze, overclock buster is going to be a big important thing. So we're going to be looking and hoping for that. It will evolve, obviously, very, very, very quickly. The strats have come on a long way. The biggest difference, I guess, about this game versus any other is that whilst if you look at Xenoblade 2, for example, you do have like different weapons and different roles that characters can take. But this has a more specifically designated job system. If you've played a Final Fantasy game like Final Fantasy 5, 10, 2, 3, or even an MMO like 14, they have the job systems. You've got a black mage, a white mage, a knight, all that kind of stuff. And this game has a job system similar to that. All of these roles that are selectable are specific jobs, classes that you can use. And mixing around those classes throughout the run is has been one of those big parts of the routing, finding the best class for every fight, and the best team and best party. So yeah, it's been really fascinating to see that evolve.
One thing that may also be worth pointing out is I believe that there is a setting that we enabled before this run started that disables the zoom in animation on talent arts,
Yes,
which I think will save a little bit of time during some of these runs.
I believe it
It's
also
necessary to disable that.
go
The
ahead.
animations. And also, there's another thing which won't be relevant until far later. That also another thing that we changed at the start of the run, but that won't be relevant until around the way through.
So this is what I mean about the very strict tutorialization. We equip the silver belt, but this is saying, no, you must equip the silver belt. Here's how you open a chest and pick up an item and equip a belt. Then we just or equip the attack stone. We equip the silver belt right back. But you can't just run past that pot. So unfortunately, you do have to do a bunch of that. Now, collectibles are back to similar to being to like Xenoblade 1, where there are just single pieces around. Our runners are kind of trying to keep an eye on the mechanical pieces. There are particular items that we're looking for that if we get them, it might just I say speed things up, but just kind of if we get, I think it's twin generators and an ever revolving, we can basically trade in those. Yeah, you can trade in.
Two that are particularly relevant now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Is the armor kernel gone?
Well, if you get an armor kernel and a stalakite, which is a voice stone later, you can save coins, but if the stalakite's out of the way.
Fair enough. Yeah, so
in no DLC you'll need to get it, but with DLC it includes some free silver coins, which will come in use later.
So the reason that matters is that the collectopedia is a little bit different. Rather than say in Xenoblade 1 you can find items and then put them into a card to get items at the end. A whole variety of NPCs and characters you can meet as part of the affinity chart has a collector card or a collectopedia card, and they all have different requirements to get certain items. So it's kind of makes it a little bit fancy and a bit more in line with the military aesthetic that this game is generally going for. So yeah, we're going to be trying to get a few items early on with collector card completion, and yeah, the twin generators and ever revolving saves us 3 silver coins if we get that one. So
one thing that you may have noticed Plex are doing is you can target an enemy, pull out your weapon, and while you're in combat, you're able to dash using R3, and I suppose that's faster than just normally running. So you'll see him doing that a lot in order to get around a little bit faster. Unless I'm mistaken on that. That's
Yeah,
what
it
it
is,
looked like he was
it
doing.
is fast, and the reason you do it is because with that Bunnet fight, you can't kill it until Uni's inflicted days, and when it's inflicted days, you can just let your rest of your party members kill the Bunnet.
There's Colony 9. Always a welcome sight. Spark it. I found it.
Enemy reinforcements.
Oh, 1 second, I need to update the text files. There we go. Whoopsie.
Coming up on Colony 9 here, this of course is the home colony of Noah, Lance, and Uni, where they are about to receive orders for a special mission to go after some Agni soldiers that may look a little bit familiar to
Yeah,
those who...
I think there wasn't there like a supply drop, or there was like a drop that happened. It was like something that happened like between the two battle lines between Agnes and Kevis in the nearby colonies, and they both basically like converge on that same point. They both have the same idea, or something like that.
Right, they detect some abnormal energy source, and they're both going after it, and end up in conflict with each other, which we'll see a little bit later.
This is actually a really cool part of the game. So like obviously I think people there was a little bit of up and down like response to Xenoblade 2 and some of its more kind of like tropia parts of its storytelling. Xenoblade 3, I mean, I've done this as like a whole kind of like video response thing in the past, but like Xenoblade 3 is a very, very fascinating game narratively, and it does amazing things at that subverting expectations of narrative. It's kind of funny. I mean, this is one of those things that's a small narrative thing, but there's actually a bath scene already. But it's one of those things where normally they're kind of like in kind of like anime, it's usually like almost kind of like, you know, charged with this kind of like, you know, innocent, you know, I guess adolescent kind of, you know, yeah, kind of like, oh god, it's all kind of a bit, you know, nudge nudge, wink wink kind of stuff. But like it really hammers home that these are just three people who don't see each other in kind of romantic ways. They are just soldiers, that they are just bodies that go out and fight and die. And so although you have a moment that looks familiar, it completely, you know, just turns that concept and that general scene on its head, in a very like stark way. And the game will keep doing this. It should also be noted as well that at the beginning of the game you saw Noah as like a child in like the first cutscene, and then he kind of sees this thing where like in space is this kind of like almost like the sky is melting and breaking and seeing another planet beyond, and then we just kind of like wake up here, in this current day, which is going to be a whole part of the mystery and the story of Xenoblade 3. But yeah. It's gonna slowly unravel that, of course, as we go. But yeah. Collector.
Right now you can see that Noah's walking around. He's talking to a few NPCs, which is going to be important for later because it unlocks their Collectopedia card, which we're going to want to redeem in order to get some items.
Yeah. I hope everyone like me, the first thing you saw or did when you saw enemies in the water was go into the water and see if you could do swimming combat. The moment I saw this was just like, okay, this is the GO2Y. It's a massive change. Just if you remember earlier or if you were here for the Future Connected run, how Aeon was talking about when you're kind of having to fight those Sargil when you're fighting the fish in the water, that sometimes you know if they go too far out you can't fight them because they're in the water and you can't engage if you're not on ground. And especially things like, you know, the Nopon being shorter, you know, they'll end up in the water and can't fight. So the fact that this has like been added is a massive change to this game.
Yeah, I love that the game doesn't even really bother to explain it all that much. You kind of just can fight in the water now. They all just tread water. It looks completely ridiculous, but it's in-game play. It is so much better that nobody really cares.
Yeah. Also, I think if we have a look over to the left side as well, we do have Baz finishing his run.
Yeah, so Quad will be starting in a minute here.
I think, is that GG or is it second half? Yeah, got one more phase left, so.
So on Plex's side, we're just doing a standard generic collectible quest, so we need to defeat 2 fish, and also I did see Plex got a red Piranax egg. That's actually good for some crafting later. It saves one gold coin.
Yeah.
That's all of them.
Also, once we've collected everything here, we don't notice that we don't have skip travel unlocks yet, but in Xenoblade 3, if you target an enemy in combat, you can decide to give up, and that returns you to the last landmark that you passed.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I think that's Baz done. Oh no, one more. Sorry, if I forgot about that second cutscene.
One more. You also
Oh.
got me confused for a bit.
Yeah, sorry. When I remember when I played DE on stream when I first did a playthrough, I actually managed to somehow like break his AI, so he just stopped attacking for the entire like last phase. If I can find a way to do that, I think
GG.
that one is GG. Okay, cool, excellent.
Xenoblade 3, on the other hand, is very interesting in that it actually is generally pretty well polished in terms of the actual integrity of the game. There's some visual bugs, but there's really not a whole lot of actual game-breaking stuff. So in the speedrun, you're really not going to see any glitches at all. Any skips that we do are relatively minor.
Okay, this quad is underway. This is the final run of the marathon. And obviously, yeah, Quad is the current world record holder, has a very impressive 6.5 hour time, or 6:27, I think it is. Just nuts. It was one of those things. I very much remember kind of like when the routing process was going on, people were like, oh, getting sub 8, being like, oh, it'll be hard to get sub 7. I'm like, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Like, the sub 7 is going to happen. It's one of those things where it runs too early to say that something's impossible, and then, the 6.5x happen, the 6.4x, the 6.3x. It just keeps getting pushed, and until something, we don't know how much further it can go still. We haven't found everything, we haven't broken everything. But yeah, a lot to be done. One thing I do want to talk about in terms of the way that this game kind of like works a little bit differently, I guess, to others, is just actually how travel experience and like location experience is actually like so much more important. If you've seen like OG Xenoblade 1, you probably know about the Tephra cave bump to get to level 50 early, but there's nothing quite like that. But experience routing, and specifically trying to make sure we're hitting level thresholds, is so clear. So actually right now, Plexer is not going the way you need to go for narrative purposes. What he's actually going to do is just jump down from this cliff into the water and then swim over to a cave that because location experience is based on the level of the area, basically. So this is a level 50 area, and we're just going to get like a nice chunk. I think it's like a 1,500 or something, or it could be even more than that. But just a nice
1,000.
early. How much? Sorry.
I think it's around. We'll say the number pop up.
Oh yeah, we will.
It's around 1,000.
Yeah. So it's a nice chunk of extra experience, and we are going to get very, we're going to get introduced to, there it is, 1.1. We get introduced to resting and leveling up at rest spots very, very early, and that extra 1,000 experience points is going to give us a bunch of extra levels very, very early on, which is, levels in this game really do matter. Individual levels, especially this early on, but actually getting that and leveling up earlier now means that we're going to have a much cleaner end to chapter 1 and going into chapter 2 as well. Specifically because this game uses level caps for or level thresholds for massive power boosts. So level 20, level 30, level 40, level 50 are specific unlocks for extra accessories, gems, and skills, which is a huge difference.
It's the Plexer's coming up to the first fight after the tutorial quest. So this fight is you have to take out 4 Volths. So let's go and use very similar strategies. So hit from behind, break, hit from behind, and then overclock. One thing you do want to do to maximize your damage is make sure you hit your overclock on the Volths that are at high health. That means inflicting your break on a Volth that's near full health, and hope that Uni inflicts daze instead of using Great Peel.
Power Ring. A really interesting part of this game is those rings that you're seeing. Rings are basically these kind of fields that characters can put down to give yourself some bonus auras, basically. Tanks, as you see, Lance has just got one that's built around him. But Uni can place these power rings, and they're going to be so important to position around and in and during for chain attacking. which is going to be really important because there's a way that you can obviously like push your party AI on the fly to move around and kind of stop attacking, and you can set up situations to kind of allow yourself to get a lot of damage out as well.
I think that looks pretty smooth both fights, so
Yeah.
Uni actually used days.
Let's go.
Now we're coming up to the infamous Ruppel fight.
So most runners hate this, but I will stand by the fact that I haven't found it to be too bad just yet. I'm not gonna lie, but I do appreciate the fact that it is nuts because there's a lot of RNG involved in this.
And it can be particularly tough for challenge runs. I've
Enjoying
seen a lot
this
of people.
underleveled. If this was easy, the Ruppel fight's free. In hard mode, you use a glitch to have your party attack the Ruppel. Normal, it's just you just lose too much time getting extra experience to. So going the Flex is going for the early break. So we don't want to see Komodo fire. So not only does it do damage, it also inflicts the blaze to the fire symbol there. So that does damage over time to lands.
Yeah, and essentially if lands goes down, this becomes very sketchy very quickly. So yeah, the early break was a kind of consistency thing put in. I wouldn't say recently, but like semi-recently, just like a thing that is kind of done. But it's, you know, you do get your break up again fairly quickly. Out it comes.
Komodo fire.
Yeah, it did go through, but if the topple can land, please lands. There it is. Okay, cool. Uni. Yeah. Okay, good.
And so that's kind of our basic combo that we're doing for the early game, is getting that break topple daze off, and then Noah using Overclock Buster, which does an increased amount of damage if the enemy is dazed. And that's pretty much our best way to deal a lot of damage until we get our full party.
Yes, I think Plexo wants going to want another topple or probably days here.
Yeah, I think you want it. It's about. Yeah, I think it will probably kill from like the gold line.
I think Lands might have missed topple there.
Lands has also
Well,
missed
Lands
living
down.
as well. Great. Okay, so to be fair, the HP's low enough that it may not be too bad. We'll have to just have to see. It could be quite scary here. A big change in this game, which is actually kind of scary now that Uni's gone down. I think this may be not good. Is that you can the party gauge isn't out yet. The only way you can revive is by having a healer revive specifically. Please get the finish. Oh, that's awful. What a horrible fight. Unfortunate. Yeah, so only the healers can revive. So the fact that after Lands went down, the Ruppel was targeting Uni and took her down first is unfortunate, because it just meant that it was so much harder to gain, to kind of like hold on to aggro and survive. Aggro in this game is a bit of a mess. I say a mess. It's just a bit tricky at times. Yeah, I mean. Well, I think you were talking earlier about how like hard is so much harder in this game. Like hard mode for this Ruppel is a joke. It's ridiculous. My strat for finishing the first chapter on hard mode was to have a death order so that I could manage the aggro correctly. I had to like force people to die in a certain order.
I did this at level 7 and hard after a lot of attempts.
Not the start that I know Plexer wanted though. He's putting a lot of pressure on.
Plexo did start with about a 15-minute lead, so just things like this that can still even it up a little bit. We've still got a long run ahead of us, so it could be anyone's game.
Oh, he noticed immediately Lands dying early, being looked at. It wasn't going to happen. So had to call it immediately. Didn't want to waste extra time trying to get the kill. Sadly, this has been a really unfortunate start. You can just get through this fight sometimes. It just happens. Probably the best kind of RNG is that if Komodo Fire does go off, it just misses, or hopefully Lands can block it, because like the dot is bad, but the upfront damage it does as well is pretty nasty. So it does like a quarter of Lands' HP. So Lands is already looking a bit sketch here.
We do equip a skill on Uni called Aether Cannon that does have a chance to reduce accuracy. And we do it because power rings are just not helpful, and they're hard to use on this fight because of the large hitbox there. And Uni deciding whether to kill Lands or use the power ring. It's just not worth it.
Another thing to point out is that Noah's talent art Overclock Buster is charged by him hitting these positionals with his other arts, so Edge Thrust being used in the back, Sword Strike being used on the side is important not only for the extra damage it gives, but it charges his talent art even more.
Yeah. It was very good positioning there from Plexer to get round the side and quickly get off that that break to push back the aggression from the Roppel. Really, really nice positioning coming out. Lands did get revived, but his arts will start from 0 upon revival, so he couldn't get the topple after the break came out. This is really scary, though, because, again, he's got low HP. Uni is down. Oh, okay, he didn't get hit by that. This is still a moment. Lands does have the aggro back, so it's looking okay. Just needs to get the damage out now. I should be enough to finish it off, and he is through, but
nice. Yeah, it was definitely pretty scary.
That was well handled, though. That fight got really, really sketchy again, but that was brilliantly done by that quick positioning, and that's the beauty of that dash, the R3 dash, is that you can just kind of slide. The Roppel attacked, he slid around the side, got the break off, and that just gave him a moment's time to breathe. Lance had a bit more time to get the aggro back, and but you could argue that he saved that fight because of that particular decision. So that was very, very good.
Now, of course, when we're getting a tutorial about leveling up at campsites, which is where we can use the bonus XP that we get from side quests and from finding locations to get ourselves a little bit of extra XP.
And to prove that you absolutely can do it, you have to do it individually with every character. Yeah. So I think without that extra 1,100, you can only get to level 7, I think it is. So like an extra
level
2.
7.
Yeah. The level 9 is, I think it's an extra like 10 strength for most people, and a big chunk of extra HP, like an extra 200 HP for lands. And these, you saw that of the previous fight. Individual numbers can matter a lot, especially in the early game. So it's a nice boost there.
So now things are getting a little bit more interesting that our Keva squad here is about to encounter the Actus squad, which is also headed toward the same objective as us. And, of course, for anyone who's played this game, they know that they're going to end up encountering each other and fighting over it. Should be happening pretty soon. I think we're going to have to fight through a few waves of Agnian troops before we get there.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot more of the usual, the overclock combo. Break top all days, and of course the overclock in days.
All we've got to do is follow orders and it'll work out.
So we can ignore most enemies at this point.
So the strats are relatively normal and consistent here, but one thing I've learned when doing some research about this run is that there's a lot of potential variation in the strats that the runners use for a lot of the fights later in the game. That it may not necessarily be the same for both of our runners. They may decide to go for different strats for certain fights depending on what they're more comfortable with or depending on the RNG that they've gotten so far that run. So it'll be interesting to see what they end up deciding to do.
Okay, so into our first one, 3 regular troops and 1 mech here. Where possible, you want to try and do the big overclock on the mech to get it down. There it is. One more art is going to be the back hit into the overclock immediately. Or just going to wait. Oh, he wants to get into the... can you get it? Oh, okay, he got it. Yeah, he wanted to get into the power ring for the extra damage. Just got it, which was super nice. What is good as well about the art's recharge as well being like this, you can actually see that Plexor, what he did there was like he kind of set up the break waiting for his edge thrust to recharge. He knew it was going to be safe, right? The break was coming up, his edge thrust, he didn't have overclock ready, but in this situation again, he's broken, and then he uses edge thrust into the overclock because it's coming up just in time. Wonderful kill. Nice quick fight so far.
You can see he also made sure before starting that combo to target an enemy that had higher HP because that overclock combo can take out a lot of it. He doesn't want to waste it on someone that's already almost dead anyway.
Yeah. Damage waste is a thing. Yeah. So here's a nice little mechanic that the game introduces is skirmishes where you can, because again it's like these two nations at war, you'll see not just the nations but also the wildlife could be having a fight as well, like a territorial battle, and you can choose a side to support basically, and then you get different rewards based on who you support. It's a small thing. There was one point when I tried to root one in because you can get a tool belt from it, and tool belt does increase damage to machines. But that was soon found to be not very necessary.
I was going to ask, I assume that skirmishes aren't used at all in the speedrun.
Yeah, they aren't anymore.
Not in normal mode.
So right now we're fighting some leftists that are not from Agnes or Kevis. This comes from the third faction that we're hunting down right now.
Oh, there's the Uni with the power ring. Let's go.
So this is the last general encounter before the main bosses of this chapter coming up, which I won't spoil just yet.
Yeah, you may have seen that all of the Kevis soldiers and Levnises use black coloration, and for Agnes it's white. These are used as kind of general, like a military green sort of to set it apart from the other two factions.
Okay, so Flux is coming up to the first boss gauntlet of the game. So first fight is with 3 mysterious in quotation marks Agnian soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got 1 healer, one defender, and 1 attacker. So of course you target the healer first, otherwise they just heal the rest of the party, and that's not what you want.
Nice topple. Can we get
So
the
you
days?
just lock down the healer there.
That's lovely. The
and
power ring,
then
and
like-
yeah, really nice. Sometimes you can get either like the topple won't happen, you know, if the healer like misses, like evades the topple or anything, it can be quite annoying. One thing to note as well is that their tank is an evade tank versus Lance, who is a block tank. So when it comes to finishing the fight off, after we take down the attacker, who again is, you know, a little bit less squishy than the healer, but that should come through. There's no power ring, I guess. Oh no, here it comes. There we go. Lovely. So yeah, you want to kind of time your attacks like so you don't get caught by that evade skill, because if you throw out a sword strike and then the Agnes defender decides to evade, well then you don't get a break. So yeah, you get used to the flow of the fight and when it's used, really. Nice break.
Yeah, so the move that we're just checking for is wide slash. That's an evade on the defender, and also this Agnes defender also has high speed, so they have a good chance to evade. Well, more so than the others to actually evade attacks anyway.
Unfortunately, there was no days from Uni in that previous overclock setup.
An interesting change was made in this game is that now the arts that the enemy use will just replace the name up at the top of the screen rather than being displayed below it like the other games. So that's where you got to be looking if you're looking for what art the enemy is trying to use. Not really sure why they made that change. A lot of people I've seen haven't been a huge fan of it, but not a huge deal.
Agnes trio, it was very good. I think there are a few. So now we've got a mysterious enemy. So those Agnes soldiers are now fighting alongside us as NPCs. So now, yeah. So we're doing a similar strategy here, just looking for an overclock. But this boss has break resistance, so not every sword strike will break, even if it is from the side. And in that case, we just want to use Overclock Buster just because it does more damage than our other art.
There's no point in waiting because you're going to have to wait for sword strike to come back up anyway, so you can definitely build up another overclock in that time. So, unfortunately, the first one was resisted, so not the opening that Plex was after.
Do we rely on these NPCs for doing anything during this fight, or are we kind of just using the same strat as if they weren't here at all?
Pretty much, yeah.
They're not, at least in normal, they're not.
I mean, what they're doing in general, yeah, I mean, they don't really do much anyway. Like, yeah. And a miss, jeez.
Just to draw attention on the other side here, we're going to see Quad getting into the rubble fight pretty soon. see if that goes any better than it did for Plexa. Could be a decent time save on his part.
Yeah, also note that when most bosses drop under half health, they become enraged, so they get access to more moves and also deal more. Do you believe they do more damage as well?
Yeah, and the nice quality of life change that was made in this game is you can actually see on the health bar at what point the boss will enrage. There's a little indicator.
So yeah,
So that's the second and third fights. The third fight it's not, you can't lose this, but you can make it faster. So yeah, so Nora and me are basically just fused into this Ouroboros form here. So Mia was the defender that we fought earlier, so here our aim is to cancel attacks. So you might recall earlier if you watched Xenoblade 2, if you put an art in just after you finish an attack, then it cancels. The cancel doesn't do extra damage in this game unless the art specifically says so, but what it does do is recharge the Mega Spinning Edge, so Noah's Talon art faster if you cancel. So we just do attack into an art, and then repeat that until we fill up Mega Spinning Edge, and then just use that. That's our best way of dealing damage.
Looks like Quad's getting a pretty nice fight so far, and his Ruppel, by the way, halfway down, lands his HP is nice and clean.
Yep, he's not used Komodo Fire yet, which is a good sign.
The Mobius fight is coming to a close as well.
Looks like Lance just did get burned, which could be a little bit scary, but Ruppel's getting low on health, so it might turn out okay.
That's a good time for that topple as well. If the daze comes out, that's great. No. Okay, well, I mean the HP seems low. I think Quad's got this. I think he's gonna be fine.
There goes Lance.
Yeah, hopefully that's manageable on Quad's side. So on Plexa's side, we just move to the Uni tutorial. So Uni's our healer. So the first thing we're going to get her to do is walk off this cliff here.
There we
So
go,
that
Uni.
will respawn us a lot closer to where we need to go.
Looks like Quad did beat the Ruppel first try, so that's going to be a pretty decent time save for him, closing the gap a little bit between him and Plexa.
So yeah, what happened? Obviously, we our characters were suddenly transformed into Ouroboros. It turns out that the energy signal that was being left was this like stone that was giving off some energy. Basically, the 6 characters, both the Agnian trio and the Kavesi trio, were all within the blast radius when that was activated by a man with a very familiar look, who you might have seen earlier in the relay. But they were all within the blast radius, so they kind of gained the power of Ouroboros, and particular pairs can fuse together to become Ouroboros.
So we've got a very important camping strip here, so
Yes,
we're
go on.
going to get to level 11 here. Now the reason we do this is because,
Got anything I can eat?
unsurprisingly, the Agnes trio, they'll join us later in the game, but they'll join at the same level that we finish this section at. So if we didn't do this, there'd be one level below
Let's get going. Time's away.
below the Cavis people, and that's not particularly good. So
Yeah,
just
or
take the free level there.
the extra level's good as well. But the really weird thing with that is that because you're like 10 and like 3/4 through it, they start at level 10 with no experience. So there also becomes a massive experience discrepancy, which is kind of like at least in the earlier part can kind of cause a little bit of weirdness in terms of like what level you're trying to reach as a group of 6. So it removes that as well.
So, like the side, we just have to fight some soldiers that think we're from Colony 9, that think we're enemies now because of that. You know, that enemy we saw earlier, because of that enemy.
Cheers, you're a gem.
So we can only control Uni here, so we just have to set up power rings and try to manipulate the target so that Noah doesn't overclock on a soldier that has 5% left, for example.
Yeah, this game does like to hold your hand quite a bit at the beginning as it tries to teach you everything. which is definitely a very different approach than it was in Xenoblade 2, where people complained that the game pretty much did not teach you how to play itself. So here they're taking the exact opposite approach and deliberately showing you how to do everything,
That's
which
the
is
end of
not as
the
great for a
uni
speedrun
tutorial.
setting.
There.
Yeah. So we've played as an attacker, we've played as a healer, now we get to play as a tank. So we'll spend a little bit of time with the Agnian trio, and we're going to get our first chance to see Agnes arts in action. So again, as Evan mentioned earlier on in the run, that all Kevesi arts are time-based, like Xenoblade 1, and all Agnian arts are auto-attack recharge like Xenoblade 2. This is not based specifically to the character, but rather to the class they are. So based on the class here. So all of these here are, the Ogre, the Zephyr, and the Tactician. They are all they're all Agnian. So yeah, they have, and the big difference is that they're squares. If you look on the talent arts, you can see it both right now. On Plexa's side, he's got circles on the bottom right, whereas Quad's got circles. Plexa right now has squares, and that's the big key difference. That you'll be able to see that, so you know which arts are which.
Yeah, and also like in Xenoblade 2, if we cancel with the Agnian arts, then we get some recharge back on them.
There's all kinds of little things as
just
well.
one.
Like this is the thing that I was one of those things that I realized a little bit later that I thought, oh, that's really cool. And it's again it's not relevant to the speedrun at all. But in Xenoblade 1, they show the party list by just having the image of the character, and in Xenoblade 2, they use just the name. But in Xenoblade 3, they use the image and the name of the character. It's ridiculous how much of the DNA of both games is just in even the most innocuous parts of the UI.
Yeah, one of the biggest parts of the design philosophy is using the best parts from both games to combine and make the best experience they could.
Yeah. So we're
Spikes
gonna.
is at the end of chapter 1.
Yeah.
So the two groups made back up again, and we'll now have a party of 6 going into the next chapter.
Yeah.
And this introduces one of the most revolutionary new mechanics in this game, which is being able to switch characters mid-battle, which is going to be extremely useful for a lot of the fights that we do later. You can kind of just dance around the enemy using arts with everyone. It can be a little bit chaotic, but when you use it properly, it can be really cool how some fights turn out.
Yeah. Being able to accurately swap between your characters is going to be really that as a technique in this game, and being so accurate on that is, and then going straight into an art as soon as you get that charge will really speed certain things up. So,
So Quad's going to go into Agnian Trio soon.
Even though we've got the full party now for Plexa, is not actually going to be encountering any major enemies for a little while.
just going to do something real quick.
Yeah, so we just have to get to the destination here. The first thing we've done is switch to Tyon. Tyon at this moment is probably the least useful party member in terms of damage. So there's these bats in this cave, and unlike Xenoblade 2 with DLC, you can't turn off aggro, so...
Sorry, bear with me.
Yeah, so we just try and aggro as few of these bats things as possible, and then let our rest of our party deal with them. And then we can move this stone to get to the next area.
Well, this is kind of awkward.
Seems like Quad is doing decently with the Agnian trio over here. He's already taken care of Tyon, working on getting rid of Senna right now. Can't tell if it's necessarily going any faster or slower than it did for Plexa, but it doesn't seem to be losing time.
It'll be a long journey before we reach the Great Sword.
I think Lands missed on quad side.
It's gonna be
Lands
fine.
missed the topple there.
Hang in there.
Hmm.
No, I missed the air slash.
Come
It's
on.
not terribly unexpected because Mio has such high evasion, but it can be a little rough.
Based Mio. Annoying to fight against. But yeah. So yeah, in terms of like why we're going on a journey and why we're together is obviously, you know, as you saw that, you know, running around when we were playing as uni, we had to fight our own teammates, and basically we got pushed out of our two countries. The same happened obviously to Mio and her trio. So we are now fugitives from both nations in the middle of a war. So trying to make our way to. We were told by Vandam, who managed to survive even less time than he did in Xenoblade 2. Told to make our way to the Great Sword, and that you know, all the answers will be there. So as a band of 6 now, that's what we're going to be trying to do. You'll see as well that Plexer is playing as Mio, because again, tank, so less chance to die when running through open spaces with a variety of leveled enemies.
It's one of
So
you
it's
bring
coming
up.
up to this fight where you need to queen out five cross tips. One of them has the blue icons over the top of the head and has much more health than the others. So to avoid dying, we're only going to try and aggro two of them at a time. No. And this is because you can start switching between party members. This is where you can actually, at a higher level, you need to know switch between characters to really optimize these fights. So whether it's dropping power rings in the correct place with the uni, or doing damage as best as possible with Null or Senna.
So the heads up, we've got Quad about to finish up the mysterious enemy fight. I've got ready on the split, don't worry. See how much the time changes after this first bit. Just see how much that Roppel damage did to the Agnes lead. Go. 4 minutes, jeez. Or 3.5. Nice.
It definitely makes it interesting, evening it up by that much this far into the run. Remember, we've been live for, I don't know, what, something like 15 hours?
Yeah.
What is it actually? Yeah, almost 16 hours now, and both teams are still within 15 minutes of each other, which is pretty impressive. Yes, the enemy that Plex is fighting right now, it's called an elite enemy. These enemies are just more powerful, they're physically bigger, and they have more health. And that makes these a little bit formidable. So you gotta make sure you know how to deal with them.
Yeah, that's a miss on edge thrust, so just a bit of trivia in this game. So dexterity increases your chance to hit while enemy agility lowers it. But the thing in this game, I think in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 as well, is your accuracy is capped at 97%. So even if you have all the dex, which Swordfighter has very high dex, then you can still miss. Still have a 3% chance to miss attacks. Yeah, I think Flexer pulls a bit more aggro than is ideal for this. But yeah, I think Mio went down, which we've got 2 healers, so Uni and Tian can both revive. So it's not as bad. I think, yeah, there's one run where I aggroed 4 of them by accident and nearly had a party wipe there. So we're now being introduced to the Ferronis Halt mechanic, and this is really the only one that we're going to work on since it's compulsory. So we'll need Aether to reawaken these, and reawakening them gives you access to an item fabricator, which is useless for us, but also to 2 chests and a rest spot. 2 chests do actually have very important items, so we're going to get our Aether here. So there's grain spots on the ground, where we can pick up ether cylinders that mainly have use for these Piranha Hulks, but also potentially in crafting as well. Although that's also irrelevant since they're not
Hey, this one means business.
used for crafting in the speedrun. So we're going to climb back up the cliff here. It's faster than going through the cave. Right, you get it the first, second try.
If we get the Pharaonis running, that's not going to switch on the defenses, is it?
I can confirm that they were damaged beyond repair. We'll be fine. Let's install an ether cylinder in the power compartment and get the Pharaonis moving.
I believe this is also about the time that we start to get introduced to the class change system, which is going to be integral to the rest of the speedrun.
And has probably one of the longest tutorials in the game. So we'll want to pick up the 2 chests nearby. So these have gold Nopon coins. They'll get used for crafting, and there's 2 useful accessories and 2 ones that are not very useful. But we still want them.
We'll make the most of you, promise.
Valuable.
Let's have a look in the
The
next
ones that are useful, so you'll notice.
We'll make the most of you, promise.
One of them's the white belt, that we'll use that later on. And the other one, which is the Nopon doll, so that also has use. The other 2 items we just don't have any use for, but they sell for gold, so we pick them up anyway.
The fabricators of these Piranha Souls can be used to use money to pay them to just spit out a bunch of regional collectibles. So that's an alternative to running around trying to collect stuff. I personally found it to not be all that useful during my own playthrough, and I don't think we used it at all during the speedrun, but it is possible to get some use out of it. So I believe now is when we're being introduced to the class change mechanic, which is what allows all of the characters in our party to take each other's roles. And switching these around is going to help us a little bit in strategies for some of the fights, because there are some roles that are more useful than others. So we may decide to have 2 or 3 of a certain class and 0 of some of the ones that aren't as useful.
Yeah.
And as we find more heroes throughout the game, we'll be able to take their classes as well. So it's going to be helpful for building and optimizing our team for the fights ahead.
Another thing as well is that when you when you change to when you level up your classes to certain bits, you can see that they're level 1, level 8. You cap out at level 10, I think it is, and then you can get up to level 20 when you class ascend. But when you level up your classes, you learn skills and arts that you can then transfer to other classes. So these are called master arts, which is what you're seeing now. So right now, obviously, we've swapped everyone that was a Kevesi class is now an Agnian class, and vice versa. So everyone should have a master art to equip. So you can see that we've got master arts from Keva's classes being put onto the Agnian classes, and obviously you can unlock more of these as you go. So you eventually have 6 arts, 3 Agnian, 3 Kevesi. The ones on the right are usable with XYB, and the ones on the left are activated with the up, right, and down on the D-pad. And then you can also do what's called fusion arts, where if both of the arts in a certain selection, top, middle, bottom, are available, you can fuse them together, get both of the effects in one hit as well, which is really powerful, depending on what you're doing. And also you can also get buffs to fusion arts as well. So as well as master arts, you get master skills too, which is the final thing that just got equipped.
So that kind of just breaks this game wide open, being able to do this, that you have 3 normal arts, 3 master arts, talent art, fusion arts, and the Ouroboros forms, which each have their own arts, leading to a total of, I think it's 84 individual moves that you can do in a single battle, because you're able to switch characters, which is way higher than we've ever been able to use before. I think the highest was 35 in Xenoblade 2, and that was only under specific conditions, whereas this is every fight. So there's a ton of options that we can take advantage of going forward here.
Yeah, so this is the only fight we need to do, because like, when you do this like class swapping thing, you are locked into these classes just until you complete this fight. I remember when I kind of got to this tutorial and started exploring this area, being like, I want to change class, why can't I change class? Did this one fight, and then it unlocked again for me. So yeah, it's teaching us about Master Arts now. It's saying, look, make sure wide slash is ready to go. Press ZR and hammer away. There we go. So you get the effects of the AoE and then obviously the of like sword beat and all that kind of stuff, depending on what you have combined. And it's just really powerful. How many Vangs did Quad get there? Just one Vang as well?
So maybe more. He's killed
got
one
more.
already, and he's fighting another one now.
Oh, Quad.
Doesn't seem like that took too long, though. So we're now going to be entering the Fortis region. You can see the Plexo is putting some of the party default classes back on because they're higher level with those classes, so it makes sense that we would want to keep them if possible. But there are a few that he's going to change around. Like I believe it was Tyon's class that is not all that useful. We're just going to get rid of it and replace it with another class instead.
Yeah, two medic
so
gunners.
A little bit more customization.
Yeah, the double medic gunner just means double power rings. For one part, so like better just general coverage of those. And I think the healing personally I feel the healing just feels better from that than
So
than
half
tactician.
the talent art, which is just to regenerate, which is really useful early on. And also lands, we don't need him. We can just work with one tank here, so just Mayo's class. So lands gets Ogre, which is a damage class for free, so we just switch to that. So
Ogre is also a very good class because it has
while still having a survivable party.
Ogre tends to have a higher break chance than most other classes, which is extremely useful in a lot of the combat in this game. As I'm sure you've seen from all the previous Xenoblade games that we run, the break effect is pretty integral to combat.
Actually, we don't break with Ogre at all during this.
Okay, maybe not. Well, at least in general gameplay.
One thing that Ogre does give a useful skill that increases the power of physical arts by 35% at base, and at level 10 Ogre it's 40%. So that skill we do get on our damage focused characters.
So this is one of those things where you grab a location and it's actually really far forward. So I think you've seen that in other runs. I'm pretty sure it does happen in other runs, but that's our first
Future
usage of it
Connect
here.
especially, that happens a lot.
The next fight we're coming up to is slowly making our way towards the thing. We're going to be getting our next kind of big tutorial with chain attacks finally unlocking. They are awesome in this game just because the music's insanely good, but also they are quite cool, but they are a little bit slower in terms of how you go about doing them, so they are utilized in a very specific way, and a big part of like early routing of this game. I mean, I'm pretty sure Quad spent a month in the lab just routing out chain attacks for every fight, and it was insane, kind of the work he put in to kind of find optimal chain routes. And again, we'll go into more detail about this when it actually becomes relevant for the fights, because there obviously Bill's mentioned the hero mechanic where you can get other heroes to get new classes, and heroes are essentially a 7th party member that we always have access to, and so knowing how we can utilize heroes in chain attacks and how we respond if they're not able to partake is a big part of like consistency with this game, and knowing your like checkouts, if you will, from fights. Yeah, it's a little bit of running to do first.
See the Quad's up to fighting the crust dips. I have not been paying a whole lot of attention, to be honest.
No,
so
it's
I'm not
fine.
sure how it's been going for him.
It's good. I mean, he had a bit of a slower he had a bit of a slower Agni and Trio, as we know, and I think Mysterious Enemy, he also didn't get many breaks. The break resisting was happening, so it's been pretty much par and par from that point. Just the Ropple's been the big difference, really, between our two runners so far.
think we're also coming up on the gem crafting tutorial, which we're going to want to take advantage of a little bit.
Actually, it's the food tutorial first.
There's a bunch of tutorials. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a so Manana, who's the Nopon on the Agnes side, is going to do some cooking lessons for us. So we get materials for free to do cooking, and the food, at least in the patch version of the game, gives us extra experience and maybe class points. So XP is just our levels, so whether level 11, 12, 13. CP is our class level, which ranges from 1 to 10, and then 10 to 20 late game potentially.
We can now officially say that yes, Manana does give us experience bonuses.
Let's rest.
A lovely.
We're also going to go to level 13 here, just so we have enough damage for our next fight.
Another quality of life change that now that they're added a button you can just press to automatically bring all of your party members to max level, unlike back in Xenoblade 2 where you needed to level everyone up individually.
Must be thanks to Manana's
So yeah,
It's a big theme in this game is just quality of life changes.
Yeah. So yeah, we're now running to the Aspan now, and again it will be a tutorial fight. So you actually can't kill the Aspar with a chain attack. You can only get it down to to a lowish point.
And I believe, but the first part you can't is just do as much damage until it ends.
Yeah, I think it's what I think it is.
80%.
Yeah, it's 20% damage you got to deal. Yeah. So yeah, it's not too much of a worry. But yeah, you kind of essentially have to. It kind of forces you to use a chain attack. I don't think you can kill it below a certain point without using the chain attack, or the chain attack can't go below a certain point.
Yeah, but at least the first one can't. The
Yeah,
second
exactly.
one
Yeah,
can,
yeah,
but
the second one
way
can.
too slow.
I did that thing where I kind of I fought the enemy down because you can't die in the second part either. I don't think. So I actually tried once to weaken it and then just get one chain attack, and then I just did no damage after I think like 15% HP left or something, and it's just great. Thanks for wasting my time.
Now we're on the second part of the fight where we have our chain meter, so works a bit differently from 1 and 2 where you had 3 bars and that was used for reviving. This is a separate thing, so chain attack's on the right of the screen, so once that's full we can start our chain attack. Now you'll notice that Plex is holding the air slash and wide slash combo. We want to save that for the last part of the fight.
Here we go.
And also over top, so there's the chain.
So
So I'll go through the chains now. So we've got 3 orders we can pick. So these are random and they each have different effects. So Tyon's order is the best order to see. So that reduces physical defense and all of our attackers do physical damage. So yeah. So whether character's attacker, defender or healer also affects it. So attackers get 25% extra TP if they attack first in the round. Healers can never complete an order, while if we finish an order with a defender, then I'll actually save the explanations for next round. So we just need to get to 100 to complete the order, and we finish with an attacker, so we get a random character back. So here we're looking for a damage order, so either, Solan's there is good choice there, so we're going to again get to 100. This time we're going to finish with Mio the defender here, and finishing with a defender gives us the character back with the highest TP, so that's Tyon. So every time we attack we get our base TP plus bonuses, so if we pick a character with the same role we get plus 10 if they're from the same faction, so we get plus 5, and we also get other assorted plus 1s.
nice.
So
Good damage.
we just finish off the order here, and that should cap damage there.
Yep.
So we always want in normal mode to get three orders off, and at least we especially want the last one to be a damage focused order. So no, Noah Senna or Land also works since he's in an attack class as well. So each round of chain attack, the damage ratio goes up depending on how well you did. So whether you get 100, 150, or 200. But at this stage, we're only going to we're more concerned about getting three rounds. So we just wanted to get to 100 on each round while keeping the characters that we need. So here's our gem crafting tutorial. Let someone else go through that.
Yeah, sure. So there are a variety of gems, 5 per different type. So you got obviously the more tanky focused ones, like increasing your evasion rate or increasing your aggro gain, attacking, supporting, healing, all those kinds of things. You can basically craft a gem up to a level, and you can kind of skip levels. But the highest one you want is the one that you can have. Now, then you don't have stocks of gems. If you have a gem equipped, anyone can equip that gem there. So I think the tutorial is to make an HP one, and everyone can get HP plus 200 here for equipping, or 100 for equipping Ironclad. And obviously these go up to level 10 for every single thing. So what we were saying earlier is that we got an egg earlier from one of the Pranaxes, and that actually allows us to get one of these gems without spending Nopon coins. You can spend Nopon coins to get these gems early, and obviously the higher the gem level, the more Nopon coins you spend. So we can, I think it's one gold Nopon coin for a level 1 gem, and then 3 for level 2, I think it is. So yeah, we're going to be getting level 3 steel cleaver for a nice bit of attack up, dexterity plus, crit damage bonus plus, which means that the crits will do more damage, as well as things like increase buff effect, increase healing speed or revival speed. And then starting with aggro and also aggro gain on arts. So a variety of things that are going to be used for all of our characters. Specifically things like aggro plus for tanks, because aggro can be really, really, really tricky. And yeah, things like the damage up. We found out that attack, like raw 30 attack for getting a level 3, is really, really powerful. And then increasing the crit bonus by 20%. So that means that whenever we crit, it would deal 150% damage rather than 100, that would make it 170%. So that multiplier obviously works on everything that goes into it. When the crit comes out and you get a multiplier on your damage, everything that goes into it is then boosted by that 20%, making crit bonus huge. So a nice pickup there, and dexterity, of course, because we want to hit the enemies. As you may have
Dexterity
seen.
we mainly use on our healers and utility characters. Defenders and utility characters, because defenders, I guess it's more important with Lance. You saw some topple misses earlier.
Yeah. It can kill some strats if you don't get your hits off. So, but yeah, you right now our characters can only equip 1 gem. So I believe it's equipping power first, because like the raw 30 attack stat is good. But obviously as we level up, we'll unlock 2 and then eventually 3 gems. So like your build variance increases as that goes. So it's a very, very cool method of doing things. But yeah. There was one that I really wanted to bring in. I think it was one of those things where there is a particular gem that increases cancel bonus, which is really, really good for things like Air Slash, because Air Slash has a boosted cancel bonus anyway. But I think wasn't it the fact that all the skill or all arts in Chain Attack don't count as cancelled. So that's where so much of the damage is, with massive multipliers from the multiplying factor there, that actually that gem is really good in standard play, but not in Chain Attack optimization.
Chain attacks, but it's still useful in some fights where we don't. It's either too slow to chain, or we do more damage outside of chain than we do inside.
Mm-hmm.
So right now in the story,
Lex
we've
is
been
on the chase sequence now, so go ahead.
Yeah, we've been spotted by Colony 4, who is a Kibasi colony. They are after us because we are now fugitives from both countries. They are led by Silvercoat Ethel, who had actually previously saved and been friends with Noah and his crew. But of course now Ethel no longer recognizes them and is trying to hunt us down. And so this is all going to come to a head at the end of this whole sequence, that there's going to be a boss fight against them. But right now we're just running away because they're chasing us in a giant mech.
Yes, there's 2 mandatory fights, so this one is one of them, where I've got a mech and also a Kefesi soldier. The Kefesi soldier's easy, the mech has a lot of HP, so optimizing our yeah, we're controlling Noah here just to really get the cancelled fused air slash and also overclock.
Being able to switch characters means that if somebody dies, you can just switch to a healer to revive them instead of needing to rely on the AI to do it, which is always nice.
We're heading towards these things, but it's too slow to defeat them, so we just run into them, aggro them, then run out of range. And that allows us to get to the next block that we need to move. There's one more force fight after this.
Just quickly, we're gonna just real quick. We're gonna be having one of our other commentators jump in. Scott is gonna be jumping in to take over commentary. I'm gonna sit back and focus on the stream for a bit. So, Scott, feel free to jump in whenever, mate. There we go. Hello, Scott. Or not. Scott, please talk to us, buddy. But yeah, whilst we wait for Scott to sort out his Discord at least.
Looks like now Flex is going to be heading into the end of Chapter 2 boss gauntlet. 3 fights back to back that we're going to have to be doing here.
Yeah, it's so we're going to be fighting Ethel first off, who has an awesome class which I really enjoy called Flash Fencer. You can see all of the steel cleavers being brought out for the extra attack for most of our characters. Attack plus 25% over to Noah as well. Yeah, so 3 fights against Ethel, and then one of the consoles and one of the Mobius. So every colony in this world is kind of overseen by a particular console, who are this kind of like overarching group of mysterious people. It turns out that they're also Mobius. And yeah, so we're going to be doing those 3 fights back to back, and this is why earlier, leveling up is one of those things we want to try and get a nice clean level, which makes it a bit more comfy for us, and then obviously maximizing. So just going from 13 up to 14, this allows us to obviously be a little bit safer and just kind of keep within a certain level threshold, but then we're going to try and maximize the experience gain with overkills. As much as we can, or as not just as much as we can, but also specifically as efficiently as we can. All of our runners know exactly how much of an overkill we're looking for, generate to kind of hit certain level caps, so that when we're kind of pushing forward, we can get like to level 20, hit that threshold, get a new unlock for all of our characters to increase our build. But yeah, usually you'll see chain attacks get to a certain point of overkill and then just either cancel it out if it's not already the end, or push as far as they can. But as was mentioned earlier, being able to cancel chain attacks is a smiling face emoji. But yeah.
Okay, so we're coming up to our first compulsory fight. So this is against Ethel and several soldiers. So here our strategy is to set up power rings so near our attackers. And we're going to we're mainly going to focus Ethel. So Lands and Senators Ogres have an AoE attack, so they can help damage the other ads in the fight, but we mainly want to focus on Ethel here. So strategy is get our power rings up and also fuse them if possible, so combine our arts, because then our power rings last longer. And then the other main thing is we want to have Noah use his arts while in the power rings to maximize the damage there. And while Mio can tank most of the enemies here, and also our healer's job is to heal Mio. So yeah, there's went down there, but I think Plexa does equip the Nop-on doll for this fight, so that's an accessory that retains aggro, retains partial aggro even if Mio goes down. That helps keep aggro off our other attackers. So
Ethel's Enrage is scary as well. Like, she's very, very fast and very powerful. So the blocker has also done an aggro here, so it's kind of tricky.
I mean, casually we could activate the chain attack here, but it turns out that the chain attack on this fight is slower than going to near 0 HP and then doing chain there.
Oh.
Are we able to hear me now?
Hello, Scott.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay,
I
cool.
don't know what Discord was doing.
That's
So,
right, buddy. It
one
happens.
thing we also need to watch out for in the spider is that there's a Kavesi blocker that can target lock us. And that can be really bad if it occurs near the end of the chain, since the chain only targets whoever you're targeting.
See, this is getting sketchy now because there's just death left, right, and center. So yeah, as you can see, now that he's going to be playing Mio just to try and like just get as optimal tanking as possible whilst the party recovers. Just kind of a nice way. Okay. Cool.
Not great, but I think Ethel's not too. I mean, dangerous. It's not. It's rare to wipe on this.
Yeah, once you get rid of the ads, Ethel isn't such a dangerous fight anymore, because she doesn't really have any AoE. It's just the start of the fight when everything's alive and aggro is kind of going everywhere and your healers might get attacked by an ad. That's when there's a risk of wiping to this fight.
Flex will want to chain as close to 0 HP as possible here.
That'll do.
So there's the
Just gotta
chain
make
up,
sure that none of
and
the
we're
fighting
only
is dead.
Yeah. If
so-
someone's dead, they're not part of the chain, so it's very important to keep them alive. There we go. The overkill starts.
So whenever we do more damage than the boss has left in the chain attack, we get an overkill, so that gives us 200% XP at minimum. More damage we do, the more experience we get, but it has diminishing returns, so we definitely want overkill in this, because it gives us increased experience and class points, but we don't want excessive overkill because that takes too much time. So generally 300 is what we aim for, so we'll either try to finish it in round 1 or try to finish round 1 in 2 attacks. So no order, no lands gives us no attack will definitely do enough to get to 300%. So this fight against Console K, there was an interlink tutorial. It's really slow at level 0, so we just cancel the interlink right out. But otherwise, very similar to Ethel, except Console K doesn't hit very hard. He
Yeah,
does
and he'll-
spawn reinforcements though.
Yeah, you will summon ads partway through, but they're relatively harmless. And half the time it feels like you can't even actually wipe to this fight anyways, because there's a tutorial going on. So you're not in danger of losing a ton of time here. But yeah, otherwise very similar to the Ethel fight. Just focus all your damage into the boss and then chain at 1 to 2% HP again, get about 300% overkill.
Yeah, you also do have to watch for target lock from the ads. Yeah, this is not a very threatening boss.
We will see, I think, after this fight, though, is it will immediately throw us into the next phase, but I think Plexo is going to give up the fight so that he can change some of his loadout, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And this is done a few times during the run.
Yeah, he'll be giving up right away. It's just to switch lands to Sword Fighter. Sword Fighter just does a little bit more damage. And we just have lands in Ogre right now, so we can get rank 5 Ogre. We're at ranks 5 and 15 of a class, you unlock a class's Master Skill, which then you can apply to any other class. And the Ogre one at level 5 gives you 35% on physical arts, which is very helpful for a sword fighter, obviously, as we're all doing all physical damage.
So there's our chain there, and we'll again try to finish in either round 1 or round 2.
Yeah, again, doing the same thing just to get a good amount of bonus XP and then ending the chain attack so that it doesn't take too long.
Also, nice thing about lands is he does have lands and center both have the giant thing, so the AoE attacks, so that can clean out some of the other ads on the fight, which is it's slightly more experience. Not
Yeah,
essential though.
Unlike the Ethel fight, you don't have to kill the ads here. Whereas if you still have ads left after the Ethel chain, you do have to clean them up before moving on. And yeah, like we
He's
said, the
last
first
boss
thing...
of top 2, so
Yeah, the first thing he's going to do is retry, switch lands to a sword fighter, and equip the Apprentice Fan Braces, just so we have more damage against the higher level boss that we're facing. Oh, and equip the Nopon doll on Mio, which is a very useful accessory that in the event that Mio dies, when she revives, she retains, I think it's 60% of the aggro she had before dying, which is just a safety that he's going to be using on this boss plus a handful of bosses in Chapter 3 that can be a little bit dangerous before we really get access to a lot of the good stuff that makes some of the later fights a little bit easier. Or a little bit more consistent.
Is quite a bit more dangerous than the other fights, just because he does hit fairly hard and also has high defense, so it takes a lot longer to kill. So we still use our same healing with our powering and healing up strategy and switching to damage when we can. Also, in this fight, this is the first fight where either both Noah Mio, all of Noah Mio, Unitai on all lands and center can interlink, but it's too slow, so you'll see the interlink level there. So whenever we use a fusion art, it boosts, it helps level up our interlinks. We need 4 fusions for level 1, 5 for level 2, and another 6 for level 3. However, if either of the pair goes down, then it gets reset back to the start of the level. Because we've only got 1 fusion art, its interlink build-up's very slow here, so yeah, so the main benefits of interlink build-up is you get more damage out of your Ouroboros forms, and which we probably won't see here in this fight, it's too slow, and also faster recharge on the Talon arts in Ouroboros.
We might see the AI interlink. Sometimes they interlink at 2, sometimes they interlink at 3.
Either 2 or if a member's about to go down.
And also, the Nopon doll came in handy there because we saw Mio go down, but she got aggro back pretty much as soon as she revived because she retained a little over half of the aggro that she had before she died. So Mobius K didn't just go on a killing spree and start one-shotting every other member of the team.
So we're coming down to the important phase of the fight. So this boss has a healing move that activates at 20% HP. We obviously don't want to see that since it adds an extra 10% back to the fight, and that's slow, so Lex is going to be watching to try and get as close to 20% as possible. It doesn't happen immediately at 20%, but it does happen as the next action. I believe it's the next action after. There's the Order Aura form there. I think if it's really early, you can split them, or, well, yeah, Plexus just decided to split just for, because it is, yeah, AI Aura is kind of slow, so we're nearly at the 20% mark, so...
Yeah. Alternatively, with the Lands Ouroboros, you could try building up your talent art and see if you can just get a lucky launch, and then chain there, because you do get 25% extra damage against launched enemies, but Plexus just decided it wasn't worth the effort, so...
So this is a very similar chain to what we saw against the Aspera. We need to try and maximize our damage since here to kill, well, firstly kill the boss and get enough overkill. So we saw the tie on the order again, that's good for taking down the fence, and it guarantees we can have 2 damage orders in the next round.
And after this fight is going to be our next split, so we'll get another chance to see how the two of them are comparing against each other.
Yeah, so if you do tie an order first, you get a random person back. So the runners all have float arts to determine what to do to kill the boss safely while dealing as much damage as possible. So,
Right, there's a lot of RNG in which orders you get and who you get back after each one, so it's a lot of logic that goes into determining exactly what to do depending on the RNG you get.
And over on Quad side, we see him just entering the gauntlet right now, so it's about a 10-ish minute gauntlet, so we can expect about a 10-minute differential between the two.
That was that was quite a good chain orders on Plexus, and 330s, yeah, you generally want to aim for 300 there, though more's better, just so you're closer to our next benchmark we want to hit is level 20 before our next major set of fights. So here's our Ouroboros tutorial, so I'll let someone else go ahead with the Soul Tree tutorial.
So the soul oh, you can go ahead.
All right. I was gonna say I can do that. I mean, these are basically we get soul points from. I think it's mainly just discovering locations. Do we get them from defeating enemies as well? Or may just be from doing quests and
Levels,
discovering locations.
some
Locations,
some
quests, and some containers.
And so we can use those soul points to buy skills and arts for our Ouroboros forms to power them up further, which is going to make them considerably more useful than they are in their base forms. We really don't use them a whole lot right now because they're relatively weak and slow. But with filling out these soul trees and charging the Ouroboros forms up to level 3, they tend to become a lot more useful. I don't remember exactly what it is that we bought there right at the beginning. If anyone knows, you can talk about that.
Yeah, so in that menu, we got an art for Noah's Ouroboros called Glorious Wing. And what that does is it grants power charge to every member of the party. So what we're going to be doing in a few chain attacks going forward is right as we're about to chain, we're just going to interlink Noah, hit set follow leader so nobody accidentally uses the power charge, hit Glorious Wing, and then chain so that we just get all of our attackers with that 1.5 times multiplier, and we'll save as many of them for the later rounds as we can, just so we can get massive damage right at the end of the chain attack.
Okay, so I believe, yeah, Quad finished up the first Ethel fight there. And got quite an amount of overkill off that, so...
Alright, so now that Plexo is heading into Chapter 3, we're going to get our introduction to heroes with Ethel's hero quest is going to be mandatory for us to do to get Ethel as a hero. Although, of course, we're going to then immediately lose Ethel as a hero. This is our introduction to how that whole mechanic works, that we need to do a character's hero quest in order to get them as a 7th party member who we're not able to control, but who will be just acting as an extra AI in our party. And each of the heroes will have their own special effects in chain attacks. And some of the heroes that we get later on in the run are going to be specifically for their chain attack effects. And I believe actually there are some of the other heroes we get later on, you don't actually even need to do their quest. You can just start their quest, get them to join the party, and then just leave. And that's good enough to keep them for the rest of the game.
Yeah, for many heroes in the run, or many heroes in the game, rather, you get them as part of their quest, and the game expects you to have that hero in your party as you do the fights related to their quest. But what you can do is you can just grab that hero and then peace out, and then they'll just forget all about whatever concerns they had and just follow you around to the ends of the earth. Or whatever this world is called, I can't remember.
Ionis. So Plex is on an info gathering quest, so there's 2 ways of gathering info. You talk to NPCs or you hang out by an NPC while watching their speech bubble. So you notice that Quad's playing in Chinese, and it turns out it's a little bit faster because the text on those bubbles is faster, but not minutes faster. So once we've got enough info fragments, we then can discuss topics, and so this is our info tutorial here. And our first hero quest.
Is north of here.
So this hero quest is mandatory, and will be, again, as mentioned earlier, will be given Ethel for this quest here. So there's another tutorial up the mark there.
Meanwhile,
And in addition,
I was going to say, Quad is starting the Mobius cave fight now, so keep an eye on how that's going for him.
Yeah, and in addition, once you complete a hero quest, as well as unlocking that hero as a permanent 7th member of your party, you'll also unlock their class. initially on one member of your party, and then as you use that class, then other characters will slowly start to learn that class as well. And the more people you have on that class, the faster everyone's going to learn it. And the hero counts as two characters on that class for learning purposes. So if there's a class you really want to learn, you should have that hero in your party, and then potentially another one or two members, whoever's learned it, and then you'll just spread all your classes around super quickly, and then you'll have a lot more freedom with how your parties are going to be able to be constructed.
But you do have to be careful with the leveling. If you're too over-leveled, if you're 5 or more levels above the enemy, then you don't get any class unlock experience.
Yes, I made that mistake in my casual playthrough. I used all my bonus experience at the start of chapter 4, sorry. And then I wasn't learning any classes until like partway through chapter 6.
So Plex is going through Soul Tree building for Uni here. So Uni has one of the abilities is one that does does damage over time when Uni has her Ouroboros up. The second one, I believe, it's one that increases damage when you have. Actually, is it? Yeah, I do believe it's the one that increases damage when you have buffs up. But firstly, we're going out of our way to a very high level area that we need to go. Well, at this point in the game, that we need to go back to later. So. Yeah, as mentioned, so we get some bonus experience here by doing this track earlier.
I forget how much it is. I want to say around 10,000 experience, which is good for a couple of levels. And as Tasmania just said, since we do need to come back here later in the game, this isn't pure time loss. Obviously, it's not quite as quick as just taking a more direct path to our story objective later, but it's a bit of a give and take. We're losing a little bit less time now in order to gain a lot of experience for the next few fights.
Yeah, because we really want to be at level 20, so that unlocks one additional Master Art and a gem. A gem slot. I think also a skill slot. It's the accessory slot that's 30. So on Quad's side, he's just started his K chain attack and got Tyon the best round 1 order again. So he should be Tyon, you should be okay, unless you...
A little bit of an early chain, though, so hopefully it still goes all right.
He's got power rings. He's got power rings in the right place, though, which is good.
Yeah, and everyone's grouped up, so he should be fine.
Yeah, so we have to be careful on Plex's side not to get aggro from any of the enemies. Yeah, so Mio has...
will one-shot us here.
So Mio has Perilous Presence, so there's a backup where we're controlling someone other than Mio, so we can just dash ahead and hope that Mio takes aggro, and if our controlled character dies, that's bad, but if our other characters get, just like here, so...
Yeah, Plexa intentionally runs through these guys, pulls out his weapon so that Mio's Perilous Presence activates, and then just mad dashes for the campsite, and then this one location just past the campsite as well.
I think that's the last, location you need, provided you get your overkills correctly. So Quad should be really good here for.
Quad's
definitely gonna get the kill here, and
he's more than good.
Yeah, no, it's better than the power rings. I think that'll be more than enough.
So who else didn't know about this little passage the Plex is taking right now in order to get to the other side of this wall here?
This took me an hour to find.
I always just dropped down from the top because I didn't know that this way existed.
I couldn't find a way to jump down from the top.
Yeah, so this is more vaults. We've now got Uni's Ouroboros, which we'll see for the first time here in this fight.
Right, so that's the end of Moby's K for Quad, so we can take a look now to see
whether Quad made up any time. 9:17 is the differential, so gaining back another couple of minutes there over the course of chapter 2.
Yes, this is definitely
some Plexus side got the damage over time, and also AoE damage from Uni's Ouroboros.
Yeah, Uni's Ouroboros have incredible AoE damage. So
Uni and Tions Ouroboros is going to be very important later in the run. They're used a lot for some of the later fights.
Yeah, you'll see at the end of this chapter 3, or no, sorry, not chapter, at the very start of chapter 4, rather, just how powerful the Uniton or Yunon Ouroboros, as we call it, actually is.
Hurry back to Colony 4.
So now we've officially got Ethel as a hero, although we're going to immediately need to get rid of her in order to continue the story. But we'll
Yeah,
get another
casually
hero
you can
before
do a
long.
couple side quests with her in the party, but for our purposes, we're just gonna say hello and goodbye pretty much right away.
Although, even though we lose Ethel, we do get to keep her class, and so we're going to be using her class on Noah for a little while.
This is where the extra bonus XP comes in. We can hit 20 with our truck down the left side of the map.
Yeah, we're just going through a few story triggers here. Just running up the Pharaonis to talk to Ethel in her command room, which is where we'll say goodbye. The game will give us a warning. Hey, you'll lose Ethel permanently if you continue. Are you sure you want to do this? We say, yep, absolutely.
And then after this, we'll head into another, just very big open area walking around.
I have to ask before you
It's
go.
interesting about this game is that there's a couple areas that are pretty much just completely optional, like down on a desert, that you just don't need to go to at all during the main story, which I think is pretty incredible. They have such huge areas like that that are completely optional.
Yeah, I was really impressed with how just the size of Danog Desert and the fact that it's completely optional.
And I believe we don't set foot in there at all during the speedrun. There's no reason to.
No. And so here we got a
You go
big
ahead.
menu. Yeah, okay. You'll see we're coining Noah and Uni their ogre class to 5. Like I mentioned earlier with lands, they get, I forget the name of the skill, but it increases their physical damage by 35%. And then we're setting Noah to Flash Fencer because it's going to be a very useful class later on in the run, especially. But it'll still have its uses soon because it has an art that is able to grant itself power charge. And then we're also changing Uni to Sword Fighter. Now you might be wondering why Uni is one of our attackers, because after all, I believe she has the lowest attack stat. And the reason for that is one of the optional class, or the only optional class that we fully unlock in the run. Uni is the receptor for it, and it would take too long to teach it to somebody else. And we'll get to that more in Chapter 5 once we get to that class. But due to Uni being the inheritor for that class, we really just need her to be on an attacking class to be able to take advantage of it. And Sword Fighter just happens to be the strongest class that we unlock that is able to take advantage of it.
So
And then
Yeah,
additionally,
this stage of the game, yeah, we can work with four attackers and one healer and one defender, and yeah, one healer for now. We'll get our next hero later that will help us with the next. It's actually essential for the next boss.
yeah, it looks a little sketchy having only one tank and one healer, but we'll unlock another healer very soon. And yeah, it's actually just not quite as dangerous as it really seems.
So despite this being such a big open area, I think we are pretty much just making a beeline for the next story beat, which is when we'll be introduced to our next hero.
I think Flex looks like he's getting just a couple of extra locations for XP on the way. So
Yeah, they'll take the campsite over here. Just it's like 10 seconds out of the way, maybe if that. Probably 5 even. It's just another 500 experience or 470 or whatever it was. And over on Quad side, he's about to head down LAS Highway, which is that high-level area that Plexa visited earlier, where we gained all that bonus experience to level us up to 20. So hopefully he's able to dodge all the dangerous mobs over there.
LA's Highway is another one of those areas that is almost completely optional. There's one tiny thing that the story requires later on, but otherwise it's pretty much completely optional. Very cool looking, though.
Yeah, absolutely. This game has a lot of really cool locations. And, like, those of us that have done a lot of runs of the game, or have done a lot of practicing or routing, like, the game still looks beautiful even after staring at it for this long. Which is just a testament to how well crafted this world is.
Speaking of bringing together things from Xenoblade 1 and 2, a lot of the areas are sort of mashups of areas from those games. So it's really fun to see elements of the areas from the previous game being shown off here. And what I think was a really interesting choice narratively is the fact that the game really just doesn't even acknowledge that. Which makes sense because none of the characters here would know that, but interesting seeing all these things that we recognize in the game kind of doesn't acknowledge the fact that we should be recognizing them.
Yeah, so this is just Quad and Plex are both just a long walking segment, so
We are at this point still just pretty much on the run. Our main objective is to find Sword March, which is, I don't know if you ever really get a good shot of it during the speedrun, the giant Mechanicus sword that's sticking out of the ground, I believe.
Way in the distance.
Yeah. And so that is our main objective for probably the majority of the game, is just trying to make our way there.
So Plex is coming up to another fight soon. So heroes recruitment sort of works in different ways. There's some heroes that you'll need to beat them in a battle before they at least start joining your party. And this is one of them.
Sweet, let's poke around.
Well, some heroes will just join you immediately.
So yeah, this next fight we've got coming up is the Valdi fight against Valdi and his two, I forget what type of mechs they were. Equities, I think. Either are Valdi and his two mechs. It's not an overly complicated fight. We focus Valdi down first just because he's a healer. If you focus down the machines, he's just going to start healing them a lot, and it's just going to delay the fight and have it take a really long time. So we take Valdi out first, and then nothing really too special to say. Just use our arts on cooldown. We'll try and use Power Charge when we have Noah's Talent Art up, because Infinity Blade has a really high multiplier. So if we can get Power Charge on that, then we're doing 1.5 damage on an already very high multiplier. Which, as you can guess, is a lot of damage. But other than that, it's just kill the enemies. Nothing special.
Yeah, and also try and aim Infinity Blade's an AoE, so that's Noah's talent art, special talent art. And you want to try and aim it in the correct direction, so you hit everything.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, we really see Plexa taking advantage of the fact that we can swap through characters. Just he goes, okay, Senna's about to have her talent art up. We'll make sure to use that to finish off Valdi. Now Lamb's is about to have his. We'll switch to him, make sure he gets it off. Now back to Noah to use his, and yeah.
So it can definitely make fights a lot more interesting in this game. There's just so many more opportunities for how to handle fights. Having access to so many different moves in a single fight makes things really interesting.
It looks like Noah got a little low there, so the AI is just gonna, whenever Plex is not controlling Noah, the AI is just gonna try and interlink them.
What's that device?
Okay,
So now we've
now-
got a little bit of a fetch quest. We need to retrieve 3 parts for Valdi to rebuild one of his Levnesses, and also just pick up a container here that's like 3 seconds out of the way and has 5 silver coins, which will be very handy for leveling up classes and cooking a couple of meals later on. This one can be kind of annoying, the piece that we're heading to right now, because there's a few mobs right by it, including an elite monster that it's a bit random what direction they're going to face, so sometimes you have to wait a little bit for them to turn around. Sometimes you get right up to the piece and then they'll just immediately turn around at the last second, and now you have to despawn them before you're able to go back and collect it. But yeah, you see that monster with the blue thing by its name? That's standing right on top of the thing we need to collect, so yeah, looks like Plexo aggroed it, so he's just gonna aggro the other 2 and then despawn them and then run back before they respawn so that he can collect it safely.
Yeah, so normally if we were just getting Valdi's already joined our party, so we technically already have him as a hero, and we wouldn't need to complete the quest were it not for the fact that the quest is mandatory for the story. So we need to finish it anyway.
Yeah, so Valdi's another healer, so the War Medic class which Valdi has it's mainly focused on healing, so we don't have no power ring compared to Medic Gunner, but he does have a defense it stats cooldown, which is a defense field, and that's it's slightly useful, though it's more useful because it charges up the Talonart. So I should mention Talonart, so we saw Noah's Talonart, so that's by attacking in the proper position you get for healers using field, so powering or advanced cooldown will give you charge on that, while defenders using keeping aggro will help you build your Talonart. So Plexa's coming up to an Equities fight here, so strategy here is to set up, well, if you do set up Unition, set up enough damage from set up Infinity Blade on Noah, and then actually run away and let your party members clear out everything. This is looking for Infinity Blade to charge, and then
yeah, power charge that. And yeah, you see that's just enormous damage of the power charge Infinity Blade. Yeah, and there we just set up one of Valdi's arts. I forget the art that we replaced, but Cure Bullet is a very, very important art. What it does is it removes any debuffs from anybody nearby, and also places a debuff shield, preventing them from getting new debuffs for a short period of time, which will be very handy on the next boss, as it inflicts a really nasty burn with a couple of its arts. And so having the ability to remove that will be critical if it accidentally gets onto anybody.
Also, while our runners are doing walking simulators, we'll mention their outfits. So Quad's gone with our Mio's military uniform outfit, which you can, I believe you can equip by default, while Plexa's gone with the alternate color scheme for Mio, which you get from DLC package 1, DLC wave 1. The other is just for style, it's not, doesn't add anything to the run. I think Plexa also went for the military uniform on Uni as well.
Yeah, that's one really nice thing about this compared to Xenoblade 2 is the cosmetics are just that, they're cosmetic. They're not tied to any accessories or not core crystals. Ox cores, thank you. So you don't need to worry about what the stats they're giving you. It's more like the Xenoblade 1 where you just put on whatever outfit you want. And right here, actually, the story quest wants us to go back to where we fought Valdi to continue that quest, but we're actually very close to the story objective after this, so what Plex is doing right now is he's just going to run up and tag a landmark just outside Colony 30 here, then skip travel back to the current story objective, where the game wants you to follow the Levnis that Valdi is going to reconstruct, but you don't actually have to do any of the escort quests in the game. If you know where they have to go, you can just go straight there. So he's just going to skip travel right back to Colony 30 after this, and get right into the next fight. And speaking of the next fight, it is one of probably, I think, 2 fights left in the run that haven't really changed very much since early routing. My very first run of this had this exact same party setup. I didn't know about the Noah's Ouroboros Glorious Wing tech, but just due to the limited options that we have, there hasn't been too much room for animation in this fight or the next fight.
Okay, I'll go through the fight now. So we're controlling Mio here, so Mio's our tank, and the goal is to keep her alive by trying to evade attack. So there was an attack at the very start called Humbling Smash. If it hits you, it nearly always is an insta-kill. That second attack we need to avoid, Heat Injection, that's an AoE burn and damage, so we need to move Mio away from everyone else and dodge when it goes off. So our job here is to get the chain meter to full while staying alive with Mio. We've got our other healers, so Chaion and Valdi, just to help us out. We can still get hit hard by regular auto attacks.
Yeah, we really like to see energy charge here because that's just 10 seconds or so of the boss not actually doing anything, including auto attacking.
It is attack up, but it's better, but yeah, the auto attack's too hard on this. Especially if they can crit.
Yeah. It is nice that it just buys us a bit of time to get our evasion arts back if they're on cooldown.
I mean, it's not the worst thing if Neo goes down, but it does often target your attackers. And
yeah, usually if Mio goes down, Noah will die. Luckily, he dodged the Humbling Smash there. But thanks to the Nopon that he put...
Ouroboros soon to use Glorious Wing, which is the one that gives Power Charge for everyone, and then move everyone nearby. So this is the first part of the run, first part of the boss out of the way. So we now have heroes and chain attacks, and yeah, so heroes do not consume chain gauge, and Valdi also has, they also have special abilities. So as you just saw there, you just get plus 50 TP if you hit something with Valdi, if you hit a machine with Valdi. So we used our defender order to get Valdi back, and and our TP carries over, so he's now got 90 TP. We want a tie-on order next if possible, if not just either Noah, Uni or Lan, so because Valdi's considered a Kavesi character, so we want a Kavesi order to get the extra 5 TP there. So this allows us to get 200 plus TP, that's an amazing. That brings 3 characters back instead of 1, so 150 plus is 2 characters, 200 plus is 3 characters. And also increases our damage ratio by a lot, so third round, yeah, so...
Yeah, additionally, Noah is a better option than Uni and Lands if we don't get Tyon in round 2. Because you really want to see either Uni or Lands in round 4, round 4, because neither of them are attackers, or neither of them have their base class as an attacker, rather. So because of that, you're able to fit in all 4 attackers, hopefully with a power charge still in round 4, and just do absolutely enormous damage. Like, you saw how high the boss was when we chained it. And yeah, we picked Lands here, just watch all of that HP just evaporate right now.
Yeah, so getting Valdi is actually not guaranteed, and you do need it to get enough overkill on this boss.
Yeah, this fight and the next fight.
89%, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right. That is correct. Oh yeah, we're just using Tyon for an extra power ring here before Noah sends it home. 332 before the order even goes out. So yeah, we're getting a nice healthy overkill, and that was a very nice chain attack from Plexa there.
I was even without Tyon, which
Oh yeah, true. No Tyon.
So that'll be the end of Valdi's quest, which now at this point we'll get Valdi permanently as a hero as well as his class, and we'll be continuing on toward where we were actually going in the first place. Valdi is going to be teaching us how to climb vines, which will be useful for a few places later on. We actually haven't been able to progress specifically because of that.
And first, we're gonna have to do a little bit of a another information gather around Colony 30. We don't actually have to sit down at a table to discuss it, but we do need to at least hear everybody out and then talk to Valdi again before we're able to move on. And then with this next conversation that we overhear, if Plexa times it right, he'll be able to open this container containing 2 silver coins and not lose any time. Perfect. Yeah, if you time it right, you'll open the container in between the dialogue boxes, and it won't... Like, if you open it while a dialogue box is open, it'll just cut out the dialogue box for a couple of seconds until the container opening animation is done. But with that timing, you don't lose any time, so it's just a free 2 silver coins.
Yeah, there is also one optional, 1 gold coin that's near the bottom of the colony, and it's a backup in case you're really unlucky with gem materials.
Yeah, I didn't see what Plex's drop luck was earlier in the run, so I don't know whether he's going to need to grab that one or not.
Like, he did get an egg off the first Piranix.
Okay, then he shouldn't need to grab it then. There's also an additional one in Colony 4, but it's a little bit awkward and a little bit more time-consuming to get, so most people aren't going to bother getting it. So yeah, now we've gathered all the information in Colony 4, and Valdi's let us move on. So we warp back to where we fought Valdi, which is where there's some vines that we couldn't climb up before, but recruiting Valdi taught us how to... Oh no, this is something I didn't know about. I guess looking at the ground allows you to skip the notification for the skirmish there.
You just need to not be... It just needs to not be visible on the screen.
Oh, I didn't know about that. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, recruiting Valdi got us the ability to climb up these purple vines, so now we're able to continue.
Yeah, so looks like Quad on the left is going to get to the incomplete Sage Lab fight soon, and Plex is coming up to another mech boss, the Lepus. So, and yeah, it's another mech, so Valdi's still really useful there.
Well, we've been found.
And he's still going to use Mio for that.
Yeah, it was very nice of the game that immediately after we get Valdi, we're faced with 2 mech bosses to really abuse Valdi's heroic order to gain 50 TP in chain attacks.
I believe soon after that is when we're going to get Riku and Nana as a hero, and they're going to be the ones who take over for Valdi for a little while.
Yeah, and I have to double check Plex's notes to see.
Yeah, they do get used, but not for all the bosses, since we still want War Medic's a very good class for the run, and we still want some class XP from that. So we do keep Valdi around for a bit longer than.
Yeah, Valdi will be used on one fight after we recruit Riku and Manana, but funnily enough, that's another fight that's not a fight that we abuse his heroic order in. It's, as Esmania just said, purely to unlock the War Medic class on certain people. We actually chain that fight at hopefully 2% just to get some overkill and move on. But that's not for a little while.
It looks like Lepus is starting, or Plex is starting the Lepus fight at just about the same
Very
time that
similar.
Quad is starting the Siege
Yeah,
Left.
this fight is nearly identical to the incomplete Siege Left fight the Quad's currently on, just with a different set of arts that you need to pay attention for to use your evasion arts on. But
Yeah,
other than
unfortunately, you
that-
don't have evade up for everything. So Fingers of Flame is one mid-damaging AoE. But yeah.
But Mio's at
not
full
for-
HP right now, so this is looking really good for Plexa so far.
There's also Knuckle Launch, which you saw. It got broken, so it got cancelled. We saw it now here, so we want to evade this if possible. There's one big attack which we really have to evade, which Hand Capture, but it got broken. Hand Capture basically, if it succeeds, Mio gets caught in the air and then smashed down to the ground, and it's nearly always a kill.
Yeah, I don't know there's any HP value you can survive that attack from.
So he ran out of blocks, but just so popping aura is an option there to ensure that you do survive. But
Yeah, you can't die in the while you're in the process of interlinking, so you saw Mio survive on 1 HP there. Fortunately, she went down shortly afterwards, but due to the Nopondal, she should gain aggro. Yeah, there we go. And once Lepus gets to 60%, it gains access to a new attack called Ground Breach, which is really irritating, and we hope to not see it. We hope to get our chain just before that happens. Hopefully...
I think everyone's
Oh,
still...
perfect. Yeah, we're good. Glorious Wing, group up, and then chain. Here we go. No Valdi round 1, but we did get Tyon, which is the second best thing we can get here. We really do need to see Valdi, or else we will need to retry the fight.
Seems like Quap's having a little bit of trouble there. That I think Tyon died while he was trying to Glorious Wing, so Tyon didn't end up getting power charge. That may not be an issue though, since he's a healer.
Yeah, Tyon's just a healer, so it's not that big a deal for him.
So should be good. Yeah,
Perfect.
Lepus has more defense, physical defense than the direct force. So as long as you get volley, it's generally safe. I think Quad's side is got Tyon. I believe he got Tyon first. He's got one more chance to get volley. If you don't, you just reset.
can't-
That goes
yeah.
3 to 4 minutes.
I can't read simplified Chinese, so I'm going to take your word for it that he got Tyon, because I missed his first round.
Yep. Quad missed Valdi, so split
Ooh.
sad and reset.
It's not great. It's going to be a big significant setback
I'll
having to
just
restart the
heal
fight.
on left, so probably don't need to use everyone. I think Dame is
Yeah.
3. Quad. I think Plexus target is 350, but you can go for up to 400 if you really want. Actually, 330, so
What a faff.
He wants 356 as his goal. Or, sorry, he needs 636 total overkill between Lepus and Colony Lambda, a fight that will come up a little bit later on. And right here, Plex is going to go a little bit out of his way to grab this container here, which has a cracked crystal, which increases your damage by, I believe it's 25% for every enemy in the fight that's died, which will be very handy on the next boss fight and another boss, or a couple other fights a little bit later on in the run.
Whoa, check this place out.
Yeah, it looks like the game's evening out the RNG a little bit. Plexa had a pretty rough Roppel fight, whereas I believe Quad got it first try. Whereas Plexa breezed through the incomplete Siege 11 Lepus fights, and Quad had to take one retry, so far at least. And yeah, I'm seeing some people wondering, Quad absolutely did have to reset that fight. Incomplete Siege Love is just way too dangerous of a fight post Enrage. And that chain attack would not have killed, so it would have been incredibly risky to try and build up another chain attack and not get a party wipe in the process.
We're coming up to now, Plex is going to be entering the Orion Tunnels, which is where we're going to see the hero quest for Riku and Minana, finally, which I personally, when I played this game casually, I expected them to get them as a hero way earlier, but this is where it actually occurs.
Okay, so Quad's trying his chain attack again. Not gang missing a healer on turn one's not great. Because he really wants to get a healer on turn 2. Otherwise you can't get enough. Because Valdi's healer, he's not going to get the extra TP and he's yeah, so
Mhm.
we'll see what he gets on. Yeah, Valdi, so it should be okay.
Yeah, no chance of any Levnises following us inside.
It should be fine, because Valdi's a Kavesi, so Noah's going to get the extra 5 TP there. 101, exact one more than we needed.
Yeah, so now focus on Plex's side, so
Yeah, he's just entered
first
the
thing
ether mine.
we do is don't go to the elevator straight away. We can get to there's a control mechanism we have to activate as part of the story.
Yeah, I accidentally did this skip as part of my casual playthrough, because I saw there was a side path, and I went, oh, why would I go to the quest? I want to see what sweet loot is over on the side path, and then it turned out that was just where the game wanted me to go anyways. And yeah, Pokes is just going to enter this room here, tag the campsite, and then immediately give up to despawn the Vangs that he would otherwise have to kill, because he doesn't have the room to despawn them. And then that'll just put him right at the campsite that he just tagged. And then now we're able to power up the elevator, and I'm not sure if Plexa goes for the skip. I believe Quad does.
Both of them do. Both of them do it.
Yeah,
should be, provided you hit the right thing, it's fine. Yeah,
Still gotta tag the story marker, but there is a little bit of a skip here that you can just jump down and land on a certain spot at the wall rather than having to take the elevator. That's a little bit faster that way. That's pretty much the extent of the quote-unquote skips that we see in this game, because there's really not a whole lot in terms of actual glitches.
Yeah, there's a few more. There's a couple in the final dungeon. Excellent. Looks like Plexa got it. A couple in the final dungeon, one small one in chapter 4.
So it looks like Quad has finished the Siege Lev fight. With that, I think I am going to hop off for a little while and let somebody else take over commentary, and I will be back a little bit later to continue. So I will see you guys then.
All right, thank you for your commentary.
Isn't this one?
So currently the main story quest wants us to search, I forget what it was that we want to search for, some sort of mineral. But there's 3 special rocks in this area that we're going to examine. And Riku and Minana are going to go, no, this isn't quite it, before we're able to move on. So just despawning a couple of the Vangs, guarding one. He grabbed the first one already. There's an elite guarding it that can sometimes troll you a little bit, but it looks like Plexa didn't have too much issues with that. And then there's one more just on the opposite side of the room up a ladder.
Yeah, so while they're walking around, we've got another commentator that's come in.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hello and welcome.
Yeah. No, I'm Spoonie. I run New Game Plus of this.
I didn't realize how much fun it could be looking
looking for ore. Me neither. I just wish I knew.
And I hope you'll all be having a good time in the marathon.
This is.
Ugh, too good of a time. I got no sleep last night because I was watching this.
Ooh, painful.
I slept a few hours during Xenoblade X, but then I woke up a little bit into DE and I was curious about that speedrun.
Yeah. Alright, Plexer is coming up to like anyway, we're in the Orion Mountain mines now. This area actually has some interesting movement you can do. But some of it is risky.
Yeah, like there was that skip that Plexa did just a minute ago that we were talking about with the elevator skip. There's one more elevator skip that doesn't actually, it saves like something in the single digit of frames, I think, is what quad timed it out to be. So neither quad or Plexa go for that anymore.
Yeah. There's also like the jump over that railing you can do on the banister, but if you miss that, you then fall to your death and you go all the way back to the start of the zone.
Oh yeah, that's a really bad one to miss.
Yeah.
And Plex is just gonna take this campsite here. He's gonna craft the Dispersed Bloodlust gem that with the Wolf skin that we got from the Wolf fight in Chapter 3 with Ethel. And he is also, I believe, gonna rest. Yeah, he's gonna train rather, and hit level 25 for the next boss fight.
Yeah, there's also a change in party composition here. So yeah, I mean, Mary's Cast as Zephyr has been a good tank for a lot of chapters 2 and 3, but there's a lot of bosses that hit really hard physically.
Yeah.
At the end of the chapter, so we've moved lands to heavy guard, and that also gives us back our topple reaction. Which
So we'll be
really
able to
help
disable
lock
bosses
down.
for a few seconds.
Yeah. Which will be very helpful now and more or less for the rest of the run, I think.
So Quad's just
yeah, I believe we keep. Yeah, Quad's on the Lepus fight. I believe we keep heavy guard. Or I believe Plexa keeps heavy guard through to the end of chapter 5, start of chapter 6. I want to say. I forget exactly whose route does exactly what, but I've got their notes with me, so I'll be able to double check that as we get there.
So while you're checking, so we're now upgrading. Plex is now upgrading the soul tree, since the aura orders, the Ouroboros forms do actually have some use for. It's mainly because they have powerful AoE attacks, and this boss spawns a lot of additional ads that can be cleared out fairly quickly by the aura forms.
Yeah, the next boss, Princess Arachnos, starts with an extra 5 mini spiderlings, which is one of the reasons we got that cracked crystal from the container earlier. Because we're just going to immediately go into our Uni Ouroboros and we're able to clear out those ads really quickly and just immediately rack up a massive damage multiplier on, I think it's Noah? No, not Noah. Whoever has the cracked crystal.
Yeah, so this is the spider boss, the Arachnos.
Yeah.
It's fairly low health boss, so the main danger is... don't think it's not dangerous either, so the main thing we want to do is... so we just use Infinity Blade to help clear out the spiders. And
Yeah,
Uni's aura as well.
This used to be a dangerous fight, but just due to better strategies these days, it's not particularly dangerous.
Not great.
Like
Yeah, Nola's a very low HP, so...
yeah. Early on in the routing, we weren't really using Ouroboros very much. Ion's getting dangerously low here, which is a little bit scary.
So Quad just got...
oh, there he goes.
on his...
And that's a retry.
Oh. You don't want to see it, but luckily it's not a super long fight. it's not like Quad's Incomplete Siege Lev, where you had to get to round 3 of the chain attack, realize he didn't get Valdian reset, whereas that's a several minute time loss. This was probably only 30 or 40 seconds.
Kevis could still come back, but
I mean, Quad is the world record holder in this
Yeah,
game, so
yeah.
potential for a comeback is absolutely there.
Yeah, it's not great. I think Nord took too much aggro on white.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we only have one healer who's currently in an Ouroboros. Plex had actually just manually canceled that, it looks like, so he could get Noah back up.
And also for this fight, you get Reiku and Manana as your forced hero. So Reiku and Manana, they do have a breakout, which is actually has some use on this fight, and also
Yeah.
damage over time, and damage length's probably useful as well to clear out another five.
yeah,
So this
that's-
boss has a move called Cocoon, which really reduces damage. So that's when you want to switch off to the spiders.
Yeah, it reduces damage and forces all of your auto attacks to deflect as well, so you can't cancel anything.
Yes, the main aim here is to get Aura 2 or 3 on Noran lands, and then clear everything out with these. Yeah, so that's a Cocoon there, so
yeah, it just spawns in a bunch more ads.
Yeah, in addition, Cocoon also, it makes itself immune to reactions. Because you saw Lands' Ouroboros use its talent art there, which is the full, or not the full, but it's the break topple launch combo. But the words no effect appeared above the boss as he was doing that, meaning that it was just immune to the topple that Lands would have put out there. But it's another low chain attack, or low HP chain attack fight. Just one quick hit, get 200% overkill. It doesn't give a particularly large amount of experience, so we don't need to farm a whole bunch with multiple attacks. Just pick the first order, use Noah's attack, and then get out of there.
So Plexa now has Jon Smith as the hero class, but get rid of them. Get Baldy back.
Yeah, the game, as we alluded to, the game forces Riku and Manana into your party, which is the reason that we only have one healer for that fight. Some other people might have Lands as a War Medic instead, just to get some buffs onto the Union Tyon Ouroboros, as well as just have a second healer available for that fight. But Plexa prefers the second tank just to help manage aggro a little bit better.
yeah, missing overkill on that fight, it's a little, you'll be a little behind on experience, but it's not run ending. Whereas if you miss, say you miss overkill on Lepus or the next fight coming up, that's really bad.
So that first person look at the ground thing to avoid the what side you want to help thing, I didn't know about that until this marathon.
Me neither. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Like, I just conceded that I was always going to get the notification for that skirmish that Plexa just walked through, but yeah, no, it's apparently just that easy to not get it.
I resigned myself to just always hitting the one you go after the Valdi robot fight. Because I just keep accidentally walking into it.
Yep. Yeah, right now, we get discovered by a group of Agnian soldiers, so we're going to be fleeing the mines through the horde of Agnian soldiers, which is a little bit counterintuitive if you think about it, but we'll suspend our disbelief for that. There's no mandatory fights on the way out, just run by, de-aggro everything.
Yeah.
And coming up is that elevator that I mentioned there was a skip for that doesn't really save much time or any time, or the time it saves is so insignificant that it's just not worth going for.
Yeah.
It looks cool, but
yeah. Luckily, unlike the last one, that Quad is nearer to, dying here doesn't make you lose as much time because there's a checkpoint right here.
Yes, that's true. because it's going to despawn all these guards and then head into the elevator, most likely. Unless he wants to show off the skip, but I'm not expecting him to.
No, nope, just going for it.
Yeah.
I hate the waiting part.
They read us like an open book. How?
No time to worry about that now. We need to make the water
Yeah, I should mention also, maybe
gas grenades.
not all of you may have noticed in last fight, but if you do, every time you enter an Ouroboros for the first time, you get an effect depending on whatever class, whether it's an attacker, defender, or healer. So, attacker, you do damage based on what your interlink level is when you enter Ouroboros. A healer, you heal a percentage of your HP based on your interlink level, and defenders will draw additional aggro. Now, the attacker one can be really bad if the AI decides to, you know, when you're near trying to chain as low HP as possible, if you wait too long and the AI decides to activate Ouroboros, then the Ouroboros damage will just end up killing the boss, and you miss overkill.
Thankfully, I haven't had that happen to me, but yeah, that's certainly a possibility. And that was actually a fairly recent discovery. I think Plexo was just reviewing some footage for Princess Arachno, actually, and he was confused when he saw one relatively high damage number. And he was just posting in the Discord, like, what is this number with a screen cap and just a gigantic circle around that number? And that's how I figured that out.
It's mentioned in the tutorial system, but it's not specified how much damage it actually does.
So Plexo is now fighting Colony Lambda, the big robots.
Yeah, that gigantic Pharaonis that every colony has, we're fighting that. This fight used to have a chain. I think it was chained pretty much as soon as it was up. But we've since discovered the power of Noah's Ouroboros. So he's going to build up to Interlink 3 with Noah and Mio. And then as soon as he gets Interlink 3, Interlink the 2, obviously. And then he's going to go through his arts, get Glorious Wing on the talent art, and do that twice, and it's just going to do massive damage to Lambda Pharaonis, and then chain at very low HP just to get a quick handful of overkill. I believe he's going... I don't remember what his Lepus overkill was.
30%. But the important thing here is that there's also reinforcements that spawn, and he wants to get those killed as well, because those give experience and class points. So,
yeah.
And the good thing is Mega Spinning Edge, so Noah's Ouroboros Talent is an AoE that does a lot of damage out. So.
Yes.
Two's normally.
He's going in at level 2. Interesting.
Two's okay.
I don't know if that was on purpose or.
That should kill the.
Our center is level 3. But
this boss cannot be launched or dazed.
No. Can't be toppled though.
Amusingly, but yeah. That's as far as the combo is able to go. But yeah, you said he got 330 on Lepus, so he wants about a 300% overkill on this boss. Or 306, I believe.
Yeah, so one thing we need to really watch out for is Lambda Cannon. So I think if you're too slow, it does pop up, and it can wipe your party if it hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like what actually did. Looks like he did cook food. So.
He did. I missed. Did Plexa do that as well? I didn't pay attention, or I didn't think about that. But yeah, Banana's cooking gives, I believe it's 5% experience and 5% CP for this recipe.
But there goes the Lambda Cannon. But I don't know if you've talked about this yet, but one of the neat things about Ouroboros form is you don't actually take damage, you just build heat instead. So
Yes,
it gives you a
that's-
nice buffer for big attacks.
Yeah, so with properly timed Ouroboros, you can avoid really dangerous attacks like Lambda Cannon. As you can see, it still hit Tyon and Valdi and almost took them out, but everybody else is safe.
This boss is quite bulky, I think. Yeah, Plex is going for another.
Yeah, I'll need to get a little bit in the second round, it looks like.
No Noel back. Yeah, so probably needs to complete the round.
Yeah,
What
according to
side
his
is
notes, he wants 306, so...
And there it goes. 327.
What's coming
Yeah,
up?
you should be
is,
canceling the chain attack right
There we go.
now. Yep.
Yeah, and there's the War Medic acquired on Neo.
And yeah, you can see Quad's got a different setup going into this fight. He, as I mentioned earlier, he's got lands on War Medic instead of Heavy Guard, which in my opinion makes this fight a little bit safer just because you have that extra healer and you're able to provide buffs to really juice up your Uni Ouroboros. But over on Plex's side, we've got...
Some blink and you miss it menuing.
Yeah, some menuing, and we've also got one of the historically most annoying bosses. It's not quite so bad anymore, but this boss was probably the first real, like, really big roadblock when it came to early routing, just because his arts just do so much damage. They're AoE, he can daze you, he can put bleeds on you, he's got so much HP.
And also, I think the original route used a regular chain, and you don't have any really good chain heroes because this boss isn't a machine, so no, Valdi is not great. And
Yeah, we used to use a regular chain here, and one of the big things... actually, before we get onto that, we've also unlocked the Ouroboros for the Agnes characters as well. As you see, he's currently leveling up Tyon's, grabbing some key nodes, and he's also leveling up Senna's. Senna's Ouroboros is actually, I believe, just used on this fight. What he's going to do is he's going to build up a level 3 interlink with Lands and Senna, and he's going to do something called an Ouroboros chain attack, where if you are controlling a level 3 Ouroboros and chain, rather than do a normal chain with picking each character up to however many rounds, you start with a much higher multiplier of 300%, and you get an Ouroboros order where it's attuned to every class and both factions, so everybody gets the free bonus 15 TP, and it, rather than whatever that character's class is doing their attack at the end of the round, you'll get an extra powerful Ouroboros or attack where both forms of the Ouroboros will do a very powerful attack.
And there's two ways to get the Ouroboros order. You can either do both members of an Ouroboros pair in a normal chain attack, or get them to level 3 at the start. The benefit of level 3 at the start is you're guaranteed to get it, and you'll also get 2 Ouroboros orders instead of just 1.
Yeah, and in addition, it's only a 2-round chain attack, starting at a much higher multiplier, so depending on how much damage you need, it can just be a lot faster to get that level 3 and then do a chain. And here Jay's doing a particularly nasty attack called Ruin Marionette, which I thought he was going to interlink everybody, but...
Also notice that you can switch Ouroboros pairs while they're in. So we rapidly switch between. So Tyon has an attack that does the damage on the first. I think it's the first frame that the attack comes
first
up.
frame.
Immediately switch back to Uni, use her AoE, switch back to Tyon, and yeah, keep repeating that.
Yeah, and
So
here we
here-
go. We got the
Hang
rank
on,
3
or-
Senna lands Ouroboros, so we're just going to use a few arts. I believe he's going to go for the launch. Lands his talent art there.
Break,
There we go. We
topple,
got it.
Launch.
Get
Power
Glorious Wing from Noah, and then switch back to lands once we get the power charge.
And chain.
And there we go. And the nice thing about this is Senna's Ouroboros has a skill that you can learn where I believe it's Senna, not lands, where it does increased damage to enemies that are taking a combo. So break, topple, launch, or daze. And as we can see, the enemy is launched, which already increases our damage by 25%, and then that's just further increased by Senna's passive skill.
Yeah. It's a lovely passive.
Oh, yeah.
So we have lands as our first.
Yeah, lands as Zoro, and then they'll each do a couple of attacks that are a lot weaker. And then now we get Senna's Ouroboros, which will... Nice chunk of damage.
Yeah, and now you do it again.
Yep.
And we have power charge on every one of our attackers.
A little confused why he finished with Riku instead of Noah there. When Noah had a
Yeah.
power charge, it should have hit harder, but... Oh well.
But then again, killing Yorin with just a hammer swing is nice, so
Yeah, it's important to get the kill by the.
Yeah. You gotta get the disrespect hit.
Yeah, we're still getting some solid overkill. He wants at least 300, 287. It's close enough. Hopefully he should still be fine. He might
Probably
go for some
no
slightly
thing
higher
that's a little
overkills
better
later
now.
on. Yeah, Noah would have been better. The heroes, they don't have access to master arts. So, and you can't change their accessories. So, even if you're using the same arts on them, just due to those two things, they're going to be doing a lot less damage than than the main characters.
Okay, so on quad side is coming up to the Lambda Furnace fight.
Oh,
So, as it turns out, everyone in Conley Lambda has been knocked out.
yeah. I guess a bit of history on Console J is, he is Yorin, who is a former friend of the Kevis party members, so Noah, Uni, and Lands,
Yeah.
who they thought they lost in an attack. I don't remember exactly how long ago, but a while ago.
I think they were second term.
That sounds about right. And then he was reborn as Mobius.
It's just a distant dream of mine.
Which, have we explained Mobius?
But if we can
Um,
just reach out to each other,
maybe.
even a little, we can tease out those delicate shapes.
I missed some of the early commentary, so I
Yeah.
don't know if you guys explained Mobius before
Until
I joined or not. But Mobius are the consuls in Mobius. They're essentially who controls the colonies. Each colony is assigned one Mobius, who kind of
Just tell them who to fight and when.
relays instructions to the colony leader. So Mobius K was the one for Colony 4, who would have been relaying instructions to Ethel for where to go, who they're fighting, etc., etc.
Yeah. And the big twist is that both sides of the army have the exact same consoles. So the war is just being played against themselves.
Yeah, for reasons we don't quite understand yet.
Yeah.
But
It's some kind of giant elaborate chess match.
What's wrong, Commander?
We had time to watch all the cutscenes we would explain. So
Yeah.
over on Plex's side here, we just picked up Isard, who... That's it, we've got Isard now.
Yeah.
You just go up, talk to him, stop by this container because it's got 5 silver coins and is right next to Isard. He wants us to rescue some of his Agnes soldiers that are within the Orion mines right now. We say, yep, absolutely, we'll do that.
We'll get round to that, but we need to
go
go quickly
the-
do some stuff first.
We go right by the entrance to the Orion tunnels, and
We
say,
just
"Oh, yeah, that's
keep
where
going.
that's where Isard wanted us to go." So,
Yeah.
anyways, there's a big dragon over here. Yeah, looks like Quad's having a much cleaner Colony Lambda fight, so
Ooh,
I
yeah.
assume he must have gotten an Interlink 3 Noah Ouroboros, which just does quite a bit more damage than Interlink 2.
I should
Yeah,
also
so
mention that post console J, we unlock a feature called Soul Link, so we can take one skill from each Ouroboros. Each Ouroboros partner can take one skill from the other. So the main thing that we do take a little extra damage on Noah's Ouroboros. The main thing we want is there's a skill that increases damage per buff, 30% up to a maximum of 500% that Uni has. We pass that on to Tyon.
Yeah, and that's going to make our Yunnan switch spamming just that much more efficient, because now it's not just Uni that's going to get the massive damage buff, Tyon's also going to get the massive damage buff, and his art that we use also has a much higher base multiplier than Uni's, so it's just absolutely going to magnify our damage, which will be very useful in the next area coming up.
Oh yeah.
And we have Quad moving on to Console J over there, and
Yeah,
Plexa is about to approach a boss
The
that
the most lore important boss.
it took everybody off guard the first time they saw
Yeah.
it. I remember looking through the Discord and the casual channel, and I just saw someone post a picture of this boss. It's just like, huh? Where did this guy come from?
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
you'll
it
see
Has
momentarily. as Plexa
huge
runs the
story
corner.
implications. I hope he gets elaborated in the DLC.
Yeah, so here we have the Umber Dragu.
Yeah.
And this fight is kind of meant as, the cutscenes surrounding this fight kind of introduce us to the fact that interlinking is temporary, and that we have a time limit, so we can't just interlink forever. Whereas, mechanic-wise, we already knew that because of the heat
Yeah.
meter, but I guess story-wise, we weren't quite so sure. And this boss is an absolute joke.
Yeah. Story-wise, everyone's just been dipping in and out of Interlink all the time.
Yeah. But this boss, he doesn't particularly do a lot of damage. He doesn't have a ton of HP. I'm a little confused as to the genuine mechanics purpose outside of the story reasons for teaching us about the temporary interlink, but even before we discovered the strat that Plex is going to use here, which is just build up a rank 3 interlink with Union Tyon and then do a Ouroboros chain. Even before we discovered that strat, it was still just a complete joke with a normal chain. You'd chain as soon as it was up, as soon as it was up, and you get the kill every time.
Yeah.
Also, we mentioned we recruited Isard, but we didn't talk about why we recruited Isard or what he does. So his order bonus is very similar to... It's a combination of Union Tyons, where it reduces both physical and ether defense, although not by quite as much as either of them reduce their respective defenses, but it does it to both. And his heroic link, whatever it's called, when you use him in a round, if he's used to finish the round, that round will always get a bravo and be treated as if you got 150% or 150 TP. So you'll always get 2 characters back. You will always get the medium damage bonus.
Yeah, it's nice for ending the first round with him. Because it's just an easy way to get a quick bravo.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Plexus feed's going through a bit of
Yeah.
choppiness, but we can still mostly tell what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we very quickly built up the rank 3 Union Tie and Ouroboros here. And that skill we mentioned where Union Town get extra damage based on the number of buffs on the party, that applies in chain attacks too.
Oh, yeah.
So when you get their Ouroboros order, you apply a whole bunch of buffs and attack, and then you
but
you can
Plexler
see
is clearly
exactly
going. Plexler is going too fast for the frames.
Yeah. You can see exactly how powerful this is. Well,
yeah.
Hopefully you can.
Yeah, this boss we really want a lot of. The reason we do, or we complete this round, is we want a lot of overkill on this because we're a little behind on. We want to have our next benchmark is hitting level 30.
Yeah, and Plexo was just a little bit behind. And as well, in addition to everything we mentioned for Isard earlier, he has an art that's just a buff to everybody, so it's very useful for these Ouroboros chain attacks as well.
I think Quad's got the overkill, and I think we get.
Yeah, I think the dragon's dead.
I think you should get around 300.
We might have missed exactly how much overkill Plexo got, but I promise you it was a lot. Yeah, it's getting nice overkill on console J, 307.
Yeah.
It's quite good. Yeah, after that we can see there's about a 10-minute difference there. So Plexus still maintaining that lead.
Yeah, yeah.
That's mainly going to be due to Quad having to retry the Doric or incomplete Siege Lev fight.
Yeah.
We refer to it as Doric because of a late game side quest, but the boss itself is called Incomplete Siege Lev.
Yeah, Plexus still getting some difficulty on my end, it looks like.
Yeah, I think that's on everybody's, but
Yeah.
I did see Plexo manage to hit level 30, which is very important because that means he's unlocked the second accessory slot.
We'll have to climb up here to
So now every character is able to equip 2 accessories.
Yeah. Did you know you have 2 wrists to put wristbands on?
We're about to grow a 3rd wrist later in the run, at level 50. Yeah, Plexus aggro in the UM as he's running through here, but it's not a big deal. And as with every other Xenoblade game, grabbing vines de-aggroes everything.
Yeah. There, Plexus was just on the way to go see Kitty Archer. I think.
Potentially.
It's a long walk.
Actually, just going to restart my feed for Plexa and see if
Yeah.
that... On the Twitch stream, it looks like Bowie's got a clear feed of Plexus, so hopefully that means that everything should have worked itself out by now.
Yeah, I'm just also going to open and close Plexa. Ah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Bowie.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's actually some. If you dash, if swimming is slow, but if you engage in combat with an enemy and dash, then it's actually fast. You move a lot faster through the water. So there's there's a fair amount of water there. So
Should be reaching Mac the Wildwood soon. hear it's tough going inside. We'd best be on the lookout.
I can't seem to get Plexus feedback up at the moment, so I'm just going to
Um,
commentate off
yeah.
of the Twitch stream for,
Okay.
for the time
Plexus
being.
kind of back up for me. Plexus just past the old camp, is heading into the Wildwood proper.
Where better to monitor the battle?
You line 'em up, I'll knock 'em down.
Trick menu.
Multi-blast!
Yeah, maybe change a couple classes around, get most of the party their second accessories at least. So the next fight coming up is the Juniper fight, which used to be an absolute pain with some of the older strategies because of the fact that they spawn with 4 ads guarding them. And oh, I've Plexus feet again. Perfect. And fights against multiple enemies in this game can really be a pain just due to the fact that your healers are so likely to take aggro just as they're healing, because it's hard for tanks to hit everybody, especially if they're spread out a little bit. So a lot of people had trouble with this fight casually, and in early routing, it was just trying to figure out a way to survive long enough to slowly take out each of the guards. But as we've hopefully driven home this last little bit, Union Tyon Ouroboros, very, very powerful.
Big cleaves.
So we have Tyon on War Medic. We're just gonna start, immediately swap to Tyon, drop out. We've got 2 buff arts, drop out both of those. And enter an Ouroboros. We're also entering Noah's Ouroboros just to get just to have the AI use Glorious Swing and give us some power charges. And then we're just going to focus on Juniper, and while we're focusing them down, the AoE from Union Tyon's arts is just going to slowly...
Yeah, you can see it.
quickly obliterate
up to 3.
the rest of the ads. And yeah, you really see the power here.
Yeah.
And one thing that was alluded to earlier in the commentary that we forgot to mention during the Console J fight is one of the settings that was set before the run start was the interlink setting. And that its default is, I can't remember which one is which. Its default is to let the AI manually, or the AI automatically take care of it.
Yeah,
where they'll interlink at either 2 or 3, and or when somebody's really low. Yeah, I know the default is auto. I just couldn't remember whether it was player or party was what it was called. But we set it to the other one so that starting with the Console J fight, which is when it unlocks, we get this menu here that we can see on Plexus screen, or that we briefly saw on Plexus screen, where we can manually control everybody's interlink, even if we're not controlling them, as well as check what level they are, which is useful for some fights if we would rather be controlling someone else but also want a certain pair to get their interlink up.
And that's Juniper defeated.
Yeah, so we're doing another skip here, so we're doing the Ladder and Vine Xenoblade tech.
Yeah. So if you grab that ladder, you just go right into the cutscene, because that's close enough to the trigger and it just moves you up.
Yeah, nifty little trick there. Can't remember who discovered that, but saves a good chunk of time because you have to otherwise slowly walk down a ramp and like spiral down a little bit. Not
I
that
remember
slowly, but
in between that there was you could just drop all the way down the ramp because it's not far enough to kill you. But then you'd have to walk over to the trigger.
Yeah, you need to walk a little bit ways on both the top and the bottom, so
gravity is faster than walking.
Absolutely.
Also, I should have mentioned there's another skill that's relevant on Tyon, which is Shared Curse, where every debuff that the enemy has in total increases damage. And it's useful since a lot of enemies in the early parts of this chapter don't have a lot of debuff resist, so it's just more damage. Even more damage. And we do share it with Uni, at least for the first part.
Yeah,
So
shared curse,
it's
the exact opposite of shared blessing.
more trash, which we just roll Uni tie on.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, exact same strategy. We're gonna be seeing this exact strategy used for a couple of fights.
Just spin to win, then explode.
And
yeah,
rinse
the
and
only
repeat.
danger really here is that Tyon's attack knocks back the Rhinans. We don't want to knock them too far away from each other if possible.
Yeah, and you may notice that Plexa has Juniper as his hero here. The game forces them to be your hero for just this fight specifically, because this is their hero unlock or their class unlock class.
Yeah. I like Juniper as a character, but their class is just not very useful.
It is actually used in, we do use Stalker at some point, though not for the reasons you might expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have Noah on Stalker for a little while, and then we will have somebody else on Stalker later in the run.
Yeah.
Briefly.
Guillaume's okay. He's still.
That's another fight that was just an absolute pain before the Yunnan strats, but Yunnan is just so powerful it completely trivializes that fight.
Also got an item called the Art of Flow, so if you recall in Xenoblade 2 where there's arts cancelling abilities, so you can cancel an art into another art, you can also start doing it from this fight onwards. And that's actually quite important.
Yeah, it makes all your arts cancel just like Xenoblade 2. Or just like Xenoblade 2 once you get that. I forget what it's called, but...
And Plexa also just unlocked the ability to use zip lines.
Yeah, so you may have casually noticed some of these zip lines hanging around. Obviously, you see Plexa on one right now.
Yeah.
Similar to the purple vines next to Valdi, we had to cross them, but mechanically we weren't able to, and the Juniper quest unlocks the ability to use those for us.
Yeah, I think there's about 3 or 4 more times that it's like blocks our way.
There's another couple in this zone.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch in the next zone.
Yeah.
So we've got another mech here.
I'm just counting all the ones in the next zone as like one big chunk of them.
Yeah, 'cause there's like 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the reason... Or no, we can talk about this fight first.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so this fight is about a mysterious robot that pops up close once you defeat it. There's not a whole lot to it if I remember. So do you have anything to add about it?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to kill it, you just have to get it to 70%, 60%, 50%, I don't remember. Some amount.
I think it
And
was
then
about 60.
If you've unlocked all the classes casually, you may recognize who this is.
Yeah.
So as I was about to mention before that fight, the reason we unlock Stalker, there's a couple reasons. One of its arts will be very useful on the final boss, as well as it's an Agnes attacking class that does more damage than Ogre, so we're able to put Noah on it and use the power charge art that he got access to from hitting rank 10 on Flash Fencer, as well as its master skill for hitting rank 5 is evasion expertise, which gives the character a 35% chance to evade ranged attacks. So we'll be unlocking that on 2 of the characters, Noah and Senna, which will also just provide another layer of safety for the final boss.
Yeah.
No one can fight on
And this cutscene that Plex is about to be skipping here, I absolutely love it. Because you wake up, you realize that somebody stole your food. Lens and Manana are just yelling at each other in the background while everyone else is discussing it the whole time. It is so funny, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then you realize some Turkin stole it.
Yeah, so
Oh yeah, Senna audibly just says gasp, doesn't she?
Yep.
So Izzard actually has an ability that gives 70 or 80% chance to give attack up on if you.
I believe it's 80. But yeah, you see everyone has the attack up here, the attack up buff here. Yeah, it's because of Izzard.
We need to kill these 3 androids. Anything else we don't need to.
Yeah, in order to replenish our food supplies, we need to kill some Anludes for their meat.
And then go grab some mushrooms.
Yeah, Plexa had a Rogel join in the fight, but as Tasmania just said, don't need to kill it. Just focus on the Anludes, and if the Rogel dies, tiny bit of extra experience. If not, whatever.
Hey, we still need a whole bunch more food stuff.
Yeah, if you go over at Quad's feed, you can see him on the Juniper fight. He's just going to do the same thing, Unitie and Ouroboros, and just absolutely obliterate.
I think there's more food for. Well, let's go find it.
Shall we deal with this?
Already gone all the ads down on Quad, just focusing down Juniper. Plexa is done for the quest. And just massing the menu until you get skip travel.
Ingredients. Looks tasty.
Oh, I always just gave up at this point, but I guess skip travel works as well.
Yeah.
It's probably a tiny bit faster, but
So got a bit more walking until there's actually one cutscene that's
Yeah. The skip travel puts you right in the trigger.
How about it? Shall we take it on?
I guess there is quite a bit of emotional weight in that cutscene at the next part. Yeah, so Nora and Mio end up trading fights there.
Yeah. I think a lot of the audio from the cutscene Plexa was heading to was in the second trailer. Because a lot of the lines are very good out of context. And like raise questions.
yeah, it's been quite a while since I've watched the trailers, so
Yeah.
I actually planned on rewatching them at some point with the context of the game.
Yeah.
But I just haven't gotten around to that.
And Quadro is still a bit behind. But if Plexa has to reset on like in the upcoming boss gauntlet, Quad could catch up.
Yeah, luckily most of the fights here, I believe, are fairly consistent. There's a couple chain attacks where we will need a hero order, but we have ways to manipulate it a little bit to give us slightly higher than the 89% chance that Lepus and Incomplete Siege Love gave us.
So recall that we only see chain orders if a character is not KO'd, so...
Oh yeah.
This will be essential for the next 2 bosses. I don't like, from a personal standpoint, I don't like the strategies, but it's much more reliable, so I do them anyway.
You don't like doing them, or you don't like the name of them?
I don't like them from a personal standpoint, but...
Yeah, well...
but from a speed perspective, it's much more reliable.
Everyone got their strength back?
Yeah, I think it's there's 2 boss fights coming up. The first one will
First
be
one.
using something that looks fairly reasonable. Second one, not so much.
Yeah.
At least casually.
Yeah, and so in terms of kind of unfortunate things that have happened to either runner, yeah, as Bowie pointed out, as Bowie in the chat has pointed out, the only bad thing that's happened to Plexa, the only really bad thing that's happened to Plexa was the Roppel. The Colony Lambda fight could have been a little bit better on his part, but that wasn't a major time loss. And on quad side, he did miss the hero chain or the hero order in the incomplete siege lev chain attacks, and so we had to retry that fight and lost a few minutes to that.
Look over there. You think you're all that, do ya?
So do you recall Ethel that we saw earlier in game?
Yeah, she went on a quick work retreat.
Here we are then.
And now she's going to show up with her new boyfriend.
So much to see, huh?
So it's an Ethel and Kamaravi fight. So they're 2 rivals. So Ethel being from Kevas and Kamaravi being from Agnes. So our job here is really to have Lance tank Ethel and Neo tank and evade the Kamaravi's dangerous attacks here.
Yeah.
And we want to build up interlink on Neo and Unitime helps as well, but mainly Neo wants. Actually, you need both to build up. So
Yeah, build up an Erlink on both of those, as well as our chain leader. We're currently primarily focusing our attacks onto Kamaravi's Varonis, mainly just because we're controlling the tank, and Kamaravi is a lot more dangerous than Ethel, as he's got the AoE attacks, whereas Ethel can only really harm a single person at a time, and he can inflict burn.
Yeah, casually I only got through this by focusing Kamaravi down first. Ethel is
also,
much
there's a really
easier to clean up.
that launches, and then
Yeah.
so Kamaravi has a launch. It's a Steel of Divine Fire, but Ethel has a smash ability.
Oh.
Flashback also has it, and if you
Oh, no.
Ooh.
That is really bad for Plexa. Yeah, he's going to have to retry. Unfortunately, both of his healers went down, so due to the revive changes in this game, that means that
Yeah.
he's unable to revive anymore.
yeah, so if you get smashed by Ethel in the mid, well, the smash actually.
If
does
you get
AoE.
smashed by Ethel, you're lucky.
Well, unless it lands in the middle of your party
Yeah.
and TPK'd.
Yeah, because in addition to Smash doing a very large amount of damage to the target, it also radiates a portion of the Smash damage to everything near where the target landed.
Yeah, so that's a Seal of Divine Fire that you really want to avoid with Mary.
Ooh, there's goes his sword.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit spooky for Plexa. Lands is low, but he's almost got that chain attack built up. Actually, does he do that anymore?
I think he's going IL3 just faster on the chain. It is a backup if you have all the right, so
Okay, I just couldn't remember he does chain Ethel, but it looks like he does
So
that
the instinct
after
3 allows you to
Interlink
take out
3.
Kamarapi fairly quickly, and also deal quite a lot of AoE damage as well. If Ethel's in a good position. He's got instinct 3 on this, so look to take out Kamarapi and then...
Alright, let's Kamarapi down.
Yeah, and we also took an important ability on Noah's Ouroboros called Opportunity and Crisis, which increases the damage that his Ouroboros deals the higher the heat meter is. So basically the later into your Ouroboros you use your Talon Art, it's going to hit a lot harder.
Yeah, so Ethel's Boros takes a lot of extra damage from Aether-based attacks, and Uni and Time both have Aether-based aura attacks, so goes down. Yep, so that's already an overkill. Looks gets.
That's.
I thought it wants some extra XP off that.
Yeah.
So that looks like a fight, but looks like a reasonable strategy there. Next fight's going to be a little different. So Plex is going to do some shuffling around.
Yeah, pay very close attention to Plex's feed this next fight. It's going to get interesting. So he's going to retry to rearrange some classes, namely Lands is going to be go from a tank to a war medic, and he's also going to put Senna on Yumsmith just to get her some levels on that class.
Yeah, and also we do want to fuse the Rapid Shot. Rapid Shot's very slow, but does a lot of damage in chain because it has a high multiplier. And we want to take that with Inthorn.
Yeah, and it does bonus damage from the side, and I missed if you mentioned this earlier, but in a chain attack, all of your position-based arts are always... You always get the bonus in a chain attack.
So this looks fairly standard Neo tanking, and we do actually want to do this. So.
Yeah, we want her to tank for a little bit. However, this strat has a funny name that we like to call Early Chapter 5, which you'll understand once we get to our chain attack. We just ideally want Mio to survive until then. She can die before. It's not a massive deal. But it's just a little bit cleaner if she doesn't. Yeah, so our chain attack is almost built up. So what we're going to do in a second is we're just going to... Yeah, here we go. We're going to set follow leader so our healers stop healing.
Mayo!
Oh, okay, good. She still took the last hit. And we chained with the dead Mio. Now remember what we said. Dead characters can't participate in chain attacks. That also means you can't get their order bonus. Or their order. Which just removes a character from the pool, but we still have the same 3 rounds plus the hero. And additionally, if you select 2 characters from the same Ouroboros pair, you'll get their Ouroboros order. So this raises the odds from 89% to get the hero to 95% to get the hero. And I forget what the odds were to hit the Unition pairing with everyone alive, but it raises it to 100%.
Yeah.
With one dead character.
Yes, now you know why the stat is called Early Chapter 5.
Yeah, I believe it's if you have everyone not KO'd, it's 75% that you can complete the anytime or repair.
Okay, so 75% times, we'll call it 90% for the heroes. You have a 67.5% chance to succeed the chain attack. So that's about 2/3, which while that's pretty good, wasn't quite good enough. And so Quad actually discovered this strat not on this boss, but for the next boss, because we had a strategy for this boss that just ended up being slower than this strat. But the next boss, we just could not find a consistent kill with the chain attack. And thankfully we discovered this, which just... it alleviated so many of our worries.
You can look, Plexa has the Ouroboros Order now.
Yeah, and he's just going to drop some buffs. Get the amazing by finishing with Noah, and take a look at the health bar.
Look at that, Nisa.
Yeah, 2 hits of that should... yeah, 1263, that's definitely enough.
And there goes P&O.
Yeah, the good thing about that chain is also works if one of Lands or Senna KO'd. You can also do that chain. So
Yeah,
Mio's more likely to have aggro on that.
Yeah, it works with several characters potentially dead. You just need Noah, Unitaion, and your hero.
Think back on quad size, got the Aura 3s.
Ooh,
so
he got launched.
should be able to...
Uh-oh.
yeah. I mean, should be able to
I mean, it's
recover,
not that, it's not that
Yeah.
dangerous.
Aura 3.
Yeah, Mio's gonna die, but Tion's
Yeah.
gonna get her right back up, and then he's just gonna interlink everybody and demolish Kamaravi. And so back to Plex's feed over here. After he reaches this next story marker, rather than continue on with where the game wants him to go, he's gonna turn around and go 40 feet to the left.
Yeah, and meet the best character.
Yeah. It is absolutely crazy how much power they packed into this one hero that Plex is about to pick up. Like, absolutely absurd. First off, she has a launch art, which will be especially useful with a class that we're going to unlock in Chapter 5. And also, we don't have to complete the fight. We just approach her, give up the fight, but because she's already joined our party for the fight, she'll stay with us now.
Yeah.
So it's got a launch art. And then her heroic order is similar to Isard's, where if Isard finishes the round, he will guarantee that that round gets a Bravo. Well, if Ashira finishes the round, it will guarantee that it gets an amazing, so 200% return 3 characters. With the one caveat that Ashira can no longer ever be returned for the rest of the chain attack, which isn't too much of a concern because you can just use that first amazing round to build up everyone's TP, and now you're suddenly able to get these really large chain attack or these really large TPs. And then additionally, her order bonus is completely absurd. It increases the damage ratio by a significant amount. I think it starts at 125% and goes all the way up to... At level 80, it's 200%, but we don't get that high in the run. It'll be 175%. And it grants power charge to every member of the party.
Yeah, it is really big.
She is just absolutely incredible.
Even in New Game Plus runs, I'll usually just put Ashira on as the hero when I need to change the one the story gives you.
So quad's on OP, so...
Yeah, we'll see how his early Chapter 5 strat goes. Spoiler alert, it's probably going to go very well. He's got his chain meter built up, so he's just going to let Mio die here.
there's the Mio Death.
There we go. Now we're just looking for Isard, which again, 95%.
First.
There we go.
Yeah.
Quads won the fight. Like, I just really can't emphasize how much of a consistency boost this is. Because, like, 89% to see a hero, yeah, that's only 1 in 10 that you're not going to see the hero. But that happens quite a bit.
Yeah.
If you do enough runs. And the fact that we've gotten that down to there's only 2 chain attacks in the entire game now where we need to see that 89% hero is absolutely incredible.
I think the 3 and 4 chance is probably the more significant for the...
Yeah, and as well as the 75% increasing to 100%.
Yes, you might be wondering why we do go out of the way for a shear, apart from the...
Yeah, the great chain. Aside from the chain attack, the 2 chain attack things launch out. What other reasons do we go out the way to get a Shura?
Yeah, and also Ether doesn't quite reach. You can get 1400 with the Shira normally. Ether you can only get 1200 to 1300 if you really focus, and it does actually make a difference on the next boss.
Yeah, by using a Shira for the next boss, we're actually able to skip a level up. Quad used to do this fight at 30, I want to say 38 or 39, but you see the level he's at now, that's exactly, Plexa, you see the level Plex is at now, that's exactly the level he's going to go into the next fight at. And Ashira just allows us to guarantee we have the damage.
We're going to pick up there's an item shop on the way to our next destination.
Yeah, just a small little knock-on campsite in the middle of the open sky. Don't know who they're selling to.
And for some reason...
So...
Yeah, very nice OP from Quad. For some reason, these Nopons just have the best purchasable accessory in the game.
There's plenty of black fog. How come the annihilation thing ain't happening?
I couldn't begin to guess, but I'd say the castle...
We will see Plexa pick up momentarily.
Let's use this spot to rest.
I suppose I should try and be thrifty.
So, recovers 9% art on revive is what that does.
Yeah, 90% art on a revive. It's ridiculous. You give it to your healers, and it just makes fights so much safer. Especially this next fight, since it refunds such a significant portion of your art's cooldown, it allows you to spam so many more arts, and spamming more arts leads to faster chain attack buildup, which is useful for the entire run.
Yeah. As you can see, Quad also picking up a server.
Sure, yeah. Not too far behind anymore.
No.
Unfortunately, the Ethel and Kamaravi retry really hurt Plexa, but he's still holding on to that ever so slight lead.
Yeah. But the gap is closing.
I think we could slide down that thing. And off we go!
Sweet, let's poke around.
And so after the Ethel and Kamaravi fight, trying to remember the exact story reason for everything.
Okay. Castle Kevis has a giant cannon aimed at Colony 4? I think it is.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, so we're going into the castle to blow up that big cannon, so Borealis will be safe.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So the way we get into the castle is, unfortunately, Plex's feed is having some more issues again, but you can slightly see some storage containers. We're gonna stow inside those storage containers, and then the mechs will carry them into the castle.
It's a sneaking mission, on-site procurement. The route inside the castle has changed quite a bit from the first run as well.
Yeah, so originally we took the right side because there was a container that had 5 silver coins in it. And in no DLC, I imagine you'd still probably go that way. Tasmania, you...
I think I went away last run. I still need to check the coin count out, but
Yeah, because the DLC gives you 30 free silver coins, you can cut out so many chests. And it turns out that just due to the layout of this ground floor here, it's a lot easier, or not a lot, it's a little bit quicker to just take the left route around because you don't need those extra coins anymore.
Yeah, Plexo's dream is down for me. Hang on.
Yeah, it's intermittently coming back, but probably a bit behind on where Plexa actually is right now. But Plexa entered the second floor of the castle and immediately gave up, which just resets the cycle. Oh, there we go, we're back. Yeah, which resets the cycle for all of the enemies in here, which will be important for this first bridge here. He's just going to activate this elevator. Then he's going to tag the campsite just for a bit of extra bonus experience.
Okay, I've got Plexa back. Oh, he's in the corridor.
Oh, he's in the corridor.
Yeah, so those...
Oh yeah, I might need to refresh.
Yeah. Those 3 enemies in the corridor, you have to fight them. They won't de-aggro by the time you get to the other end.
They're technically possible to de-aggro, but it's incredibly inconsistent.
Yeah. It's... The third floor of the castle also had its route changed. We used to go on the right side of it. I think we now go on the left. At least in New Game Plus. I don't know if that's true in New Game.
By third floor, you mean the one right before you go outside?
Yeah.
Yes, so... I forget who discovered it, but there's a... You can do a very funky jump to skip 2 elites that otherwise seem impossible to avoid. And we'll see Plexa do that.
Yeah.
In a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it used to be you have to fight like 2 unique enemies that are just in front of a little ramp. And if you fight them, you'd usually also aggro their friends. But someone discovered you can just kind of just jump over the ledge behind them and they won't notice you. Keva's helmet was really cut off your peripheral vision.
Oh, we'll get some truly blind enemies a little bit later on.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple during an optional quest that we do in Chapter 5, and then some more during a main quest that we do in Chapter 5.
Yeah.
What should we get?
Yeah, Plexa's just about to take the elevator up to this room here. So originally we thought you'd have to like go around the right and then fight the elites originally, and then we found out that you can de-aggro the unique monsters on the left side and then run past them and then just fight the 2 elites. And then we discovered that there was a jump that you could just do to skip those 2 elites, and now we don't have to fight any enemies in this room.
Yeah, in New Game Plus, you can just kind of walk behind the unique monster, but with New Game Aggro, you'd want to just do this instead.
Yeah, because New Game Plus, you have all the aggro reduction radius stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So here's the little jump. Ooh. Having a bit of trouble with it seems.
It's a little
There we go. There it is. Yeah.
And there's another convenient chest here which has.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Even with all that time, that is still a time save.
Yeah, because those 2 mobs are not quick to fight whatsoever.
I think I had.
Yeah.
Yeah, took over a minute to take them out. Even with Unition, and you risk aggroing all of
Just the whole room.
Yeah.
And you notice we didn't level up, so next bosses are level 42.
So that's the big cannon that's aimed at Borealis. Just him.
We like Borealis, so
yeah. So we want to not have a big cannon aimed at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also changed Senna to Zephyr, but without doing any special building for it.
Yeah, and the reason for that is, like we mentioned earlier, this strategy works with either Mio, Lands, or Senna dead, and we don't need the extra damage from Senna being a Yum Smith.
You want Lands for this, I think, because of the buffs. You still want Lands. Yes, the first thing you want to do is cast Cure Bullet out of the block. The boss has otherwise inflicts debuff on everyone, which just kills the body.
Yeah, the boss always opens up with Doom Rain, which does some damage and inflicts burning.
Yeah, so you'll note Mysterious Enemy's name has changed because we now know both of his names.
Yeah, this is.
Here, so that just recharges our arts by a lot.
Yeah, when we fought this in Chapter 1, it was half of this boss. It was just Mobius D as Mysterious Enemy, and then Mobius immediately after. And right now, he is interlinked with Yorin, or Consul J, and is now Mobius J, or Mobius D and J.
So revives also build up chain attack, and there's a nasty attack called Chaos Arch, which we want to stay out of the way. Yep. So there's the chain start again.
I'll do my best.
So we're going to see
we've got another early chapter 5.
Yeah, and Mio's the one that died, so it's a true early Chapter 5.
So we just need an extra defender, so me or Senna to make this change.
Right in the kneecap from Tyon.
And we're going to say Yashira's heroic order for and an actual hero.
Yeah, 125% and power charge.
Oh, and it looks like I might have been mistaken. Chapter 1 might be both. Might already be
J. I think it is both of them. Because in the cutscene afterwards, both of them pop out.
That's the amazing and also plus 125 in addition to amazing, which is plus 75 to 150. Yeah, so there's a rapid shot, hidden thorn fusion. That helps. So Stalker also has a belly that increases damage when the enemy has blade on them. It's not strictly required to have it on, but it's nice for the extra damage.
A surprise attack. Cute. Come on in.
Alright, so Plex is going into the Ouroboros again.
I hate the waiting part.
Getting retire and grab design.
Yeah, and as you see, we're already at
And you can see no
1100 going into this.
Yes, 124, so will be big damage from him. And just using both the healers just to get an even higher damage percent. Because the healers will cap it at 99, so don't go over and finish.
And
Yeah, we get an amazing 1438, just another massive damage bonus.
Yeah, the two should be 2 hits after the overkill. So
And overkill.
hey. But yeah, you really
Nice,
want
307%.
Yeah, so Quad's going through the top floor of Kevis Castle, so he'll be approaching DJ soon. Yeah, now
Yeah,
need to
Quad's doing
go
the jump
escape-
here.
escape route in quotation marks.
What are you hiding? Let's put it away for safekeeping.
Yeah, so Plexler has now saved Borealis and is now trying to get out the castle.
So much to see, huh?
I'll handle this.
Quad isn't far behind.
No, he's certainly closed a lot of that gap. I believe it was, yeah, just under 10 minutes at the end of chapter 3. Now it looks to be down to maybe 3 to 4.
Yeah.
And as Plex is just riding up the elevator here.
You can see Noah just keeps spawning in and falling off.
Wrecking that massive thing is going to be a job and a half. But smash that auto balancer, and the whole thing comes down.
Yeah, we're again going to skip the camp. And we're up to the final boss of chapter 4, which you might recognize if you played Xeno 1.
Or if you were watching the marathon earlier.
Yeah, she was briefly featured in the last run.
Yeah. You know, it's nice they brought back the side characters in a bigger role.
Yeah, so this fight, the strat is going to be just build up Interlink 3 with Union Tyon and chain off of that. If things go horribly wrong, like Union and Tyon both die multiple times, then he can pivot into the early chapter 5 strat that we used previously.
Yeah, goes down Uni. I do like the her outfit as the queen though. You know, it's got that nice kind of Victorian gothy look.
I think there's 6 fusions, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I do really like Mio's outfits in... Or Mio.
Ooh,
Melia's
for a
outfits in
reset.
this game. Oh, both healers died.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
so
is-
quad changed with quad didn't do a safe 5 for
Oh. Well, hopefully Quad's chain still works out.
Yeah.
He got Ashira, so we got the 89%. Now we just need to see the 75%. Oh, and we're not seeing any of them, so we need to see both of them in the next 2 rounds.
Oh, it's a bit risky though. He hasn't done. Quad hasn't done early chapter 5. Everyone's still up. Okay, there's Uni.
Alright, so we got Uni. Now we just need to see Tyon next. Also, one thing we haven't mentioned yet is the Stalker is our first ether-based attacker that we get. So previously, we didn't care for Uni's... Oh, we don't see Tyon. Quad's most likely going to
Oof.
retry the fight.
Yeah, there's the
there we
reset.
go. And then Plexa got his Interlink 3 Ouroboros, so he's just going to blast through the Queen of
Yeah.
Chaos. But as I was saying, we didn't care about Uni's order bonus to decrease ether defense by whatever %. But now that we have the Stalker, we do care about that, because if we get Uni early, that's going to increase Noah's damage for the chain attack by quite a bit.
Yeah.
These bosses do both have 8 defense boost, but the Queen of Cavers is a lot less HP than
Yeah.
DJ, and also you can't overkill Queen of Cavers for story reasons.
Oh yeah, just I think she just goes immune at 1 HP.
Yeah. Oh, Quads. Quad might be looking at a second retry on DJ.
Ooh, yeah, I just looked over. That is
He
gone
got
poorly.
Mio up. Oh, but Mio goes down.
And yeah, there's both.
Plexus
Yeah.
should. I think that should be a. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Plex is good.
Sliver of HP, that's good enough.
I wasn't too worried about him.
You can see Melia's just running around now.
Yeah, she'll run around into the middle of the room, use Ether Barrier, and then the fight will end.
Yeah.
After a little bit, so he's just jumping around.
Okay, so I've been around for a few hours, so I'll pass off to another commentator. I'll try and stick around for the rest of the run, but I'll let someone else have a. Yeah, carry on while I take a bit of a break. I'll still be watching.
We saw one possible answer to those questions.
So I'll pass on now.
Well, thank you for your commentary so
Yeah.
far.
Yeah, thank you.
Not even as a last resort.
It's Evan. I'm going to be taking back over again for a little bit and take you through at least the rest of Chapter 5, and we'll see what happens again after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chapter 5 is going to have a lot of story to cover.
Yeah, a lot of big plot. Because the cast finally achieved their mission of going to the city and learning where babies come from. That's what the whole quest has been about.
Let's see if maybe this works out a little bit better for Quad.
We have Mio dead, so as long as we see Ashira...
And it looks like Plexo is treating us to the cutscene.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that they were both planning on watching this in order to take a little break mid-run.
Ah, of course.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Also,
Nobody
you
told me
have
that makes sense. It is a long run.
Yeah. And also, you do naturally have about 70 seconds to take a break, so if your bathroom is very close to your stream setup, you can quickly run.
Yeah.
and take a quick bathroom break during Mio's dialogue and the following loading screens, and either not lose any time or only lose a couple of seconds.
Yeah, the end of the chapters is when you can very quickly get up, stretch your legs, run to the toilet, get a drink. At
In
least
some cases,
until DLC 4 introduces the ability to skip those.
hopefully. But I think it was even some of the Ouroboros chain order finishers were so long that people were doing that at the same time.
Mio, eh? She that off-seer? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, in the final boss fight of the game, you have ample opportunity for bathroom breaks.
Ah, yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, movie night takes a long time.
It's about 5 straight minutes of chain attacks.
That was awesome. Poor
And
termers. You mopped the floor with
there's
them.
gigantic sections of cutscenes in between each one, so plus the Ouroboros orders take about 20 seconds, so you have quite a bit of free time there.
The commander and console.
At the very least, means we'll get a bit of a show during the speedrun since some of those cutscenes are unskippable.
Yeah.
So get something else to watch.
Hey, fancy a bite?
As far as the actual cutscene that we're watching right now, it's the intro to Chapter 5.
Yeah, it's just how Senna and Mio met.
Yep, going over a little bit of Senna's backstory. I don't know if this is the time to get into debates about Senna's character, but personally, I actually really like Senna as a character.
I like Senna too.
Just doesn't get a ton of focus later on. And I feel like that's part of the point. But once you take the time to actually really look into what it is they're going for with her, I think that they did a really good job.
Yeah, I feel it seems like a lot of people do really enjoy Senna's character, just wish that she did get a little bit more focus, especially in her own Ascension quest.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, because she really does kind of share it with Gondor and Sanaya, that one.
You know
Yeah.
you don't have to do what I do, right?
Alright, well, looks like Quadus finally made it past D&J, so he's heading over to Queen of Kevis right now.
Yeah, he finally managed to get
Come on.
a chain attack where everything
You've nothing to apologize for.
went the way it needed to go.
Okay. Eat what you enjoy. Never stop being you. Okay?
But yeah, I do like Senna's character because even in like the Call Me Zero stuff, you get to see a bit, more of the result of her development.
In this scene right here between her and Lance, I
Yeah.
really like a lot. I don't want to talk over it too much. I think the scene really just speaks for itself. But we'll let it play out here. And after that, we can get into where it is they're headed and what's going to happen next.
I think that should be far enough.
Did I do good out there?
What was that?
Huh? What's that? Did I say something?
I mean, you just said something about doing good or whatever?
Ha! That's funny. Must have just slipped out.
He gets, he's pretending to be carefree. Really, he's a bundle of anxiety.
You seem so lonely.
Huh?
At training?
It's
In camp?
imposter syndrome, I believe,
Yeah.
is the word to use here. And we see a lot of that developing over the next chapter.
She's all alone.
It plays off very well with
That's the way you see it.
Shania, who's a character that we're going to meet a little bit later, who a lot of people like to think of as
Hoping more
a version of Senna that doesn't get the
one-track
support
musclehead.
that she needs from her
That's
friends.
more what I kind of shoot for.
I'd say it's more the wrong support.
That's
Because-
also true.
Yeah, because Gondor did try to help, just in a very,
Poorly.
very bad manner.
I'm fine.
I
Really?
don't think Gondor quite understood what Shania needed to hear.
I will interject just to quickly say that there is a particular observation that I will be making later with Shania, because it's one that I find is rarely talked about, but I think is a very kind of like, I felt it was quite on the nose in terms of like visual design of the two characters as well, and to how they kind of mirror each other. But yeah,
Is it the hairstyles?
I'll talk about it in a bit. I'll talk about it in a bit. But yeah, as we just have Quad going for his Queen of Kevers.
Yeah.
I'll be splitting this. Don't worry. I just thought I'd pop in and just say that I'll be jumping in at that like throughout chapter 5 because I love this chapter and there's lots to talk about. But
Oh yeah, it's a fun chapter.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's all good. There's not a ton gameplay-wise going on for a lot of Chapter 5, so feel free.
So anyway, now that we are out of that region, we're heading into the Cadencia region, which is actually the largest region in the game. Although the biggest part of that, Erythia Sea, we're not going to see for a little while now.
Yeah.
First, we finally made it to the base of the Great Sword, which is where the city is. This is what we've been moving toward over the course of this entire game. We don't actually know what's here at this point.
Yeah,
We're going to find that it is a group of people who are not part of Kevus or Agnes who have managed to free themselves from the control of Mobius and are fighting against them. And so we are going to team up with them to try to take Mobius down.
Yeah, because one of the really interesting things is the cast have no idea what a city even is.
Yeah, the cast is oblivious to a lot of things because this life they have, I mean, they're born out of these pods at the age of 10, die within 10 years. So they don't know what family is. They don't know, any kind of civilization out of what they see in this world.
Yeah.
They have very sheltered, rigid lives. So this is kind of a big moment for them seeing, quote unquote, normal life.
Yeah,
And it is very interesting what this game does as compared to a lot of other sort of fantasy games that normally we're supposed to be, I guess, kind of wowed and amazed by all of these cool fantasy things, whereas here it's the other way around, that the party is being amazed by things that we sort of already take for granted.
Yeah, they don't even really know what agriculture is. We have in like one side quest. Oh, go on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was just saying because they get all their food from the whatever
the castle.
distributions the consuls sent them.
Yeah. Yeah, like, so one later side quest involves having to go get a book on farming so we can help one of the colonies survive now that once we free them.
It's a pretty famous side quest. I don't know if I want to say infamous, but everyone likes to talk about that a lot.
I mean, I enjoy it. I like the character moments in it.
One thing I want to point out real quick here is that normally during this part of this section right here, you're supposed to be following Shania up to the base of the sword. Like a lot of the other parts in the game where you need to follow someone, you don't actually need to follow them. You can just walk right up to where you need to go and leave them behind, and it'll still trigger the cutscene when you get there.
Yeah, we already know exactly where the city is. We don't need Shania to show us.
Yeah. Which, I mean, probably doesn't really help her complex.
It doesn't do a whole lot for a casual playthrough, but I know a lot of people don't like how many instances there are in this game where you need to follow someone, especially with how slowly some of the characters move. But at least in subsequent playthroughs, you can ignore them.
It's like
the only one I remember that you do actually need to at least partially follow is the Gray side quest for unlocking Full Metal Jaguar. You're not following Gray himself, but you're following the footprints. You do need to hit one flag halfway through the footprints, and then after you hit that, you
you need to do that.
I am also reminded of the one Triton quest in Colony Mu where you just move so incredibly slowly. Like everyone is just amazed by that. I don't think he doesn't actually go very far, but it takes multiple minutes for him to just walk up a hill.
Yeah, but I love Triton, so I'm gonna forgive him for that.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Yes, the man of the sea gets a pass.
Fortunate that we don't get to see him during the speedrun, but that's how it goes.
Yeah, that would be a shame. But our new game plus runner can probably comment
Oh,
all
yeah.
about the class that
Yes,
we
that is
Titan.
definitely true.
Okay, Titan. He gives you what is basically Blue Mage. Whenever you fight a unique monster with one party member who isn't Titan, with his class equipped, you unlock that skill. So, what very early New Game Plus runs was, because like 6 of them are really, really strong, and like you just have your whole team just do that meme and just laser every single enemy. I think we only slowly swapped at the final boss because just you could do a lot of damage, so you needed one healer. I think people still like have all of Soul Hackers for New Game Plus runs now. I don't use it that much. I've moved on to trying other classes, but it is really strong.
I think
no,
that's
it's
that's kind of a standard with blue mage type jobs. Is that they are jobs of knowledge. Like they're one of those ones where it's if you know how to use it and you know how to kind of like build it, it's always going to be one of the most strongest jobs.
Yeah, you only
due to the hoops you have to jump through, it's just always broken.
Yeah, here's the thing though, Soul Hacker, the hoops are just like, I think 8 unique monsters you need to get, and I think like 3 of them aren't even like the super boss ones. They're like fairly middle level, so it's not too hard to get it prepped.
So anyway, now that we've made it to the city, we're just wandering around, learning about what's going on here. We get some huge exposition dumps on how this world works. We get to see the party experience what exactly parenthood means for the first time, which sounds very awkward, but is actually a very heartwarming scene. Some people's favorite scene in the game.
Oh, definitely.
So I was gonna quickly just do my the small Shania thing, right? Because it is very important how the two of those. It is very much about Senna, and then having Shania kind of come up as a kind of mirror to her. It was a design thing I saw like almost immediately, and I'm kind of surprised. I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only. I'm definitely 100% not the only one to notice it, but it's something that I feel gets discussed a little bit less about her. It's normally about things like personality and outcome. Obviously, again, you mentioned earlier the whole, Senna has Mio versus Shania having Gondor as their kind of support system, and how that manifests itself in their growth. But the thing I noticed is that if you look at because obviously Senna's a blade and she has all of these lights and lines on her, like round her arm going down her leg. If you look at the design of Shania's clothes, she has the exact same markings on her clothing in terms of like red seams and red kind of like parts of it, which is and the thing is like where Senna's is part of her skin and part of her body, Shania's is part of her clothing. So it's kind of one of these things where there's like an intrinsic natural part of the design, but also one of which is a kind of fabricated part. So it's almost like something about Shania is kind of also like a fabrication, which I think is just kind of this really weird kind of like immediate mirror to it, and it was one thing that just I just like the lines on her leg going down the front was just the immediate thing I saw, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. But
one other small thing that's like probably not as consciously thought is that later when she gets a flame clock put in, it is the same color as Senna's hair. But that one's probably not that intentional because that's just Keva's color.
Yeah, it's just Keva's color. But yeah, it's and the thing is, you mentioned the hair as well. Obviously, you've got 1 pigtail versus 2 pigtails. But yeah, it is. It's those kinds of like tiny details that obviously there's no way that is just an accident, and I think it's that attention to detail that really kind of brings you into elements of that narrative and allows you to kind of make those comparisons between certain things. Actually, thinking back to this scene here that Quad's watching as they agreed to watch, actually how Lance and Senna grow as well as a pair, so specifically because obviously they're a Ouroboros pair. Lance is a good boy, and he's one of my favorite characters in this game. I love him.
Lance's issue is more survivor's guilt, I feel.
Yeah, exactly. You've got someone who is kind of, you know, the what's the term you used earlier? I keep forgetting these terms.
Bundle of anxiety.
No. What does yeah? Well, I mean, what does Senna have? She has
imposter syndrome.
Imposter syndrome versus survivor's guilt. You know, and I think it's kind of how they both overcome their unique challenges that perhaps stem from, you know, a similar point. You know that they're not good enough, or they weren't good enough in a very key moment. And how their growth, you know, they have maybe a same core or origin of their differing issues that they're having to overcome, and how they overcome that with obviously mirrors to how it could have gone wrong. It's just layer upon layer upon like narrative growth for the characters. It's insanely good.
And one
Speaking
of the
of
things
narrative growth, what Plexa just did there was grab a skip travel point, because later we'll just be skip traveling to there because that's where a cutscene trigger is. So it's just quicker to just quickly nab that now, then you'll get the main cutscene.
Yeah, and you know, talking again about Lance and Senna's growth, one thing that I love about this game is the fact that they managed to have all of the party members play off of each other in a way that you don't really see in a lot of games. That it's not just the Ouroboros pairs that interact with each other, but all of them have a specific relationship with each other party member, and that there's at least one scene between almost every pairing of those 6 characters at some point throughout the game.
Yeah, and like, I feel like you didn't even really get that in Xenoblade 1 or 2 that much.
Yeah, I mean, thinking back to 2 at least, there are a couple instances where you get maybe one tiny conversation between a couple characters, but
2 is
it's
a
nowhere
smaller
at the same
cast,
level
so
as
it's
this.
easier, but in 1 you definitely don't.
Yeah, not unless you're like actively hunting down all the heart-to-hearts and doing.
Yeah.
But it's even a lot of pairings that you wouldn't really think about that turned out to be a lot more important than you think. What comes to mind now is what's happening right around now with Lance and Mio in the city, that they can sort of bond over their own sort of survivor's guilt, how Lance failed to save Yorin and Mio failed to save Miyabi. Is something that you tend to not really think about until it comes up here in the story, and it makes a lot of sense.
We also saw Plexa grab another hero quest there. It was, I think, Monica's.
Yes, so Plex is about to go on an approximately 8-minute detour to do 2 things. Monica's class is...
Monica.
It's kind of what held the back end of the run for a little while until we discovered the shackle ring strategies, which is the other thing that he's going to go out of the way to grab right now. Monica's class is the only class in the game that has smash, or that has an art that can smash that isn't a talent art.
Yeah.
So Flash Fencer has it as the talent art. But in addition to that, it's also the master art. So if you get Lost Vanguard to rank 10, then you can give the smash art to any class. And Uni is the inheritor for this class, which is why way back in chapter 3, we had to make sure that we had Uni set as an attacker, so that she would be a rank 10 sword fighter and be able to take advantage of the smash art that she was given. It's all right, go ahead.
No, it's just, that class is Agnes, so you can stick it on any Kevis class.
Yes. Oh, and sorry, one more thing. Earlier we were talking about blind enemies. This quest, just watch Plex's screen.
Yeah.
Right from under their noses, and again over here. And you can genuinely walk in front of all these Agnes soldiers, and it will take them about a second to actually see you. So it's incredibly easy to do this quest without any sort of fights. And so while we're over here in the Etia region, we're going to skip travel back to a place you might recognize from Chapter 2 and climb up these vines. We technically could have done this in Chapter 3, but we can't use the shackle ring effectively until Chapter 6 anyways. And the bonus experience you get, while it is quite a lot, it isn't particularly relevant. It doesn't really say it doesn't save a ton of time on any fight, as well as we wouldn't have the 14% move speed bonus that I actually don't think we mentioned that. In addition to getting the ability to unlocking Stalker, Juniper, and the ability to use zip lines, we also unlocked Affinity with Colony Tau.
Tau.
Yep.
Yeah. Which the rank 1 Affinity with Colony Tau grants you 14% move speed and is one of the 2 movement speed bonuses in the game. The other one being rank 5 with the city, which is a little bit out of the way. A little out of the way for the speed run. And so that 14% move speed actually saves about a minute in this detour that Plex is currently on.
I'm going to interject real quickly to mention that during Monica's quest, we grabbed a few items from there belonging to you and Zuo, who were the guys accompanying Vandam at the beginning of the game. Those are, of course, a reference to you and Zuo from Xenoblade 2, who were Vandam's literally left and right-hand man, as the names you and Zuo actually come from the Chinese words for left and right, Zuo and Yo. So that's where that coming. I didn't get a chance to mention this during the Xenoblade 2 run, but I actually found it really funny that when you fight Vandam and you and Zuo, they're actually standing on the wrong side. That Zuo means left, but he's standing on Vandam's right side, and I am probably the only person to ever be annoyed by that.
Yeah.
So I think they
I'm just
might
gonna
actually
headcanon-
occasionally randomly swap, because I
That
think
is
I've
also
had
true,
them...
yes. Yeah,
I'm
there's
just gonna
some
headcanon
small
that-
random chance that they just spawn on the wrong side, and I'm not sure anyone knows why that happens. Not that it ever really matters.
I'm just gonna headcanon they're on the wrong side because they're going easy on you.
Or they just want to confuse you.
Yeah.
So, back to Plex's feed.
Yeah.
We're in a bit of a dangerous area. You see, there's a level 77 grapple bunnet, a level 77 elite grapple bunnet targeting Senna here.
Very scary bat.
Fortunately, most of the enemies move too slowly to actually catch up to us, as long as we have good movement and pay attention to what direction certain enemies are facing. But the main reason we're here is we get a bit of experience from the entrance and another large portion of experience from the campsite that we'll find later on.
Yeah.
But at the very back of the cave, just past the campsite, there's a level, I think, 82 UM.
Yeah, it's one of the ones you want to get for Soul Hacker if you're doing that run.
Oh, cool, that's interesting. But yeah, this UM is guarding a container. This container has an accessory called the Shackle Ring, which is a very important accessory that was brought to us by the Chinese community. It was either Xinjiao Dehen or Yinzi that brought us this strategy. I can't remember who brought what. But what the Shackle Ring does is, for every unique art you use in a row, it boosts the effect of the next art that you use. And I said effect and not just damage, because it boosts stuff like break chance. It boosts buff duration. I don't know if it boosts buff strength. It boosts combo duration, which is the important one. And we'll touch on that. And it also boosts damage. And we'll touch on how that affects the speedrun when that comes up again a little bit later. But for now, we're going to talk about how we get this accessory. Because as we mentioned, there's a level... Oh, it's 8. There's a level 80 UM guarding it.
And like level 79 unique monsters on the... all around it as well.
Yeah. So, by giving... So we take the campsite and give up. And luckily for us, the UM always goes for... Ooh, Plex had a slight misstep there and got caught by the UM. The UM always does the same thing whenever you give up and retry. And so we go around the side here, wait for a certain animation where he'll step forward just like that. And that gives us a brief window where he can't notice us, where we can run to this container and grab it. And he sees us here, but we've grabbed the accessory already, so we just give up.
And
now we have one
the Remembrance Stones to turn in the hero quest.
Yep, and now we have one of the most powerful accessories in the game, one of the most powerful classes in the game, and we're ready to continue on with the main story after that 8-minute detour.
Yeah, we're ready to get on with the boat arc.
Does anyone want to give a quick explanation of what the difference is between the shackle ring and the chain ring? Because I know that they're two very similar accessories.
Yeah, so the chakra ring is just an upgraded form of the chain ring. They have essentially the same effect, but the chain ring doesn't let you go as far into the combo. So there is a chain ring that's a little bit faster to get and was considered for routing at some point, but we determined we just needed the extra damage from the shackle ring because the chain ring only allows you to stack up to 5 arts in a row, whereas the shackle ring allows us to stack 6. And at 5, you get a bonus of 55% to the next art versus 80% for the 6th art, which is just such a massive bonus and allows us to secure some key kills that the chain ring wouldn't allow us to do. But we'll go by.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying we'll go by the UM that would drop the chain ring, so I'll point that out when we get there.
I believe there's also something funny with the monolith programming that higher levels of the shackle ring allow you to combo even higher, except you don't actually have that many arts. So it's, I think, not only completely useless, I think it actually hurts you doing it that way.
Yeah, so it's actually bugged in that while higher level chakra rings will technically let you go, the chain ring gives you 3 for common, 4 for rare, and 5 for legendary. Whereas the chakra ring will give you 6, 7, and 8. But somewhere in the code, there's a hard cap at 6 for this type of effect. So even though the legendary chakra ring will allow you to go to 8, as soon as you hit 6, it'll reset back to 1. So the higher rarities of the chakra ring aren't actually any more beneficial than the common one. But this rare chakra ring is just the fastest one that we're able to get.
So the plan right now for the story is we're headed to Agnes Castle to break one of the lost numbers out of prison, because they are the one who knows where the real
Queen
queens
of
are.
Agnes is.
Yeah, as we saw when we were fighting the Queen of Kevis, that was actually a robot and not the actual real Queen of Kevis, and we were assuming it's the same for the Queen of Agnes as well. But we know that this member of the Lost Numbers, Gondor, who is currently being held prison in Agnes Castle, knows the location of the real queens, and we believe that the real queens are going to be able to help us. So that is our goal at the moment. Right now, we need to get some intel on how to get into the prison and get Gondor out.
And in order to get that intel, we need some boot fuel.
Yeah, so we need to get access to 300 ether cylinders, which
we can only carry 99.
Yeah, which is a little funny when we get the 300. See,
yeah,
how the game organized that. But Miori here, this is an NPC that will be able to supply us with 300 ether cylinders. But before we get them, we're gonna talk to her. She'll say, "Hold on, I'll get them for you. You'll just have to wait." And then blink and you'll miss what happens next.
Yeah, you get given a moral choice. Do you go in to help her or do you stay outside like she told you?
Choice doesn't matter. We say help because it's the first option. But
remember when I talked about
remember when I talked about the smash art that we unlocked? Pay attention. There's the topple. Ashir's gonna launch any second.
And there's the smash. So what smash does is it slams enemy style launch right into the ground, and that's also an AoE. Now here's one of the very fun things. Launched enemies take more damage. That includes the smash doing more damage, so it makes the AoE even stronger.
Yeah, smash is completely absurd.
Yeah. We even use it in New Game Plus because it's just a bit faster than waiting for the lasers.
And it is kind of funny because Monica is kind of considered one of the worst classes in the game for optimal play, but for the sake of the speedrun here, it actually helps out a lot.
Yeah, and on Plex's route, he will never actually be a Lost Vanguard. He will never have. Actually, he might have changed that up in Chapter 7. I'd have to double check that later, but we don't actually need anyone as a Lost Vanguard to complete the strat or to complete the run. Quad goes for a slightly different strategy. He decides to save a few silver coins, and he will have Uni as a Lost Vanguard for a couple of fights just to get a couple of levels on her. And so for this fight and the next major fight, the Testudos, he will, rather than smash, he'll use the Yunnan Ouroboros spam. And I guess now is also a good point to talk about Smash, how it works, how does it determine, like, how does the damage get calculated?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So it's dependent based on the number of frames left in the launch. And so the base duration for topple, or for launch, sorry, is 5 seconds. But when you launch an enemy, you also get 100% of the topple duration added to the launch as well. And the base duration for topple is 5 seconds. So you potentially have up to 10 seconds of launch if Ashira launches immediately.
Yeah, so...
And so...
Like, the trade-off is, do you want to take more time of the boss being unable to do anything by being toppled and launched, or do you want to do more damage bigger? By just going right all the way through as soon as you can.
Spoiler alert, in the speedrun, it's we do more damage bigger.
Yeah. Yes, the answer is always do bigger damage more.
Yeah.
So
and so here, Plex...
we've made it to Erythia Sea, which is by far the largest area in the game. So big that we need to use this boat to traverse it, otherwise it would take years.
Oh, it's absolutely enormous. And, like, you don't quite get the feel of how big it is until you park the boat next to the shore, and you think, oh yeah, I'm right next to it, and then you're still 10 seconds away from the shore after you get out. You're like, holy crap.
And then you have to carefully angle the boat so you get out on the shore side so you don't have to swim around the boat.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're going to be taking a little bit of a unique route through the boat, or through the Erythia Sea. Rather than going straight to Vinisog home like the game wants us to, we're going to sail over here to Corn Island, tag the campsite, and then warp back to the harbor. I think Plex accidentally warped to the elevator, but that's fine. It's still close enough.
Yeah.
It's because otherwise you'd have to park the little inlet there where Plexo drove the boat to tag the campsite. An invisible wall actually gets put there after you do this next story trigger. And so in order to get there, the game wants you to park the boat on the opposite side of the island and it's like a 2-minute journey to run all the way across the island to that campsite.
But now we can just skip to the campsite.
Yep. And it's just, the boat just moves so fast compared to walking, and that despite the redundant movement, skip traveling to the harbor again, it still just saves a bunch of time.
Much like the sea zone in Xenoblade 1, this area will annoy you when you're trying to get the map full.
Oh yeah. Luckily, once you've tagged every location and landmark, it will fill in the whole map, but it's still
You'll still be missing just that one secret zone. You don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Or you know where it is, but you don't know where to get in to find it.
Plus, there's a couple of locations that only show up after you've done some later game quests.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like Tyon, there's Tyon's Ascension quest in this zone, Lands' Ascension quest in this zone. Sagiri's. Some of the rocks move after you get access to the final dungeon, which allows you to access some new zones. And so right here, Plexa is taking a quick stop at this island, which is more or less on our way to our next story objective.
Yeah, we'll just want to grab this skip travel for later while we're in the area.
Yeah, it'll be relevant again at the start of Chapter 7, but we just want to grab the location now because we're already here. We're already more or less on the way. And he's just giving up on the Gogol to reset enemy locations and reset the boat's direction just to make it a little bit easier to get out of here. And then he'll be continuing on to Thurbin Island, which is where we'll get the first piece of intel we need in order to break into the prison camp in order to free Gondor, who's the one that has the information on the Queen of Agnes's location.
Yeah. And then to get in, we'll be sneaking in through the back using some zip lines and climbing vines.
There's a very convenient set of zip lines leading us right into the back of the base.
Yeah. And otherwise, you can fight your way through the front, but that's a bunch of forced fights. In New Game Plus, that's the way you go, but in New Game, you just want to take the back route to skip the combat.
While we're here, are we expecting Plexa and Quad to get Fiona from Colony Mew, or are they going to be skipping that?
So Plexa will be grabbing Fiona, Quad will not. Quad uses a separate hero, which we'll meet a little bit later on as part of the story for his endgame, whereas Plexa uses Fiona.
Shall we deal with this? You want to tussle? Oh,
And Plexa will just be picking her up after the Testudos fight, which is where we'll be heading immediately after we grab this piece of intel.
We'll just skip travel right from here to the other one, get that intel, then just go report it back in, and we're done.
Yeah, the campsite that Plexa grabbed right at the start of this zone, that's exactly where you need to go to fight the Testudos and get that second piece of intel, so it's really convenient for us.
While we're on our way there, have you guys talked about M and N at all?
Not at all.
No, because they've only popped up in cutscenes we've skipped.
Right, so we are going to have an encounter with them relatively soon. They are Mobius versions of Noah and Mio. I suppose the story reasons for that are probably best left unspoiled, honestly, but
yeah.
They are... What we need to know is that they're evil versions of our main characters, and they are some of the, I guess, the main antagonists at this point of the game.
And like most evil versions, they have really cool outfits I want to wear.
Which, for some reason, are not available.
Yeah.
Even though the DLC added some extra outfits, those were not some of them, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be for the DLC coming out this week either.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do I do again?
I did notice it said Throwback A, so Throwback B will either be a recolor or a throwback to someone else.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see.
There's a nice little bonus fact on the left, on that rock pillar you see on the left, there's an accessory that's one of the Legacy of the Seven. This one, I believe, is the Mercury Rings, which gives you 40% crit rate.
Yeah, I think it's that one. Or that one might be the tanking one. I don't remember.
No, the tanking one's in the bottom left.
Oh, yeah.
Or one of the tanking ones is in the bottom left.
Yeah, because there's 2 for healing, 2
60%.
for damage, 2 for tanking.
And then 1 for TP. Yeah, sorry, 60% crit rate, which unfortunately isn't a flat 60% crit rate. It's 60% of your base crit rate, which unfortunately for most classes is rather low. Yeah, so this UM that you see on Plex's screen right now, Navigator Helios, that's the one that drops the rare chain ring. Legendary chain ring? Legendary chain ring. Which would allow us to get up to 5 stacks, but
so what Plex
unfortunately
is doing here is dragging
enough.
the mobs out, because if they fought them there, they might accidentally also aggro the big monster right next to them.
Yeah, so in this room, Plex is going to be doing a really funny skip. Where he's going to save, and then return to the title screen. Which causes some slightly weird enemy behavior. When you load in... When you load your file, enemies take a couple of... like a second or two to actually notice you. And then they'll also despawn after a second. And then respawn. I don't quite know what causes that, but it gives you enough time to run over to this terminal and collect the intel without having to fight a single monster on this island, or a single enemy on this island, rather.
Yeah, they were just right on the cusp of their 10th term. Just
Well, we've been found.
Yeah, so he's just going to give up here and then warp to the Corn Island camp, which is an infamous fight that I'm sure many people remembered from their casual playthrough as being an absolute gong show. I was way over leveled and I still almost died to this fight.
oh yeah, same.
Early routing, this fight was an absolute nightmare before we discovered smash strats.
And look at all that.
Yeah.
One down, big like 25% on the other one, and all the ads dead.
Yeah, the thing is, they each spawn 3 ads each, and to have an art called Body Cannon, which does massive AoE, and the problem is your healers are often going to just kind of group around your tanks. And so your tanks are going to get hit by Body Cannon, your healers are going to get cleaved by Body Cannon, and then they're just going to die.
And that's them both dead. No more Tetsidos.
And yeah, with Smash and Yunnan Ouroboros, Quad's actually going to skip the Smash. He's just going to go straight into Yunnan Ouroboros like he did with the Ansels as well. Just to save a few silver coins, because Uni is currently on Lost Vanguard.
Yeah.
Now that we have all the prison info we need, we're ready to go ahead and infiltrate the castle. And
Yeah, we
this,
just need to...
in a casual playthrough, is right here is where you need to, or I guess after this is where you need to, when you make the choice to enter the castle, you're not able to come back out again until you've completed that whole sequence. And in a casual playthrough, that entire sequence is something like 6 hours long.
Oh,
yeah.
With all the cutscenes,
Well,
it's a really long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I think I entered the prison at like 10 a.m. on a weekend or something like that. I wasn't done until like after dinner.
I think I entered at about 8 p.m. and finished at like 3 a.m.
From then on,
Sounds
I've
about right.
always
Yeah.
given a warning to anyone who's playing this game to make sure you have a lot of time to spare when you start this sequence, because it really is best done all in one go. Oh, but that's
Yeah, for
right.
sure.
Before we do that, Plexa has to get Fiona first. That's
Yeah,
what
Plexa's
he's
just
doing
gonna
now.
hop onto this beach, Contract Beach, trigger Fiona's quest. Unfortunately, he was tagged by something, but Fiona, fortunately, like Isard, is a hero you just have to walk up to, and then she tells you, "Hey, help me deal with my colony's
Please help
issues."
me out. And we say, sure, we'll get right on that, and then we leave.
You're like, "Yeah, hop on this boat. We'll help you." And then we break her.
we are dealing with the colony's issues by just destroying the entire world, and
yeah.
her
We're
colony
going
won't have
awfully
any
far,
issues
Mr.
anymore.
Ouroboros.
Yeah, we just
We
immediately
are
break her
taking
into
a
prison.
very, very roundabout way of doing it, but those colonies just certainly won't exist anymore by the time we're done with this run.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll draw up the rotor.
And if you're wondering why we grabbed Fiona, some people might think it's because of her ability in chain attacks, and that's not actually why. What makes Fiona very useful is her ability to pass buffs around. She has one art that gives her 2 random buffs, and another art that transfers all of the buffs that she has to all of your allies. And so we can give her power charge via Noah's Ouroboros. And then if she passes power charge at a very specific time, we are able to get a supercharged talent art, which will unlock, I'd say 20-30 minutes from now.
Yeah, about then.
Maybe closer to 30. We'll unlock it in a little while, and we will just absolutely decimate enemies if we get lucky enough to get that passed at the right time. And as well as massive defensive utility, because you can get a lot of buffs, just like that make you immune to being comboed or whatever.
One thing I was gonna like specify, I think, about the Fiona thing as well is that I'm pretty sure that she only has one offensive art, so you can actually equip her with 3 non-offensive arts, so she'll never actually use up the power charge when you give it to her. So she'll always have power charge to just give to the party as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. She has 2 offensive arts, but because you have up to 5 arts to choose from, you just give her the other 3.
Yeah. So she'll never lose power charge, so she just always gives it out. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
Like, silly.
And then her talent art I think gives random buffs to everybody. I can't remember what it does exactly, but it's all about getting buffs and passing buffs around.
Yeah.
You can get like attack up, crit damage up, and so many things just do. Yeah, so 2 random buffs to everyone. That makes sense.
And
so you just get so many buffs spread around.
Fiona's pretty funny that before the game released, the only information we knew about Fiona was that she was capable of giving random buffs to party members, which sounded terrible on paper, and we all immediately assumed, yeah, she's gonna suck, and everyone wrote her off. Then when the game came out, we found out that she was actually capable of spreading buffs around to the entire party, and she was widely considered the best hero in the game by a pretty large margin. Now I think that's starting to come down a little bit, and people are realizing that there are other great heroes as well. She isn't maybe necessarily the best, but she is still very good.
Yeah, additionally, she also, her order bonus is she actually refunds 1/3 of your chain meter when you complete her order. So you can actually get 1 extra round in your chain attack.
And that's especially helpful for people who do high chain damage runs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Trying to get the highest possible chain attack damage.
Shoutouts to MD.
Yep. Yeah, people have,
and it also gives power charge to everybody.
Right. Yeah, I believe the high chain damage current world record is something like 1.3 billion. And it was a pretty long road trying to get it above 1 billion, and now we're already way past that.
Yeah, it's something absolutely nutty like that. And I believe they do that in the hallway, or in that one hallway on the 3rd floor of Kevis Castle that we did the funky jump to skip up the ramp, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right. The enemies there are a couple UMs that can continuously spawn reinforcements up to, I think, about like 61 enemies total. And then they chain attack and hit all of those enemies at once in order to get damage on all of them.
That is bonkers.
It's pretty ridiculous to see. I would definitely recommend to everyone to watch a run of it themselves just to see how ridiculous it gets. But anyway, now we finally made it into the prison, so we are here to rendezvous with Gondor, who is being held captive here in order to break her out so that she can take us to where the real queens are.
First, she doesn't trust us.
Yeah, we don't even know what Gondor looks like at this point.
It could be anyone.
She has no idea that we're coming, so we need to find her and convince her to join up with us. And she doesn't take particularly kindly to that, as you're about to see.
No, she challenges us to a fight, and it's a pretty difficult fight to win, so we'll see if Plex is able to do it.
Seems like Plex has already noticed he's got no chance.
Yeah, no, Gondor's too strong.
So it turns out for this particular fight, you actually don't even have to win. Just getting through the fight, whether you win or lose, automatically progresses the story. So the fastest way is to just give up and let them kill you.
Yeah, you just immediately set follow leader, use your arts as a healer, and then sheath your weapon.
I believe this is the only fight in the game where you can do that. At least
It's the only one. It's the only one that we do it on. If there's any other fights, we just haven't discovered them yet.
I wish the M fight you could do this in, but no, you have to win that one.
Even though you do end up losing in the cutscene afterward anyway.
Yeah.
You still gotta win.
Well, win in battle, lose in cutscene.
But...
Yeah, you know, everyone loves to complain about in Xenoblade 2, but everyone conveniently doesn't mention here.
Yeah, when about losing cutscenes, a classic JRPG staple.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you see Quad having a clean Testudo fight as well.
And so now that we Gondor picked that fight with us, the guards came running in, and we needed to act natural and pretend that we're actually prisoners here. So now we actually are kind of just stuck here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
we
the
gotta do
current
a
plan
few
is to
chores.
just act as prisoners for a couple days, biding our time until the day when the guards are going to be thinned due to some training exercises, at which point we're going to stage a breakout.
So
in the
we get-
meantime, we're just doing prison labor.
Yeah, we get a series of 3 quests. The first one, gather 80 items. In the New Game Plus one, we get these in the New Game file, so we can just carry them over and just instantly turn this in. Obviously can't do that in New Game Plus. I mean, in New Game.
New Game, yeah.
Yeah.
Thankfully, some of the NPCs around here will just give us some items, so we don't
Yeah.
actually need to collect 80 of them ourselves.
Yeah, I think the people you talk to can give you 10.
It depends on what it is. Some,
Yeah.
like the Honey Plums one, she gives you 8. I think one of them gives you 12. I might be mistaken on that, but typically there's groups of them that will always spawn in groups of 4, and then there's a bunch of other randomly spawning ones spread out through the area. So you hope to just get a couple lucky spawns of what you need from the randomly generated ones, and then you just hit up certain groups of 4 and the NPCs that you need as well.
Yeah. I didn't realize I could talk to them and, like, get fast stuff, so I manually gathered all of them casually. Took ages.
I might have done that. I can't remember.
But
Yeah,
this,
the
this
NPCs
is an Agnium prison camp, and so they use the prisoners' labor. Prisoners are people who are from the Lost Numbers, people who have openly resisted Mobius. Almost done here. We've got almost enough of all the things we need. Thankfully, in this game, the items we need are actually highlighted with these markers. That was a quality of life change that was made in Xenoblade Definitive Edition that didn't exist in the original game, which made collection an absolute pain in that game.
Oh, I couldn't even imagine. Yeah, so we just need a couple more peachy truffles here, and then we're good. Plexes. Found a group of them, and that should be the last stuff that we need. So we're just going to give up, which will take us right back to the entrance to the field, and then we just walk in and turn it in.
Yeah, luckily the next 2 missions aren't as tedious as this one. They just go out and kill some things.
Yeah, although the next one it can
Yeah,
get
the
a
next one
little
has
bit
a weird
spicy.
bit. Yeah.
Can get a little bit spicy.
Yeah,
during
one
the
thing
fight.
one thing to note while we're in the prison here is we're not allowed to interlink. The story reason being that, it would give them away. But in gameplay, you're not able to interlink at all, so that can make fights a little bit tougher.
Mm-hmm.
Morning assembly already. I'm afraid I'm going to start snoring while standing up.
You've got to pay attention or they're gonna get real mad.
Yeah, so here we started day 2 of prison, and our task for today is we need to kill an enraged Ferris in order to get out of work for the rest of the day. And luckily, Gondor and her friends have already found one for us, and we just walk over and ask nicely, and they let us kill it.
Yeah.
We see at the same time that quad is just coming up on the prison and is about to enter himself.
So this is a kind of a two-phase fight. You do something like 40% of its health, and then it runs away. Phase 1 can just be instantly ended with a smash. You pray, and you pray that Lands hits the topple, because the Ferris has quite a high agility, and Lands does not have a super high dexterity, so misses there are fairly common. And then the Ferris gets scared and runs away. The game wants you to look at its tracks and chase it and follow its tracks to where it is, but you don't actually need to even look at its tracks. You can just go straight to where it is.
Yeah, much like all the escort quests, it works the same way. Like, we can see it just chilling there.
Yep. In phase 2 here, this is where it can get a little bit scary, because as you see, it got a full heal there. And so you're gonna launch. There you go. Oh, he's not actually smashing. Ooh. Oh, he's doing a late smash. Okay, he's just keeping it disabled for long enough, but he still wants to get the smash to build up the chain meter.
Ah, right, yep.
So Basric Ferris does a lot of damage, like a lot of damage. And it can just go on a killing spree. And like, we didn't used to chain it every time. And like, there's decent odds that you just wipe to it if you don't chain, so we're just gonna be going for a chain here. Which we almost have up.
Yep, there's the chain.
There we go. And we have a break already, so we'll be able to just topple launch round 1, and then round 2 just quickly smash with Uni. And the Ferris doesn't give a lot of experience, so we don't need to farm any overkill for it. We just get the smash, get the 200% overkill, and get out of here. And we have 533% damage ratio alongside a power charge. That's complete. We don't need any of that. It is more than dead. 926,000 smash.
Nice.
I don't remember what its health is, but it's a lot less than that.
Yeah, so then this next bit, the game kind of tricks you into thinking you have to do a big back and forth, but it's kind of a small back and forth.
Yeah. Turns out Gondor is just really nice to us now.
Alright, so we come in to turn in the spoils, and they don't believe us and make us go get another one, but Gondor, it so happens, has already killed one of her own and gives it to us, and that allows us to get out of having to do anything else for the rest of this day.
Yeah, the horns of the Ferris we got are like too small or something, so they don't believe that we actually killed an enraged Ferris. They think we killed a normal Ferris.
Yeah. I thought it was that they didn't tell us to get the horns, so we forgot to pick any up. I don't know, it's been a long time since I read any of the dialogue.
Yeah, I don't quite remember.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, me too. Either way, Gondor has the horns. She gives them to us, and we give them to the garden. Finish day 2 of prison.
So then the third day is the day that we plan to do the breakout on. Start off by just playing along, doing our chores as normal, but then Gondor and everyone will stage a distraction, which will allow us to escape, is the plan.
Yeah. And, you know, as long as nobody's done something crazy, like told everyone we were planning to escape, we should be fine.
Yeah, you really think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch if Shania's in prison with us.
Yeah, there's a group of people from the city came with us, like Shania and a couple other people came with us in order to help in our breakout plan, and surely they do a great job at helping us.
They did collect fruit for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just did a small menu there. Put Noah on Yumsmith just for access to the Yumsmith's breakout, which is very good. And Uni went to Flash Fencer because a power charge Hidden Thorn paired with Mighty Beat is just going to do a little bit more damage than Air Slash from a Sword Fighter paired with Mighty Beats, especially against these Garaffas because they're not unique monsters. I don't know if we talked about what makes Sword Fighter so good. And one of the things is they have a massive multiplier against bosses and unique monsters, which is, I want to say something like 120% at rank 10, or I can't remember the exact number. It's a really high number at rank 10. It looks like Lance missed the topple in this fight though, so we're gonna have to do this fight the long way. But yeah, because these Garaffas aren't UMs, we don't get the massive Sword Fighter multiplier, so
yeah,
we switch Uni to Flash Fencer just because if we get the topple and launch, then it will do more damage, or it will one shot, whereas the Sword Fighter will not. Now Lance gets the topple.
I think it came at the right time because the Grapha was about to use an art that healed itself.
Yeah, you don't want to see those. Good job, Lance. Fortunately, Ashira waited a little bit to topple, so we didn't. So we had, to launch. So we had a lower duration left on the launch. So we didn't quite one shot, but
still faster than the last one.
Yeah.
Like, Quad is about to start fighting the Ferris, so he's not all too far behind.
Yeah, no, Quad's really caught up.
Despite
oh wow, yeah.
Despite us not having all that much time left in the run overall, it's still close enough that it easily could be anyone's game.
Yeah.
I'm curious where
it'll
that...
even come down to the very end, because the final boss is very long, and if you end up dying on that, that could completely kill the entire run for you.
Yeah, their strategies are fairly consistent for the final boss, but it's always possible something goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And so now that we've dealt with day three chores, the time to break out has come. So we're able to interlink finally, and now we just have to fight through a bunch of guards, and then we'll be out.
Yeah.
And we're just doing a quick menu here. Teach a couple things to Noah. He's grabbing some of the dexterity nodes because Noah's Ouroboros is going to be integral to a few of the strategies later on. Specifically the talent art that we're going to have access to after the start of Chapter 6, and we really don't want that to miss. So we try and max out our dexterity as much as we can. Unfortunately, accuracy is capped at 97% in this game. So even if you have 2 million dexterity and the enemy has 0 agility, you'll only have a 97% chance to hit.
And that doesn't seem like a lot, but it definitely shows itself at the worst possible times.
Yeah, especially because you need to hit that so many times that odds are you're gonna miss 1 or 2 every now and then.
Yeah.
And you just hope that it's not at the worst possible time.
Something we deal with a lot in the Xenoblade 2 New Game Plus run, that you're expecting to pretty much one-shot everything, but if you miss an attack, you can kind of get screwed.
Yeah, luckily in 3 here we have a retry button, so if things do really go horribly wrong, we can just immediately retry. One other thing we also did is we swapped over Senna to Stalker, just for this part, because our classes don't really matter because we're just using Ouroboros spam, and it'll just let us get Senna to 5 Stalker so she can equip that evasion expertise that we talked about earlier for the final boss. And also, we switched Tyon and Uni to Tactician. Now, Tactician isn't a particularly great class. If you've watched Danel's class guides, he didn't think of it very highly either. And it's still not a particularly great class, but it does one thing particularly well, and that's build up interlink levels really quickly. And for the gauntlet coming up, for the boss gauntlet coming up, we're going to want Noah and Mio's interlink to build up as quickly as possible. So we're going to switch Noah over to Tactician, just so we can get that really quickly. But he hasn't learned it yet, so we just toss some characters where the class doesn't matter on Tactician right now, so that Noah can learn it in time for the gauntlet.
Because there's another little bit of forced fights coming up here.
Yeah, we have to defeat 8 waves of Agnian guards before we can make it to the gates of the prison.
I always found that a little excessive. Number of guards you need to fight through to get out of here.
It's a lot. 7 fights of 3 and 1 fight of 4 is 25 guards. It's a lot.
And that's just leading up to the actual boss gauntlet
Oh,
at the end of
yeah.
the chapter.
Yeah, and then you...
Amazingly,
you
I
fight
think the
6
boss
bosses.
gauntlet, this boss gauntlet might be a little bit easier in New Game than New Game Plus.
Yeah.
At least before we discovered how quite broken Smash was.
Yeah, because there's a mechanic on 2 of the bosses in the gauntlet, which...
Yeah,
Oh, right.
we'll talk about that when we're there.
that we've actually recently discovered how it works. Or how target selection for it works. But again, we'll get to that in a couple of minutes. And also, we got Fiona in here because we're using Yunnan Ouroboros spin. Fiona gives buffs. Which buffs are Yunnan Ouroboros? Which does 1,000,000 damage.
Quad now moving on to day 3. So, Fletcher's
Jeez,
still got a relatively decent lead, but it's definitely gotten a lot closer.
Yeah, Quad really has caught up a lot of time in the last
In like the
20
last
minutes.
split, really.
Yeah, because it was an 8-minute differential at Testudo's.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting as we're getting to the end of this run, because there's not a ton of time for him to continue making up, but it should be just enough for him to really get within range of this being able to go either way.
Yeah, I believe Plexa's strats for most of the bosses going forwards are a little bit faster, but Quad's might be a little bit more consistent. So hopefully Plexa doesn't get bodied by terrible RNG.
Hopefully. But we've said that before and then it happened.
Yeah, these things, they can always happen. Yeah, here we are at the final fight against Agni. So we're almost through this kind of... It's honestly
The
kind of
gauntlet before the
boring.
gauntlet.
The gauntlet before the gauntlet.
Yeah.
It's really not even much of a gauntlet.
Yeah, there's just
Takes
not a whole
time.
lot interesting going on here, really.
Something about the enemies in this game, that because we have 6 or 7 party members actually fighting all at once, the enemy health had to be scaled in order to match that. If any of the other games, if we had 6 party members fighting at once, it would just kill
Oh, yeah,
everything
yeah.
instantly.
Yeah.
And so in some cases, the enemies in this game can kind of be just sponges if you don't know how to deal with them properly.
Yeah,
And sometimes even if you do.
Yeah, for sure. Your individual party members in this game definitely feel like they have a much smaller contribution in general, because they do. Because with a 3-person party, you have to basically be twice as
Yeah.
effective at what you're doing.
Yeah, like I don't recall my tanks using aggro all that much casually in Xenoblade 1, but it's fairly often in this if I'm not controlling them.
Yeah, especially if you're in a multi-target fight.
Yeah.
also realized we haven't mentioned that all of our party members are wearing eye patches right now.
Oh yeah,
That's in order
yeah.
to
Oh yeah.
they're covering the eye that their iris is in, which can be used by Mobius to track them.
Yeah, they used
So that's,
Find My
that's what that's
Phone.
doing.
Yeah, we
It
have
also just
special eye
looks cool.
patches provided by
Yeah.
the city.
All right, so now we're officially starting the actual Chapter 5 boss gauntlet,
Yeah, we learned that Shania betrayed us.
and brought the
And that
castle
she's
guard
a-
out here to confront us before we
and
can escape.
She's a bad person. So this fight's going to go down a little bit differently than the rest of the fights in the gauntlet. This fight doesn't actually use a chain attack. It uses... We just get Noah's rank 3 or Noah and Uni's rank 3 Ouroboros, and then just use those to deal massive amounts of damage outside of a chain attack. Because this boss, honestly, Gyarados isn't very tanky.
Yeah, it
Like-
looks like a giant tank, but it's not that tanky. It's amazing.
Incredibly squishy, and we're already at rank 2 Interlink, and especially it's really nice because Uni's very often going to be taking aggro due to smashing, which is going to lead to her being killed, which is going to lead to us reviving her, triggering our devotional necklaces to refund 90% of our art's cooldown, which allows us to build an Interlink that much quicker. Yeah, there we are, Noah's rank 3 Ouroboros. And we're just going to use a couple of arts. And Glorious Wing into a Mega Spinning Edge. For some pretty solid damage there.
I always love how much damage Mega Spinning Edge does.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially at Interlink 3 with the power charge.
Alright, good. That's that done.
There we go. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Quads.
Yeah, this fight, its main mechanic is the boss will like turn one of your party members against you. So here's the thing: in New Game Plus, that means you will then have a level 99, probably damaged focused character lasering all across your party and killing you instantly. And that's what it used to be like before we just start instant breaking, topple, smashing her to just die before she can really do that.
I don't know what it was for me, but when I first did these fights, I don't think I even noticed that she was controlling some of my party members. I may have just been over-leveled, but I just managed to kill her by just fighting her normally.
I noticed it in this fight because I realized I was doing literally 0 damage when I tried to chain attack her, and that my Tyon wasn't participating in the chain attack. And there we go. She used Eclipse Soul.
Yeah.
So she'll have taken control of, it looks like Uni there.
Yeah.
And so for the longest time, we didn't actually know how the target selection for Eclipse Soul worked. But about a month and a half ago, I was trying some different strategies for this fight. And I discovered that instead of an attacker being control, like would always happen before, she was taking control of a healer. And this was happening every single time, and I realized I had 3 healers that fight. And then I changed one of those healers to a tank, and sure enough, she took control of a tank. So then I pointed this out to RoccoDev. Huge shoutouts to him. He has been a major force in data mining this game.
Yeah.
And just finding information for us, and he realized, yeah, she'll target the role that's the most populated. With attackers winning if there's a tie, and then healers, and then tanks. I think I might have those last 2 backwards.
So yeah, that is why Nightmare in New Game Plus it used to be, because obviously you'd be going into this with like 6 healers, 6 attackers.
And then so for this chain attack, once again we built up to a level 3 Interlink Noah. Because Noah's in her... Ooh, Plexa just missed the kill on that, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Because at level 3 Interlink, one of Noah's arts has a very high chance to break. There's a very spammable art that has a chance to break. And we need a break in order to smash. So we just use Noah's break art. If it doesn't break, swap to Mio, swap back, use it again. And we rinse and repeat until we get that break, and then switch to or use Glorious Swing, and then chain.
So now we get do the fight again, but this time when she does Eclipsal, Time will mark whoever has been hijacked, and you can just attack them a few times to knock them out of it.
Yeah, in the cutscene just before this fight, Time realized he could use his Mondo to detect whoever M was controlling, and that if you attacked whoever that person was, then it would damage M instead of that person.
You can see you've grabbed Lance there, but Lance has been knocked out of it.
Yeah, so you just switch to Lance, DPS him for a bit, and now immediately back to Mobius M. So the second fight is ironically considerably easier than the first fight because of that.
Yeah,
and also
way
considerably
easier.
faster because you don't have to wait the extremely long duration. There we go, we got the break into a chain. Oh, we don't even need to Glorious Swing.
It looks like
Because we-
Quad now is just starting the gauntlet.
Holy moly, he's catching up.
Yeah.
That's still probably about 4.5 minutes behind, but Quad has made up some major time in this split.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting endgame. We've been in this marathon for nearly 20 hours now. And
Oh, wow.
we're only a few minutes off.
Yeah, no, it's
Kempis
absolutely
comeback is real.
Yeah, the admins did a very good job of balancing the teams. Yeah, we're just looking for about 300% overkill on all of these fights. So, which is usually just Uni smashing to get the kill, and then Lands using Air Slash. We have Lands is on Sword Fighter, not because he needs the experience, but just because Air Slash is just our easiest way to do a quick burst of damage after we get the kill. And because Lands has a low TP, we're not going to finish the order and have to watch the end of that order and go through a bunch of animations.
So now that we've beaten M, she's going to take a step back and we're going to have to fight N.
Yeah, and this fight is very similar. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I have nothing to say. I was going to say I don't know.
Yeah, this fight is very similar to the last one, with one slight exception. Rather than just building Noah to Interlink 3, we're also going to be building Uni and Tyon to Interlink 3. Because N, has a decent amount more HP than M. Unfortunately, Tyon's gone down a couple of times, so that's going to hinder their Interlink build-up. So we're going to it's going to be a similar strategy using Uni and Tyon, using a smash into chain attack, but we're also just going to have a Yun on order to help deal with that extra HP that N has. Oh, wait, he interlinked Uni and Tyon at 2. Oh, no. Sorry, this is right.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm mistaken.
So.
That was my mistake. No, this is correct. He does use Noah's Ouroboros. I don't know why I thought it was Uni and Tyon. Sorry, I'll correct that. Same strategy, except we use Noah's Ouroboros 3 order.
Yeah, I love N's spin animation when he's stuck in the air.
Oh, it's hilarious just leaving enemies launched for an entire chain attack.
The launch status effect is probably one of the funniest status effects in any JRPG ever.
But he's just not that far enough off the ground, so his feet are clipping it.
Yeah.
Look at how hard I can
You have these
backflip.
extremely menacing bosses who are just doing backflips in the air.
My favorite spin was the unique Capyba in the Hovering Reefs. And then when I told Mutsuki about that, he called me a monster. Because he loves his capybara.
How dare you do that to a capybara?
Yeah.
Right, so that is the end of this part of the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Normally there is a very long cutscene sequence here, but we can just skip all of that immediately. And
Basic plot summary: N has captured us, and he's forcing us to attend Mio's birthday party.
Not incorrect.
Right. Yeah, that's true. But
Yeah,
I
so
don't think we want to
Mio
go into
is
any.
Mio's on her final term. And when someone reaches their the end of their 10th term, they get sent on by one of the Offseers from their colony. And
I'm
they're
gonna throw out a quick spoiler warning just in case anyone hasn't finished this game. That it's gonna be pretty
very
tough
quick
to get through.
spoiler warning.
It's gonna be tough to get through the
Yeah.
next section without having
If
to
you
talk about
haven't
spoilers.
listened to this cutscene and don't want it to be spoiled, mute for
It
the
is
next 2 minutes.
one of the greatest scenes I've ever seen in any game. I would highly
Yeah.
recommend watching it
Oh, yeah.
yourself in context for the first time.
Yeah, and so when someone is sent off by an Offseer at the end of their 10th term, they are actually released from the cycle of being reborn into a new colony. So it's kind of a just as kind of a punishment for us. N is going to try and force us to be the Offseer to send off Mio on her 10th at the end of her 10th term.
It's incredibly messed up. Like that was
Yeah.
audibly gasp when that happened during the cutscene.
Oh, I was so angry when I saw
Yeah.
that happen.
But it's just such an incredible scene.
Yeah, it is also a very long cutscene, so make sure you have enough time. Make sure you
Yeah.
set aside enough time.
Yeah, when I said I got out of this whole segment at like 3 a.m., I hit that cutscene at about 1 a.m. And I just couldn't stop looking at the screen because I know what happens next.
This whole sequence for Plexit with him just walking through this void here is just a very long flashback sequence where we get to see a whole lot of backstory on M and N and Noah and Mio.
You see the various previous Noahs and Mios as they go through their journeys and attempts to do what we're doing now and solve the mysteries of the world, basically, or end the needless fighting.
Yeah.
And what we find at the end is that they eventually gave up and joined Mobius.
I think there's some debate about how many lives we're seeing here. I think it's about like 2.
There's a few. I mean, there's definitely have been many more lives than what we're seeing.
There's definitely many.
Yeah, obviously. We're just seeing some highlight ones here.
Something I will point out is that during some of these cutscenes, we see some NPC or hear some NPCs with the voices of the other party members, which I think a lot of people found kind of weird. I personally have maintained the belief that in all of their past lives, Noah and Mio have found they had 4 friends that fit the archetypes of the other party members. And them having the same voices in these cutscenes is just to represent that. That's my take on it, at least.
Yeah. I also kind of just assume that like the cradle things just kind of tries to sync people up.
Yeah, that certainly could be the case. I never thought too much into it, but that works.
Like basically, Noah, Lance, and Uni will all get released at more or less the same time, regardless of when any of them die in the previous cycle.
A final big spoiler warning of the actual huge twist in the game. Before they're all killed, it turns out that Consul M decided to help us and switched places with Mio, so that during the homecoming it was M who ended up getting killed, and Mio was still alive in M's body. And upon finding this out, goes berserk, and this is the fight against him.
Yeah, and this fight is exactly the same as the last N fight, so we don't really have much to talk about regarding this.
Although you do start off in Noah's Ouroboros, so that's a bit
well,
nice.
you start off in all of the Ouroboros, so you have to cancel them.
Yeah.
And it was really crazy watching that cutscene back a second time, right before the first M fight, because you can see the exact moment where
they swap.
M and Mio swap.
Yeah.
and then you just see M start crying, and when you're watching it the first time you might not notice that, but the second time you're like, oh,
Oh, it makes sense now.
that's what's happening.
I think it was just such a well done plot twist
Yeah.
that, despite all of our theorizing about everything, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
Yeah, I didn't see it when the birthday party scene happened. I didn't think we would get Mio back. I thought M might side with us. I didn't realize it would go quite this way.
Well, one of the best parts about the scene is you keep expecting the entire time for
Yeah.
something to come in
Yeah,
and stop
something.
it, to save
Yeah.
us, and it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
and you just see Mio's body disappear, and you're like,
Especially
no-
if you take the
there's
time
no
beforehand
way.
to read the plinths, because they tell you that one previous version had found a way to get rid of the term timer. I think.
that sounds right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is the second to last boss out of the sequence, because even after we beat M, they've still got one last trick up their sleeve. Oh wow, that was a really quick kill. I was hardly even paying attention there, but that
Yeah,
is a
like I
lot of
said-
damage in one hit.
Like I said, this fight is identical, and he actually only has about 60 or 70% of the health of N1, so it's just easier. Now, this fight, we unlock a special talent art for Noah called Unlimited Sword. What it does is it transforms Noah into a new class that I'm just going to refer to as Lucky 7, because I don't know if it actually has a name. But it gives you
It probably
a whole
has a
new
name, but we never hear it.
Yeah. Gives you a whole new set of arts, including a special brand new talent art called Final Lucky 7. And what Final Lucky 7 does is it does the entire smash combo. So it'll break, topple, launch, and smash. And there's no resisting it apart from either being completely immune to reactions or the attack missing. And so remember when I was talking about the Shackle Ring, and I said it not only boosts the damage by 80%, it boosts the effect by 80%. So if you use your 5 arts and then use Final Lucky 7 as your 6th unique art, that'll get an 80% damage boost, as well as an 80% boost in topple duration and an 80% boost in launch duration. And like I said earlier, the smash damage is based on the number of frames left in the smash. It's actually 3 times the number of frames left in the smash plus 150 times some other multipliers. And so if you do all the math, it turns out to be about a 3.33 multiplier on your Final Lucky 7 damage, which is completely absurd, and allows us to straight up one-shot several bosses near the end of the run, including this one.
Normally, oh, sorry, now keep going.
And remember when I said we wanted all that dexterity for Noah's talent art to hit every single time? Origin Blade is that talent art that we want to hit every single time, because it applies weaken. It says weaken all enemies, which is just reduce all, which it applies a. It's not like a defense down; it's just a damage taken up or something. That just affects the flat damage multiplier that the enemy has, which increases it by 50%. So you're just doing 50% more damage on top of that. And there we go. We got like a 2.6 million smash there. No chain.
Other thing
just,
about
just because we juiced up our Final Lucky 7 so much. Go ahead.
With Unlimited Sword, it clearly is incredibly broken when you're able to use Final Lucky 7 like that. And the way that they try to balance it in this game is by just making it very hard to build up. That it takes a lot of the cooldown for it is very high. But in a lot of instances, we use this in casual runs a lot, is using a skill from Ethel's class, Capable Hands, which has you start with your talent art already fully charged. So that allows us to immediately start a fight, draw Lucky 7, and then depending on what we want to do, either Final Lucky 7 or Tachyon Slash or whatever it takes in order to accomplish what we're trying to do. And in that way, you can kill a lot of enemies almost instantly over and over.
Yeah, it's not quite 100% charged. It's 80% charged at rank 10, but Flash Fencer also has 2 positional arts, so we just use both those positional arts, get the last 20% of that built, and then get it pretty much right away.
Yeah, this is a bit of another New Game Plus difference, because it's 100% when you have it maxed out, but obviously that'll take too long in New Game.
Yeah, in order to ascend Flash Fencer in New Game, you would need to unlock Seraph, which is Kamaravi's class.
Yeah.
Get it to rank 10, and then go back to Colony Omega, which is our next story location. And then you just do a cutscene. It's nothing special, but just unlocking Seraph and getting it to rank 10 is just way too long for a New Game run. So there's no tangible benefit to actually getting Flash Fencer to rank 15 or rank 20.
Yeah.
But a fun thing to do casually is you can put Capable Hands is the rank 15 master art for Flash Fencer, so if you do ascend it, then you can put Capable Hands on any other class.
Yeah.
So we're coming up now on the most important decision of your entire life.
Yeah. This says a lot about you as a person.
Now I know Plexa here is going to make the correct decision.
I have no idea what either of them are going to choose, and I'm wary that they're not going to choose what I want them to choose, but we will see. Of course, just like the choice in Xenoblade 2, this does not actually have any real effect on the run. It's all just personal preference.
Yeah.
And also, unlike the choice in Xenoblade 2, you can change this at any time.
Yes, it has a minor effect in one little bit of dialogue later.
Good, Plexa made the right decision.
Hey.
I know Quad is a long
Good
hair
choice.
fan, so he's going to choose that, but we can get some representation for both fans in this marathon.
I'm going all in on Team Kevis now then. This is what the run really is, which is better.
Alright, that settles it. Hashtag Agnes Sweep.
Yeah, this is why I've been hashtag Agnes Sweep from the start.
But now we're finally on our way out of the Cadencia region. A whole lot went down in those very short moments. A whole lot of cutscenes that we skipped there. I don't think too much that really needs to be talked about.
Mio got all of M's memories. He knows where the real Queen of Agnes is. I think that's about it.
Finally gave us the key. Now that we've
that
broken
too.
her out of prison.
Oh wait, no, yeah, Shania's dead.
Yes. Shania tried to blow up the city, which thankfully Mio was able to warn the city about, and they got out safely. Shania had
also
nothing to do left. Persona 3'd herself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Shania also entered the cycle, so she's now bound to an Agnes colony, and so she had herself killed on the same day that M was killed.
Or at least normally she would be reborn as a soldier, except if you do set a side quest, you see that doesn't actually happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, now we are in Capricorn Peak in the Upper Etia region, so this area is actually connected to the very first area we started in. We're just way up above it.
Yeah, if you look down here, you can see the starting zone.
And you can actually even walk down to it.
Yeah, there is a spot you can drop down to get back down there quickly if you want.
There's even a trail of collectibles in the air leading into a pond.
Yeah, that's the route.
I remember I was confused about those collectibles just floating in the air when I played it. I thought it was some kind of glitch or something. Turns out it's supposed to indicate a spot where you can drop down without getting killed.
Yeah, I never discovered that casually, but I saw it when I was watching Bowie's playthrough.
So right now we've started Side Story Mio, which is Mio's Ascension quest. Every hero and every main party member in the game has an Ascension quest that allows you to upgrade their class rank from rank 10 to rank 20. We don't do any in this run except for Mio and Noah are mandatory as part of the story.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing now.
There's actually a very important reason we are not doing unis.
Oh,
Apart
yes,
from
that's
it
right.
being slow, yes.
Yes.
Although I'm sure Quad would love to see it, but
Yeah.
All right. The boss from Uni's Ascension quest actually shows up later on in the main story only if we do that quest.
Yeah.
So just by not doing the quest, we can skip an entire boss fight later. in
Yeah,
the
so
game.
we're never gonna see like my friend's favorite character design.
yeah. I know Quad absolutely loves Console X.
And I know MD absolutely hates her.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we don't do it. Uni's side quest is slow, plus it adds a boss to the final dungeon. I don't actually know what her stats are or how long it would take to kill her, but
No matter what it is, it's longer than nothing.
Exactly. In her place is just a handful of mobs that you can just get by walking around the outside of the room.
So what is this that Plexo is picking up right now? Another accessory, I assume.
So this is the Warped White Brooch. It's a very useful accessory that reduces the enemy's physical defense by 29% from your attacks. So there's a Final Lucky 7. In addition to being the full smash combo, it also has an effect where it pierces through enemies' defense. So if they have greater than 0 defense, it'll treat them as if they have 0 defense. But if they have 0 or less defense, some enemies have negative physical defense. The Warped White Brooch will actually decrease that by, I forget if it's 27 or 29. It's one of the two. And it would actually decrease anything above 0 also by that number, but it applies before the pierce, so if they still have defense after that, then Final Lucky 7 will just pierce through the rest, and it will effectively have no effects. So it's basically just a straight 29% damage multiplier. Oh, but Plex is actually doing something slightly different. He's putting it on Uni. I forgot he changed his strats for Mobius Y a little bit. So he's actually going to be smashing inside of a chain attack, unlike Quad, who will be doing something a little bit different. And I didn't see how... Sorry, I didn't see how Quad's gauntlet went, but it looks like Plex is still maintaining about an 8-minute lead, so Quad must have had a rough time on a couple of fights then.
We are starting to get relatively close to the end of the game here. Even though this is still Chapter 6, there's not actually all that many fights left. It's
two
fair
chapters.
bit of just walking.
Chapter 6 is really short.
Yeah, this is kind of the prime time during a casual run to start doing a whole ton of side quests. But of course, we don't need to do that here. What does happen eventually is the final dungeon is a way higher level than anything you would have dealt with before. But I remember personally during the final boss of Chapter 6, I was over-leveled by quite a bit. Then entered the final dungeon and was actually under-leveled slightly. Because there's just that much of a difference. And I think you're supposed to really be doing side quests during that time. But I'm sure we've found a way around it here.
Indeed we have. Mainly the Shackle Ring.
Yeah, it just cleans up everything.
Yeah, although it looks like this Agnes Vanguard somehow survived our Final Lucky 7. Sometimes it happens. I don't quite know how it happens, but...
Could just be a miss.
Quad being a little bit funny over on his feed.
So look, he's back!
Yeah, Kamaravi's back. Kamaravi, Mwamba...
Hacked.
Hacked.
I don't know who Hacked is.
Hacked,
but
everyone's favorite guy.
Yeah.
He's here. And the
this
reason that we came here, Miyabi.
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting plot point that I think a lot of people aren't.
Mwampa's gone!
Them bringing back Wamba and hacked and Kamarabi for seemingly no reason. I'm of the belief that it has to be that there was some kind of cut content or something, and they just threw Kamarabi here because they didn't know where else to put him, and they needed to bring him back somehow, because it really just doesn't make any sense for him to be here as it is.
Yeah. But either way,
I mean,
is
it's the
Mobius.
psychological warfare aspect.
I suppose.
But that doesn't really explain Kamarabi.
So here is Mobius Y. This guy is, as you might guess just from looking at him, he's an absolute unit. He is so tanky.
Oh Lord, Heathy.
That is a lot of chunk.
Yeah, so Plexus is here just building up Origin, building up Glorious Swing and Origin Blade, or not Glorious Swing, sorry, just building up Origin Blade. Hopefully he doesn't get 3%ed. Perfect.
It looks like Quad did in fact choose long hair. We've
I know.
got our battle of the hair for us.
And then he's actually going to run behind Mobius Y, because from the front and the side, Mobius Y actually has quite a high guard rate. And we're going to do our final Lucky 7, boosted by the Shackle Ring, into a rank 3 Yunnan Ouroboros order. Do some pretty solid damage with Noah's Dimensional Ripper. Complete the order with Fiona to get everybody power charge, as well as a 500% multiplier, and we got a lot of buffs, so our Yunnan doing a lot of damage.
Of course, despite how much damage we're doing, he's still
you're still
well
gonna need
above
the
half
second
health,
one.
because he is just that
Well,
much of a tank.
That will change very shortly when we go over to Uni.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not quite, almost, but not quite. But thankfully, we still have a couple arcs left to do. And Tyon will be here to pick up that overkill. I didn't see if he blocked or not. It might have been. But before we discovered the Shackle Ring strats, this fight was a huge problem because we couldn't always guarantee that the chain would kill. Because he just had that much HP and defense. You needed Ashira to show up in the chain attack. You needed Tyon to show up in the chain attack.
Yeah.
If you didn't get either of them, you just could not output enough damage in even smashing round 5 in the Ouroboros order in order to kill Mobius Y.
So we just saw that we got a tutorial for another new mechanic.
Yeah,
This part of the
burst.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose it doesn't quite beat Xenoblade 2 giving you a tutorial at the beginning of Chapter 10, or
Yeah.
Torna giving you a tutorial during the final boss.
Yeah, so it's especially funny that they placed the burst tutorial here, because you can unlock a class that has burst, like, in Chapter 3, or Chapter 4, Chapter 3 or 4,
Yeah.
but this is the first mandatory burst that you get in the run, and it's Mia's special talent art, which I can't remember what the name is.
Dominion Flower.
Dominion
But I think
Flower, thank you.
Miyabi is also the first character to have a burst art that isn't a talent art. And I think that's why you get the tutorial right now.
Yeah, so it teaches you about what the health bar going on fire really means.
Yeah, and we also unlocked Miyabi and the Troubadour class. So Miyabi versus Fiona is the big difference in the route, in the endgame route between Quad and Plexa. Quad likes Miyabi. Troubadour is a very helpful class. It has, I don't remember what the art's called, but it drops a ring that speeds up your art's recharge if you're standing inside it, which is very valuable. Plexa just puts that class on Mio. And additionally, additionally, the Troubadour is a talent art that just recharges 80% of everybody else's arts. And then additionally, if the Troubadour dies, then everybody else also gets an arts recharge.
It's a little ironic that Quad is the one using Miyabi, since Quad is like the #1 Fiona fan outside of speedrunning.
Yeah.
Is he really? Quad also loves Miyabi.
That's probably also
everyone loves Miyabi.
Quad might be the Quad might be the #2 Miyabi fan.
That's more accurate.
After our guide maker Enel.
So right now we have finally reached the Cloud Keep, which is where we know the Queen of Agnes is sleeping.
The true Queen of Agnes.
Yay! Best girl.
Not a robot.
Agreed.
At least
this
we
place
can all
has
agree on that.
remained undetected because of the optic camouflaging and all of the black fog here, but we've finally managed to reveal it, and we are now going here to wake up the Queen. Something that the party has not realized, though, is that because we have now revealed it, everyone knows where it is, not just us.
Yeah.
Which could be a bit of an issue as we climb these stairs here. I may have been saying that a little too early. I forgot how long it takes to climb up these stairs. Oh my god.
It's actually quite a while. And additionally, because we have a Mobius's body within our party, they're able to find exactly where we are because of that.
Yeah.
I
now the
going
the
to
signal
tilt his
from
camera up.
my phone goes through the eye patch, so.
I wonder if Flex is going to end up tilting his camera up enough for us to see what's above the door at the top. Little Easter
I don't
egg.
think I've ever. What's above the door? I don't think I ever looked.
Oh, have you not seen it? Okay, well, if he shows it,
Well,
I'll let you see
we'll
it for
see.
yourself.
Well, I'm
but,
gonna have to check tonight because I can't think of anything either.
Actually, I have my Switch right next to me. I can just load it up and check.
What's the matter, Tom?
No, it doesn't.
it's
look
not
like
showing it,
Alright,
unfortunately.
I'll have to check. I'll check later.
We're here.
Yeah, so we come in here to wake up the Queen, and DJ Mobius shows up once again and kills her right in front of us. And of course, we knew exactly what we were expecting here. Neo from Xenoblade 2 is the Queen of Agnes. They really built up this reveal. The time when we could finally meet her, and then just immediately killed her right in front of us.
I'll be honest. This one didn't get me.
It didn't get a lot of people.
I remembered her powers.
Yeah. I mean, I remember watching it and thinking, like, there's no way they would do this, but also that would be an extremely ballsy move if they did, and I would respect the hell out of it. But no,
Also,
I
that
still
was
make...
a boss fight.
I still like to make fun of... sorry, go ahead.
We one-shot both of them with the same Final Lucky 7, because Final Lucky 7 is also AoE!
Yeah!
And the smash damage is actually based off of who you're targeting. So we target Mobius J, who has, I think, -20 or -30 physical resistance, whereas Mobius J has, like, 20 or 30.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we just do absolutely absurd damage to both of them.
I was gonna say, I still like to make fun of MD for... During this whole sequence, he not only believed that Nia died right here, but he got so worked up over it that he needed to take a break in the middle of the fight to calm down.
Really?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
But of course, as it turns out, Nia is fine, and we'll see that after
Yeah.
this fight.
See that.
We can talk about the fight first.
Yeah, so this fight... We'll see one new piece of tech right at the end, but first we're just going to be using Origin Blade and building up our talent art. And passing Glorious Wing over to Fiona to hope she passes it to us at the right time. So we're going to exit that. Get behind him, because he likes to use Doom Rain and jump back here while you're doing your combo, which is really rude, because then you're out of range. So we're going to build up our Final Lucky 7. Oh!
Ooh.
That's what I'm talking about. 97% accuracy cap
Alright, so you see that ring on the ground? That's a mechanic that was tutorialized to us way back in the Lambda fight.
This is the only other time it's used.
Yeah. It's just an AoE, just don't stand in it.
Yeah. So I don't know what Plex's backup strat here is going to be.
He's only got 10
He's
more
likely
seconds
just
left to use.
he's likely just gonna have to chain.
Oh.
Okay, so he did do what I was expecting to do.
Did manage to get the
And chained a little
Yeah.
bit too late. Oh no, wait, yeah, overkill.
No, this is exactly what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
So there's a very small period of time between Noah's final hit of Final Lucky 7 hitting and the boss hitting the ground.
Yeah.
Where you can chain before the smash actually happens.
Yeah, and you get the damage from that smash happening during the chain.
Yeah, you get it happening right at the start of the chain, and then, but because the chain just caps the boss at 1 HP from that, so you can essentially kill the boss with Final Lucky 7 outside of the chain, and then just use one hit to get some overkill. I think there was an energy grenade or something on the ground that just immediately ticked and killed the boss, and then he just used one art with the whoever it was just to get 300% overkill and move on.
Yeah.
So
that's the end of chapter 6, and we're now heading into the final chapter of the game.
Yeah.
Which really does not actually have a whole lot to it. It's kind of just a fetch quest, side quest that we do at the beginning, and then head immediately into the final dungeon, which really is just a whole lot of walking with not a whole lot of story in it.
Yeah.
That'll be it.
The cutscene's okay, because it turns out Dee missed the core crystal, so of course Nia is fine.
And she's here to give us some exposition on
Yeah.
the whole world of Ionios and how this all exists. But the short of it is we need to go and find these gears from Origin, and we can use those to upgrade our ship, which will allow us to get into Origin, that huge area in the center of the world, which is where Moby's headquarters is.
Oh yeah, all the way back in Colony 4, Borealis told us there's a big storm in the center of the big sea in the middle of the continent. And then we find out again, oh, that's where the last dungeon is now.
yeah, when we were discussing ways in order to get to the city, we decided that going through a north path would be too dangerous, and because of that big storm in the sea in the middle, we couldn't go that way, so we had to take the south path. And yeah, now we discover that's where Origin, the final dungeon, is. And in order to break into Origin, we need to make the I forget what Samon called it, like the ultimate boat or whatever.
Ultimate vessel, yeah, whatever it is.
Ultimate vessel by finding 5 Origin shards.
Yes, I think the boat was called the Boundary, and we upgraded it. It's now called the Bravery.
That sounds right.
Not that matters.
It's mostly already built, it just needs some extra stuff.
And so Plexa just grabbed a key item there, the Samon's secret stash key. This is going to give us access to a handy accessory that we're going to give to Uni for the final fight.
Oh, that's how you get in here. I remember one day I went and checked back at this room, and just suddenly the door was unlocked. I did not know where the key actually came from.
Yeah, you get that key as soon as you start Chapter 7. And he takes the chest on the right just for a bit of money. He doesn't care about the gold coin. But then we care about the accessory here called the Fiber Wraps, which increase your damage versus launched enemies by 105%.
So one detail I really love is that Nia, the plot gear, Nia was just using the one she has as like a paperweight. Didn't actually think we'd be coming back so soon. There's a nice little bit where like she has to kind of pretend she was sending people on like a trial to work out why they needed it themselves.
Yeah, it's fun seeing Nia trying to be all royal and proper when she definitely isn't.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, and so
Right,
now we're
well-
just sent across the world to discover 5 MacGuffins.
You see that Quad is about to start the D&J fights. It's possible if those go a little bit better than Plexa did, that he could make up some time.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
you know that
Oh, yeah.
Plexa missed his final Lucky 7 on Phase 2. So if that doesn't happen,
that wasn't overall too bad of a time loss.
Yeah.
And it's looking like it's about 4.5 minutes since then, so Quad could make up about a minute here, I would say, if his fights go really well.
The origin metal signal was coming from around here, right?
So where Plexa is
they're in
right
phase
now...
2.
Yeah. So where Plexa is right now, this is the very first area of the game. Like, literally the first area where you start the tutorial. Except instead of going on towards Colony 9, we turn around and climb up some cliffs here. And there you can see that origin shard right in front of this bonnet, and we're going to wait until that blue one is not facing us. And then this bonnet's kind of blind, so if we're quick enough, we can walk in front of it and grab this without having to fight the bonnet.
Yeah, this is an interesting
Yeah,
area
they got
where we start, because the path directly to Colony 9 has low-level enemies, but if you go anywhere else in this area, the enemies get much higher. So it's not until much later in the game you can actually come back and explore this area, despite having access to it from the very beginning.
So you can see Plexa's going to that skip travel we got earlier. This is the reason why.
Yeah, this is the payoff for grabbing all those, or grabbing a few skip travel locations earlier on in the run. It's nothing too special about this walk. There will be a jump scare just before the origin shard, but
Oh yeah, that one.
but luckily you can sidestep around it, or side swim around it.
Ooh, yeah, looks like Quad's having a much better look. D&J.
Yeah, although due to the fact that he doesn't have Fiona, he doesn't have the ability to get all these buffs passed to him. So it's much less likely that Quad's going to have like crit damage up or attack up or even power charge, which is what allowed Plexa to, despite the fact that his first Final Lucky 7 missed, he was still able to one-shot with that.
Yeah.
With that single Final Lucky 7, whereas Quad still had to use 2 of them.
Yeah.
So did one of them end up saving time in that fight over the other, or is it really just hard to tell?
I'm not sure. Just
It
killed it now.
I guess we'll find out after this, since splits.
It looks like it was about a minute. I think it was about a minute saved. I think it was 8:55 before. Now we're at 7:55.
Cool. Well, that's something.
So Quad's clawing his way back in here.
Yep, hard to say whether it'll be enough, but it is still possible.
And yeah, as you saw in Plexus stream, there's a UM that kind of pops out of the water there, gives you a nice little jump scare, but if you know it's coming, you can just stay to the side and it will not see you.
Okay, so this is a fun little bit of movement. The origin shard we want is in the under level of Maracna Forest, of the forest. And normally there's a big death plane that stops you dropping down, but there's a hole in it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm still undecided if this is intentional or not.
Well,
Is
there's a
there
swimmable pool
normally
of
a
water,
death plane,
so...
or does it just kill you if you drop down?
Okay, there's normally a death plane, but there's
over
no
here.
There's no death
Yeah.
plane here because this is where you walk down. But there's also this one pool of water that is just deep enough to swim in. So we land in that, no fall damage, saves having to walk.
This is another one of those pretty much completely optional areas.
Yeah.
That it's all high-level enemies, and you're never required to come down here for the story, except
for this little bit
right
here.
Yeah. And if you look on the left of Plexus screen, you'll see this nice big scary dragon. Level 76 elite monster that we used to actually include in the run, because if you kill it, it gives, I want to say 11,400 experience, which is quite a lot. And one other factor of Noah's Final Lucky 7 class is if he's an attacker, he has the ability to inflict doom on an enemy with any of his hits. And what doom is it has a 6%. It's supposed to be 3, but for some reason it's called twice, according to Rocco. So about a 6% chance to instantly kill any non-immune target. And UMs and bosses are all immune, but for some reason elites aren't. Speaking of things that are not immune to doom, you would think this is a boss, but not really. It has the health of a boss, but...
Well, you can see, usually there's a marker around their health bar that indicates a boss or a UM, and this, for some reason, just doesn't have it. And that means that they can be killed by Doom.
Yeah, it's not relevant to the speedrun, but we're right under Colony Tau. There's like a lift just behind us that you can to go about all the way back up if you wanted.
Yeah, and there you go. You saw the thing had 95% health and it just instantly died to Doom.
Yeah.
Tachyon Slash is really cool because it hits a whole bunch of times, and each of those hits has a 6% chance to inflict Doom. So it's really not that hard to actually inflict it.
So this is the other one we got with the skip trolls we picked up earlier with Ethel.
All the way back in Chapter 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna recook the city food. We forgot to mention it in the city, but with the first patch, they fixed food so that it actually works. And the city food gives, I think it's 25% bonus experience if you eat it from the city, and 20% bonus experience if you eat it from Riku and Manana's cooking. So if you cook it, so we just cook it here to get some extra experience for the next segment of boss fights. Because we're already at a campsite anyways, and it's just a good place to do it as well as level up.
Yeah. So, getting this origin piece, your first time through, how many goes did it take you?
Probably like half of them.
Yeah.
I think it was like my third try.
I got it in 5th.
I was honestly expecting when I started it was going to be like, oh,
just the last one.
I figured that it would make me do like 3 tries or something. That no matter what it was, the third one I did would be it. And no, it actually is a specific one.
Yeah.
You just have
It's
to
always
know where it is.
And unfortunately,
where it is.
There are other things that you can get from the other ones, some small items or whatever, but I don't think anything is worth it.
Yeah.
No, I was curious, so I checked one time. I think it's either nothing or just a collectopedia item.
Yeah, I think
I know when I did it in my casual playthrough, I just purposely dug up all of them just to see what I could find. It wasn't worth it.
I don't think they're rare collectopedia items.
I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
But anyways, once we've collected that 5th origin piece, origin shard, we're contacted by Chris.
Yeah, our old music teacher.
Yeah, the officer from, or the old officer from Colony 9 that was kind of Noah's role model before.
Yeah, we know that he has come back as Mobius and is luring us to Kavas Castle for reasons at the moment we don't know. And this area that we're jumping into right now is some area right outside of Kavas Castle that so far we have not actually had access to. We snuck into Kavas Castle through the back entrance, and the front entrance has still been blocked off this entire time. But it's after all of this that we're going to be able to access it again. And it actually counts as its own colony, so a lot of people are surprised to see that this far into the game we're still unlocking new colonies.
Yeah, although I think this is the second to last one you'll probably get casually.
Yeah, depending on how many side quests you've been doing.
Yeah.
Oh, Sigiri's is the last
Yeah.
one, you think?
Yeah, Securities will always be your last one.
I managed to get that one just in Chapter 6 as I got to it before even getting to the Cloud Key, but that's because I had been doing
Oh,
a lot
really?
of side quests up until that point. Apparently, that's not normal.
Yeah, no. No, I didn't get
Not
it until
quite.
post-game.
Yeah, me neither.
We've never been here before.
And Sigiri's class actually, or Sigiri actually comes with a nice effect of being immune to those poison pools, like the ones that we saw at the bottom of Magna Wildwood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or not Magna Wildwood, but whatever.
It was, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, Sigiri's class is not very good, just because of the way the debuffs work in this game. That it's a class centered around using debuffs on enemies, and every notable enemy in this game has insane debuff resist, so it's really hard to actually take advantage of it, which is unfortunate because I like Sigiri a lot.
Yeah, it's a similar issue to what Tactician faces, with it kind of being a debuff-based healer. That just most notable enemies are immune to, or
I do think
highly
debuff,
resistant to.
I do think debuff resist is lower on lower difficulties, but a lot of people don't. I guess if you're on lower difficulties, then you don't really need to care about having a good build, because everything just dies anyway.
So, up to this scene Plex was about to walk into, I was under the impression that Kevis Castle was just a replica of Alchemoth. Like, it wasn't the actual one.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks very different, but we can see
Yeah.
that this is
Yeah.
very similar to the area from Xenoblade 1, including that portion of the
Including the
Bionis and
mural.
Mechanis is still
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
But that's another one of those things that just doesn't actually get acknowledged in the game at all. We, of course, know what it is, but none of the
Yeah.
characters mention anything about it.
And I think it's actually kind of cool that way because it doesn't.
I first met Chris.
It helps the game function as a standalone game.
Yeah.
You can play without having to have gone through 1 and 2 necessarily first, if you don't want to sit through 3 80+ hour JRPGs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
a lot-
they're fun. They're good JRPGs, but I can understand why that's a big burden.
Yeah, a lot of people were expecting a huge crossover event in this
Yeah.
game, and most people were a little bit disappointed, which I think is understandable. But it does seem
Yeah.
like at least the DLC may be that. So that's something to look forward to, at least.
Yeah, I was expecting maybe a little bit more, but I wasn't too disappointed because 2 doesn't tie in as heavily to 1 as it might have. Like, from a certain chapter it starts, but it's mostly standalone.
Yeah, like once you get to chapter 10, you see.
You realize, oh, this is happening at the same time.
All right, so here we finally made it up to meet Chris. This is sort of just a test of our resolve at this point. That Chris himself is kind of uncertain about what it is that we're really doing, and is uncertain whether what we're doing is the right thing, and he's kind of forcing us to show him that what we're doing is right. We get some pretty heartfelt scenes between the two of them. Chris, turns out, is not actually evil, he just wants answers, and he wishes us the best of luck to continue on. But I'll let you guys talk about the fights themselves.
Yeah, in terms of the fight, this is very similar to the Queen of Agnes fight, in which we're just going to be building up our talent art, and then entering those Ouroboros to get weakened onto Chris. But one thing that we will have to notice, or take care for, is Chris has an art called Staccato Shock. And during that art, he's completely immune to all reactions. So you need to be careful not to accidentally use Final Lucky 7 during Staccato Shock, and if you see it come out just at the end of your Chakra Ring build-up, you just have to stop and restart.
Aside from that, there isn't too much extra in this fight, really.
No, just hopefully. Oh, okay. It ended in
Yeah,
time.
it is. Yeah.
Ended just in time.
Why, Chris?
And there we go. That's a one shot. Chris 2, similar fight. I don't believe he has any arts that are going to immune him to reactions. Oh, no, missing the Revolution Edge, unfortunately, but luckily no Slash is on a low cooldown, so we'll be able to still get our talent up pretty quickly.
And of course, in the cutscene, Noah makes a slight mistake. Chris isn't console Y, he's console C.
Why, Chris?
Why, Chris?
Yeah, so Chris round 2 has a little bit more HP than Chris round 1, so we're not going to be, even with the Origin Blade weaken, we're still not going to be able to one-shot him. But what we can do instead is after a first final Lucky 7, he's going to have a whole bunch of downtime where he has to enrage, and then cast his, like, tune-up or whatever it's called, and that just takes a whole bunch of time, so we have plenty of time in order to build up our second final Lucky 7, and then we only just need a small, I think it's 1 or 2 arts in order to kill from that point. Or Fiona could just pass us a power charge at the right time, and we'll one-shot from here anyways, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. Yeah, Fiona passed it a little bit early, which, while not ideal, still allows us to save a tiny bit of time just because power charge is roughly equivalent to a couple stacks on the Shackle Ring, so we can just cut out a couple of arts from the Smash build-up anyways. And there we go, that's Chris 2.
Yep, so that gets us all of the Origin shards that we needed in order to upgrade the boat.
Yeah, now that we can just strap a big rocket to it.
Looks like colony relations have changed.
First, though, I believe we need to get some food from the castle now, right? Now that we've unlocked this Kevis Castle colony.
No, we've actually we've routed out the food just because we've discovered that we can handle the final boss at a slightly lower level. So just making sure to track the ultimate vessel so we can skip travel there more easily. We're just going to do a small bit of shopping. We're going to buy the 3 shield belts, and what those do is they reduce the damage of that character, reduce the damage output that character does, but they also reduce the damage taken from that character, which we have a bunch of healers. We don't really care how much damage they do, but we would much rather they survive. So we just put the shield belts on them, and we don't realistically lose any damage, but it just adds a whole bunch of safety into making sure that we're always able to revive somebody if needed.
Yeah. Because obviously, as we've seen, if both healers go down, odds are you're going to have to restart unless you're like one attack away from winning.
Alright, so that's pretty much it now. We're just headed off to the final dungeon, and that will be it for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
The final dungeon is significantly higher level than anything else we've had to deal with in the story so far. This is kind of the part of the game where they expect you to run around doing a ton of side quests. But, of course, we're not going to, because we can handle it.
Yeah, we're level, like, 60... No, we're level, like, 50-something.
Yeah.
59.
Yeah, and enemies here start at, like, 65, I think.
Yeah, I think I beat the game at like 72 casually.
I think I beat it at 75, but even on hard mode, that was an adventure.
Oh, yeah.
Right, well, here we are in the final dungeon. I am actually going to jump off again for the last time to let Tasmania Jones come back in to commentate the very end of the run. But thank you all for watching, and let's look forward to how this all ends up.
Yeah, thank you so much for hopping in on commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you guys.
Yep, see ya.
See ya. And welcome back to Tasmania Jones.
Flex is just does we just have to clear out a few mobs, so we're just hoping to get the Doom procs on Lucky 7.
Yeah, if we don't get them, we get Final Lucky 7 anyways pretty quickly. Because if we hit our Tachyon Slash on multiple enemies, it builds up that many times as fast.
Yeah, and also Plexa has switched back to Miyabi just to get our Troubadour experience up. Really, the first few fights are just regular enemies, so we don't need Fiona for anything yet, so...
Yeah, Plex has a really cool strategy with Troubadour that we'll point out once he makes the switch.
Well, I think Quad also has Miyabi throughout, so there's two both range two Troubadours into the last set of fights.
Yeah, Quad does it for a slightly different reason though. Coming up in this room, we have a skip.
Yes, a very fun skip.
Was this the one that was discovered by you, or was it the other one?
Both of them.
Both of them. Okay, all
Yes.
right. I'll let you take over.
That one was Spoonie Skip 1. This one is Spoonie Skip 2. Electric Boogaloo.
And funnily enough, Spoonie Skip 2 comes first.
Yeah. Oh no, you mean an Origin. I meant the Origin jump. Yeah. Someone else found that Origin, the other Origin jump. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, basically, remember what I was saying about death planes back in that forest? There's also one on this floor, but there's another hole in it over here. So you just do a blind leap to this ledge, because there's a bit that sticks out. You land on it, right to heal up a bit. And then you can just kind of climb down the wall, and you don't have to do this whole room.
It's really fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that was good.
Yeah, I found this because of the other skip, and made me think, I wonder if there's other bits where like the wall just kind of sticks out a bit. So I was just throwing myself at walls, seeing where I could land.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fun part about this skip is the piece of wall you land on hasn't actually loaded in by the time you jump, so it can be a little bit hard to see if you're doing it for the first time.
Yeah, but luckily you can just kind of push yourself against that little sticky out bit of the platform, and that more or less puts you in line with where you need to jump, and you just hold forward.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't overshoot it.
Yeah, and then you just hit a couple other small ledges on the wall on the way down, and skip a very large room, or fairly large room.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget who exactly discovered the other skip coming up in the next room.
Let's check the old pins and see if I can find that out.
Outside, he's just finished up Chris 2, and is buying the shield bolts and also titanium temple guards. Another. Yeah, there's also Victor Gauntlet, I believe.
It looks like the first skip was discovered by D-Town.
Ah, right. Yeah, because this is an interesting one, because you kind of... Normally you'd have to go through this whole room.
But similar concept. You just land on one of these things, heal up a little bit, and just jump down.
That one I think you might not have to heal up. I think you can just land on the platform and it's not quite far enough to be damaged.
Quite possibly, but you don't want to risk aggroing the mobs at the bottom and then just having yourself get one shot. And just de-aggroing those mobs using the zipline there. And then there's a nice cheeky little skip for this patrolling mob here. You just wait until he's just about to turn. You just follow him until the end of his path. Stay on the right side here.
And yeah, that's that.
And because he turns around to the left, you can just sneak by outside of his vision.
Yeah. In New Game Plus, I just kill him. It's just a bit faster than walking.
Yeah, we used to kill him in New Game. Just doom it. It wasn't that much slower, but like you also don't really get anything for it. He doesn't give any experience really.
Yeah.
Like 1100 or something, which is it's the same as a location, or not even the same as a location. Locations in here give 3000, and Plex is even skipping some of those. That would be even quicker to get than killing that. So
I won't leave anyone behind.
So much to see, huh? Are Gondor and Monica going to be okay?
Yep.
so we're pretty much just going to be running past almost every single enemy in Origin. I believe Plexa kills one. Yeah, Plexa kills one enemy just before the next boss fight.
Yeah,
one-
there's that big one on the bridge. That one's I haven't found a way to get past without aggroing it.
I mean, what we used to do was we just aggro it, tag the landmark on the other side of it, and give up.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit faster, but he gives a good amount of experience, especially with food, so it's still worth it to kill him.
Yeah, it's probably a good one because I try to think of other unique monsters or elites here, and I don't think there's any that are that conveniently on the path.
Plexa just making that cycle with a funny little jump there. Quad having to take a retry on this first fight in Origin. I don't quite know what happens there.
I think, yeah, I'm missing FL7, also at a low level. I'm not sure what level I did press up.
Oh, he is only level 57.
Yeah, no.
Interesting. Maybe he just redid that fight for a bit more experience, maybe? Well, they don't give that much, so I don't know.
I think things first run Noah got KO'd. And then
Oh, that
that'd do it. Yeah.
It's rare to have Noah die in those fights, but sometimes it can happen. And unfortunately, Final Lucky 7 requires you to hit 10 positionals in order to build up from empty, so
yeah,
a dead Noah takes forever to rebuild it. Yeah, so here we're coming up to the next boss. Well, after this long elevator.
Well, still one enemy to get rid of.
Yes. Yeah, there's that one enemy we referred to before. It's... What is it? It's something Npedia, I think?
It is.
Yeah. Is it still an elevator if it goes side to side? Because it doesn't go up or down.
I guess elevator does have elevate in the name.
Yeah.
I don't know, what would you call this?
I don't know. Platform?
Moving platform.
Yeah.
That just doesn't sound...
anything, really.
That doesn't sound like anything. I don't know. Either way.
Horizontalator?
We're going to be killing this Farus Npedia here. It's because it's got a blue nameplate. Unfortunately missing the Revolution Edge there. And the Null Slash. Alexa is just not having it right now.
I think Alexa might have...
going to the land.
Yeah, Alexa's going to give up strat.
Yeah, just going to tag the landmark and kill it. Just to reset the cooldown on both those arts.
It's just Null Slash that misses, you can wait.
Yeah, if one of them misses, then you can just wait for Null Slash. Because Null Slash only has a 10 or 11 second cooldown. But if both of them miss, you're in for a long time. And yeah, as I was saying, enemies with a blue nameplate, they give, I believe it's 2.5 times the base experience of an enemy. And because we're 8 levels lower, yeah, we got 10,640. And a staple in the Xeno series is if you're a lower level than the enemy, you get increased experience from that enemy. So combine that plus the 2.5 times from it being an elite, plus the 20% from our food buff, and we're gaining quite a bit of experience. Alright, so here's the reason that we had Miyabi earlier. We set lands to be a troubadour. And the only reason that we set lands to be a troubadour here is because characters like to die. The next boss, N, well, N3 and N4 likes to go on a killing spree sometimes. And as I mentioned earlier, when a troubadour dies, it refunds the arts of everybody else in the party, which is just really handy for building up anything, really.
Yeah, talent gauge, chain gauge.
Final Lucky 7. Oh, Quad getting the second origin skip there as well. Yeah, we're just doing some quick outfitting for our team. This will be the second last menu of the run. There'll be another fairly sizable one just before the final boss as well. And then here we're just going to warp back to the start of the dungeon, tag the boat, which is also a skip travel location, just to level up once before end. And we hit level 62.
Yeah, 62 is the target. 63 is okay, but you get a bit less experience. Yeah, but you just can't do the fight realistically below.
Yeah, and does so much damage if you're under leveled.
By the way.
Yeah, so we're really under leveled compared to the boss, so we're taking a lot of extra damage because of that.
Not sure why we try there.
Noah had aggro. Noah had aggro and was about to take a glittering swiftblade. And so even with the... Or maybe he missed an art that time? I don't know. Because casting Final Lucky 7 does give you temporary invincibility.
Yeah.
So I don't quite know why he reset that last time, actually. But welcome to N. We've already seen a couple people in the party just go down. And there goes Senna, tie-ins, and critical. And this is the easy one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, N's just absolutely going on a killing spree here. We're going to be able to mitigate that a little bit now just by swapping to our Ouroboros here. Putting out Origin...
He missed an art and didn't build Lucky 7.
Oh, he did miss an art, okay. So yeah, we got... Built up our Origin Blade and dropped that on N for the Reduce All, which not only increases the damage that the enemy takes, it also decreases the damage that they output. Which is very critical for some of these fights and just reducing the damage that we are taking. Oh, we didn't quite get the one-shot. But that's okay, because Canonic Purge is a funny ability that actually just fully resets the aggro for the boss. So even though Noah just did the boss's entire health bar pretty much, Canonic Purge resets that and we get a free second try.
And now we're in fight 2, or N4.
Yeah, this boss is permanently enraged, by the way, unless
Yep.
you're dead.
Yeah.
This boss is so scary. So, unlike N3 where we waited a little bit in order to drop an Origin Blade, we are just dropping an Origin Blade right away just to cut that damage output.
It is Interlink 0, so it does have a chance. To have a higher chance in this, but...
Yeah, and it is a slower build-up for the Talon art, too. Ooh, Noah being very low health with the bleed on him was spooky, but it looks like we've made it out of that part. Hopefully.
So we're looking for Interlink 3 on either Uni, Tyon, or Land or Summer.
Uni already has Interlink 3, and there's the chain.
Also, this boss does have, if it jumps into the air, you can't break it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are several arts that N does that makes it immune to...
But he's back to Backflip City.
Yeah, Canonic Purge, Wraith Swordplay, and Primal Chronos on this fight will all block reactions, so you have to make sure he's not using any of those before you hit your final Lucky 7.
Yeah, also the boss does put a attack up buff, but you can clear it using Twin Moons from Troubadour, so having that second Troubadour since Mio's stuck in Aura form is helpful. So Quad will have the RB for that as well.
And on the other side, we have Quad actually just coming right up to N3.
Ooh.
Looks like Quad's actually skipping the NPD though.
Yeah,
I
looks
didn't
like
realize
it.
I didn't realize he skipped that.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to make up for lost time. Let's see if it pays off.
Quite possibly. It's actually not in his notes to kill it, so maybe not. Oh,
Yeah, I
and he
think
just
Platinum
hits level
Smash might have
62.
blocked blocks.
Ooh, close.
You just use the second half of Aura. It's slower, but you can.
Yeah, luckily we have this as a small backup strat in order to get the kill. We're not going to get as much overkill as maybe you'd like, but we will make it through the boss fight.
I think he's only going for 200 on this wave. Oh, I know. I
Does
think
not
Quad's
mention
got-
in his notes.
Yeah, Plex is going for just needs 200 off it, but Quad.
Yeah,
Quad will
okay.
get.
It doesn't look like he needs much overkill here.
So Quad's going to chain after the final Lucky 7.
Better give it a good once over.
And yeah, Quad. I think
Yeah, looks like
got-
Noah died there, so Quad had to retry that fight.
Ooh.
Yeah, N is just such a spooky fight.
Yeah.
It's like I just can't emphasize enough how much damage N's able to output.
Yeah, like casually, if you were able to make your way through Origin, N is what makes you think, okay, I'll go do side content for a bit.
Yeah.
Please stop bullying me, game.
Yeah, Quad's N3 fight is going to be the exact same as Plex's N3, just going for a one-shot with Final Lucky 7. Actually, I'm not familiar with what he does on N4. Does he go for the Final Lucky 7 smash and then a separate Yunon Ouroboros?
Yeah,
Or does he do
Blade
Plex?
Mode.
Okay. I wasn't sure if he did that or the same thing as Plexa.
Same as Omega Y.
Okay.
Yeah, it's because he's running defensive gear on Uni just so they can. It's easy. It's safe for them to build up into links and buff doesn't. I mean, you can smash with Noah and Chain, but you have to build up. I think it does less than the Final Lucky 7.
I gotcha.
Unless you specifically build Noah's. Without.
Yeah, so this room that Plexa is running through right now, we actually did discover a very, very small time save in this room, where you can abuse the Ouroboros' fat hitbox to get stuck on some pillars on the way down, and then jump down. But the problem with that is there's two story triggers up on this first floor here, so it's very...
Yeah.
So you still have to tag them, and on top of that, it's a very, very inconsistent skip. And if you mess it up, you're losing a ton of time, so... Even though it technically saves a couple seconds, it is just not worth going. But it was still very fun when Quad accidentally discovered it.
Yeah, I haven't heard about this yet.
Oh, you engage the enemies right before the switch there, enter Ouroboros, and then you get jump down in your Ouroboros, and you like get stuck on two of the pillars down there, like the two spiky pillars. And because your Ouroboros hitbox is large enough, you will actually get land there rather than just kind of slide off like you would if you were a normal character. And then from that point, the fall or the jump to the ground isn't enough to kill you.
Ah, I see. The only skip I know about that room is hopping over that top of that little box.
Yeah, that is something I actually did casually.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people work that out casually.
Yeah.
Yeah, N4's just a tricky fight. And
Yeah.
in general. I think we'll have to erase that because, yeah, I think in my own run I had to erase that a number of times. I'm probably going to bring some more defensive gear next time on that. So this is
Yeah.
There's a big spider fight coming up.
Yeah, this is a bit of a silly fight.
Yeah, it's just a big horde you fight for some reason.
Yeah, there's 3 waves of 3 of these spiders. Unfortunately, they're all flagged as uniques or bosses, so they're immune to Doom, but they're not immune to Final Lucky 7.
They're weirdly built up in the story too.
Yeah, the cutscene right before it looks kind of intimidating, but
Yeah.
they're just not all that powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, ideally you want to get all 3 with the front attacks so that you get an instant recharge on Final Lucky 7.
Yeah, but sometimes they just don't group up, or they'll aggro onto different targets and just
they'll
be
all, like,
facing
turn
random
around.
directions. Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just have to build it up the slow way, but we still make do with what we got. All things considered, could be worse. At least we have Final Lucky 7.
I think there's
Oh.
one more wave of spiders after this one.
No, this should be the last one.
Oh.
Unfortunately, the topple missed on this one on the left over here, and it was a little too far out of the way to get hit by the impact damage from the smash on the other 2.
Leave it to me.
Okay, so quad's successfully in the chain, and it
Yeah.
should... Yeah, we just have to be careful not to get blocked too much.
We have to be careful, as if we have a
Yeah.
choice.
Alexa's coming up to the final stretch before Y now.
Mm-hmm. Now this is another section where it looks like maybe you could find a skip for, because Y was
Yeah.
just straight ahead of us before we turned off to the right. But unfortunately,
There is a hard death plane right under us, and I haven't found a way to jump around it at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so quad's safe for this. Thing is, yeah, takes whatever overkill he gets on the...
I was thinking maybe
Quad's
you could
getting a
land on
nice
the
320
land on the roof.
overkill.
I was thinking maybe you could land on the roof of the defense tower 3 or something, but you just can't get over there.
Yeah. No, I searched for quite a while, but
Yeah.
yeah, the death plane's too good. And yeah, in that room that Plexa just went through, on the left side, there's 2 normal Hyadit Impedias. On the right side, there's 2 elite ones. And back when we used to do the fights at a higher level, we used to actually farm those 2 elite ones, and then there's 2 more later on as well on the opposite side of this room, because they're pretty much on the way and they each give about 10,000 experience, so we thought, what the hell, may as well. But now that we figured out how to do fights at lower levels...
This is the room where X would normally be.
Yeah, a lot of people would have fought a boss here because Uniside story is pretty easy to find.
Yeah, it's not too out the way, and it kind of resolves her arc really, because we kind of skipped a lot of the cutscenes, but she's been having small flashbacks of one of her previous lives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, back in chapter 3, right before we fought the Lepus, she found a dog tag with her name on it on a corpse.
I could be wrong, but in the flashbacks, does he have a different weapon?
Oh, I could not tell you the answer to that one.
I'll have to check. So just again luring out these two dogs.
Yeah, they used to be really annoying for me to de-aggro, but Plexus seems to have, or somebody seems to have found a way. Maybe it was Quad, maybe it was somebody else.
Yeah.
Found a way to have better movement to consistently de-aggro both of
Cutting
them.
the corner there. So we're coming up to the final Mobius firefight, which is
The penultimate
it's
boss
actually
fight of the
easier than
run.
the end fire speedrun, but casually it's quite a difficult boss, especially if you let it go under 50%.
Because he does have some upgraded attacks. He has a spin to win attack that applies bleed on everybody it hits, which also does a pretty large amount of damage. So we're just going to try and get a quick Origin Blade out here. Before he can do Glorious Typhoon, that's the one. Luckily we got that Reduce All on it, and it seems to have missed Uni and Fiona entirely.
Yeah, and this boss also has a massive block, a very high block rate compared to a lot of other enemies from the side of front.
Yeah, you can also grab your party members sometimes, like he just did there.
Yeah, Body Trap, he grabs whoever's got aggro. And otherwise, the strategy for this fight is the exact same as the strategy against N4. And he's looking to get 330% overkill. So we're just
reapplying Origin Blade. It's a 60-second debuff that can run out if you spend too long.
Hopefully we don't miss. Excellent.
Yeah, Uni and Tyan's or Tyan's Aura will hold the debuff for longer. Yeah, just for safety, you really need the Reduce All, because this boss has so much health.
Quad is up to the spiders now. So he's still behind, but not too far.
Yeah, there we go. Plex is in the chain attack here. We're just gonna do a little bit of damage. We got 4.5 million buffs. Use Fiona just to respread them again quickly.
Yes, you need power charge to kill reliably on this.
And just after round one, we're already down to half health, and we haven't even smashed yet, so...
And there he goes.
Yeah, so this boss gives the most XP out of everything before a final boss, so we just take the extra overkill here.
390, nice.
390, that's an enormous overkill.
Yeah.
He'll be very comfortable.
Yeah, that's a very comfy Zed.
So there's just one last move. Elevator, and then... no, you won't be doing that at 60, 64.
No. We will absolutely be leveling.
Yeah. So one thing somebody pointed out to me, ooh, nice lift skip there, jumping over the barrier, don't have to wait for it to fully finish.
Yeah, it's actually quite easy. You just jump when the distance from the objective is about 130 meters.
Yeah. But also, yeah, is it still an elevator or a lift if it goes down?
I'm going with that's an elevator.
Yeah, because it changes your elevation.
Okay, so you might have noticed that we switched Nola to Troubadour. As good as Spencer is, this final boss has multiple phases, and you don't get the pre-charge on Lucky 7 back between many of the phases. So
Yeah, there's one spot where it counts it as a new fight, so you will get one refresh on your final Lucky 7, but that's it.
So, as I was saying, something that someone pointed out to me a few days ago was this theater. You can kind of see it in the background of the opening cutscene. It's like one of the little. Yeah, I think it's one of the buildings.
Huh.
Or at least a very similar looking one.
It has absolutely been an incredibly long time since I watched the opening cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we're just doing just a couple last second things to set up for the fight. I'm going to tag the landmark, skip travel back to the boat to do our final level up. And I believe we're aiming for level 67.
yeah, because I skipped the food and in Mikawa's castle, they actually only want 67.
Flexa was 500 experience off of 68.
I've seen it.
So close.
Overkill. I mean, we used to do 68, but yeah.
We used to do 7.
Down to 67.
I mean, we used to do 71, but it's been a while since that.
Yep. So for this fight, there's no resetting apart
Nope.
from resetting your game.
Yeah, if you die at the end of the fight, you're coming back all the way to right here. And it's a long fight.
It is so long. Even in New Game Plus, because this boss has HP gates.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, even if you hit it, he'll just still kind of float around until it's time for him to do the next thing.
Now, I imagine in the HP gates for the second part of the fight, you're more likely to hit in New Game Plus.
Yeah, you can hit them in. You can hit the one in Phase 1 pretty easily.
Because in New Game, we're able to do little enough damage before the HP gate that we can one-shot with a smash. And effectively skip it.
Yeah.
We'll still have to watch the cutscene, but we won't have to split the fight into 2 parts. So this opening part here, you might notice that we have a lot of staying powers on the ground. And I mentioned that a long time ago, as Stalker has one art that is very useful for the final boss. Staying power is that art. What it does is whenever somebody uses an art while in the art's follow-up circle, it'll unleash a second circle that just attacks the boss that does twice the attack stat of the person that used the staying power. Now, the reason this is so good is it does a flat damage that isn't reduced or increased by anything. And in the first couple of phases here, Zed has an enormous damage reduction. I don't know what it actually is, but like, if you look at some of these numbers, 7, 6, 5, 15 on a critical hit. Like, we are not doing a lot of damage, but then you also see like 16, 12. Those are the numbers coming from the art's follow-up circle that just pierce through this defense reduction and allow us to actually just get through these first couple phases in a reasonable amount of time.
You know, we said the whole thing on the floor that hurts you mechanic doesn't come back. It comes back here in this fire stage, kind of, but it doesn't have the red thing.
It does, it's just around the entire arena.
Yeah.
You can kind of see it there.
Oh yeah, there it is.
And then additionally, you'll create
there's little
alternate
explodey
eruptions
bubbles
here.
Yeah.
You just want to try and not be in any of those.
Of course, when the mechanics, if you this happens to me all the time in the New Game Plus, but we will get through these little gates pretty quickly. But so those little puddles will stay over until the next phase, and one can pop up where it puts you. So you just start and then it explodes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is actually a really good fight for Plexus so far. The burning phase can sometimes really troll you, and like you'll just sometimes just have people constantly dying. But this is going really well so far.
Oh, looks like Quads is getting his Mobius Y kill.
I think that looks close enough to get it, but yeah.
It's
just
probably
make sure
Yeah.
it's in
Oh
dash.
yeah, it's absolutely
Yeah.
good enough.
Yeah.
That should be close enough, unless
Yeah, another thing we
unless
didn't
one
mention
wants everything.
is when we first got Final Lucky 7, you might have noticed it only had 5 arts. Once we beat N4, we unlock the rest of Noah's potential or something, and we actually get that 6th art in the bottom left called Harmonic Wave. So Tachyon Slash finally has a fusion art at this point in the game.
Yeah.
For the last two
is
boss
still
fights.
on Origin
Yeah, there's
Y.
Y.
Oh!
I think part of his FL7 chain got
Oh, he's
blocked.
fighting Y again.
Yeah, he didn't get the kill in the chain attack, so he
Oh.
needs that overkill.
Oof.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. Because he went through the entire fight, and then at the very last second was
Yeah.
just short on damage.
Anyway, I should mention this in case, because Evan is probably yelling. Every character now is giving their affirmation and conclusion to their character arc. Senna is saying she's going to live for herself. Lance is saying he's not going to feel bad about Yorin dying to save him. I forget what Lance and Uni say.
Ion and Uni?
So, Tyon and Uni, yeah.
Well, Tyons is about Nimue, who we don't
Yeah.
we
Oh,
skipped a lot of.
Yeah.
I can't remember because I always run to the bathroom during this part.
Yeah.
So the Ouroboros orders themselves take a long time, and then... So first of all, we're stuck in a series of forced chain attacks, where we go through each of the Ouroboros pairings, and as I just said, we go through some final character development for them. And then you get the Ouroboros order, and then it moves on to the next Ouroboros pairing, goes through some cutscenes for their final development.
Yeah.
And there's like a minute and a half or something in between the chain attacks where you don't have to do anything. So it's a great opportunity to go for a bathroom break just to help calm your nerves for the final boss fight of the game, which can be a very stressful boss fight.
Yeah. Because you've gotten this far and it can all go wrong.
Yeah, that's a lot better on quad side. I think, yeah, that wasn't blocked.
Yeah, and also this is only round 1 of the chain, so even if he doesn't kill now, he still has another round of the chain attack too.
Yeah. It should die from the Uni's wing. There it is.
I don't know how much overkill he goes for. Does this say? His notes do not say, but looks like he's going for the full order.
Yeah.
And just, at least in normal mode, it doesn't matter how much damage you do on the chain because the boss just heals it right back.
Yeah, on normal
Yeah.
mode, he heals the exact amount of damage you do. On easy mode, he heals for a little bit less than the damage you do. On hard mode, he heals for a little bit more than the damage you do. But he still has this massive damage reduction, so it doesn't really matter. Any
Well, it's
swing
also
in
not
HP is just
really
gonna be...
relevant how much. Because we got Nash.
Yeah, that too.
I see. You would grow strong enough to withstand adversity.
And of course, remember, if we die on giant floating heads, we have to do all this again.
Yeah. Yeah, I learned that the very difficult way in my casual playthrough.
Yeah.
A little over an hour into the fight on the final phase.
Oh, Quad has Y down now.
Yeah, so Quad is didn't pick up Fiona, so Shira's another good choice for the final boss. And
Yeah.
What, using Zephyr again with Tribute on Neo?
Yeah, he'll be
Maybe
using
not.
Zephyr on. I think both of them are on Zephyr aren't
Yeah.
they? Yeah.
I use Assure and New Game Plus for the extra launch. One of the few heroes who have one.
Yeah, and also Quad decides to put Speed Demon on that decreases damage, but which is
I thought it increases the evasion.
Increases evasion.
Yeah, increases the evasion of the people in your circle, which is just another way to help mitigate all that extra damage that can come out in this final fight. But over here on Plexus side, we're coming to the final round of
just gotta get
four
through
spin
this.
attacks here.
Noah and Mio's. You see Mio's all-important Miyabi flashback again for the first time.
Yeah, it's just funny because you see Mio's flashback, but Miyabi's still alive. And then you see Noah's flashback, but Mio's still alive.
Yeah, it is a bit weird.
Yeah, so thankfully after that one, there isn't another minute and a half cutscene. There's maybe 10 seconds. And when Quad's in this fight on his stream, we like to make funny jokes in this fight, but for the sake of the marathon, I will refrain from that.
Yeah, so this is now where we take out our F7. Method to charge is different because we're a healer, so we're looking to either heal or drop fields to charge up our F7 rather than Fencer where we just need to do the Tokyo slash
Positionals, yeah.
So going for an Origin Blade here just gives us enough damage, and also optional power charge there.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough for Quad to catch up, because...
Yeah, Plex is gonna have to die, I think, or have an absolutely abysmal...
So we got Aura 3 already
on Uni, yes. So we're just gonna build up our final Lucky 7, build up our Shackle Ring, pop it, and then use a rank 3 Ouroboros Order.
Yeah.
And then with the weaken buff from from Origin Blade, we should just be able to smash in round 1 here. Perfect.
Great.
And then we're just gonna farm a tiny bit of overkill. I believe it's 268% with no food buff to get from 67 to 68.
Yeah, there's 68, nice.
There we go.
Yeah. The key thing here is we want Swordmaster 15. So Uni already has and Senna just got Swordmaster 15. Or Swordfighter 15. Because we absolutely need the extra damage from the
So here we're just gonna dash off to the side immediately. Just because some of his arts are just gonna go straight out in front of him, and by being off to the side here, we're gonna be able to evade a lot of them with Noah.
Yeah.
And then here we're just gonna spam cancel arts until Noah builds up Final Lucky 7.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed is the AI never is able to hit positionals in this fight. They just always stand in front.
Yeah, they always do, because even if it's side positionals, they still don't like to hit them.
Yeah.
They will hit back sorry, you cannot hit back positionals is what I meant to say. Like whatsoever, because you can't go past the flowy hair that you see.
Yeah.
So if you brought Full Metal Jaguar to this fight hoping your what's that art called? Demolition?
Yeah.
Is
Luckily,
just gonna crank out damage. Unfortunately that's not the case.
Luckily, Full Metal Jaguar does have one that benefits from front positional that the AI
That's
will
true.
basically always hit.
That's true. And so Plexa just built up his Shackle Ring and is just dropping into his chain attack here. He sees Fiona round 1, but the problem with having Fiona in round 1 is you don't get the refund on from her order.
Yeah.
So like it's supposed to refill a third of the chain meter, but since you're full and choosing the hero doesn't
Yeah, also it consumes her power
anything.
charge.
Yeah, it won't overflow, so you
Yeah.
want to use
Oh,
it
and
first.
that too will also consume her power charge.
And we want to keep it for later.
Yeah.
So we
you
got
see
Ty on, which is who we want to see. But Faye's
exactly
not
what
still
we
around.
want to see. So I believe we are just gonna go straight into Tyon here. Yeah.
And complete that. Yeah. So
And then probably
Quad's
just a
using Shira,
smash.
so if Quad gets a Shira on the chain order, then
Yeah.
he can just finish with the smash in round 2.
Yeah, Quad is
Yeah,
up
power
to...
charge and
Quad is
directly
up to the
hit.
cutscenes now. Ooh, there's the big good smash.
Oh, not quite. Just a little bit short. But
Ooh, yeah, no, yeah.
But
If
we
it
got
doesn't
Fiona,
kill, he's
so
gonna teleport behind and daze everyone.
we'll be able to do it. It's
Yeah.
shouldn't be a problem. Oh.
I've got an idea.
I might have the answer.
That's a little bit awkward.
Still got two orders left.
Yeah, the issue is he just doesn't have any attackers.
Yeah.
But thankfully, Final Lucky 7, even in healer, still does, or not Final, Unlimited Sword class still does a lot of damage, even as a healer.
Yeah.
This change is going to be a little... No, he's just going to take Neo because he sees Senna. That's just going to get the kill.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, and you can't actually... This boss doesn't actually give experience, so you might be able to... You might, quote-unquote, kill it in the chain and see your overkill building up. But the boss is scripted to just not die, so you won't actually get any overkill from it.
And you can see it's
so we saw
evading there
Fiona.
now.
We actually did see Fiona's effect, so we're able to do round 5 there, normal chain. Even though we don't want to see it here.
So, this is our first look at X in the run.
Yep. She's been in cutscenes that we've skipped, and in side stories that we've skipped.
Skip this, casual.
And so the X Infinite fight here has a couple of hidden mechanics. There's an HP gate at 50% that goes away once she uses Meaningless Pain. So we want to try and force her to use Meaningless Pain as quickly as possible. Now, how do we do that? Turns out if she kills somebody, in this case we're going to get her to kill Uni, then she will use it. There we go, Meaningless Pain. Oh no, we're at 1 HP and toppled? It's fine, we'll get some help in a moment.
Yeah, this is a forced thing.
And there's a little bit of RNG that happens here. So all the heroes that we've collected, or that we've permanently unlocked throughout the speedrun, so like not Ashira, not Isard, and not Fiona, they will appear to help us. Now, not all heroes are created equal. For example, we have 3 DPS heroes, or 3 attacker heroes, Riku and Banana, Juniper, and Gondor. Gondor does a lot more damage than either of the other 2. So we really want to see Gondor on the other side.
Yeah, because the other side starts with this mechanic.
And as well, this side has Noah with Final Lucky 7.
Yeah, that too.
So we will be building up a Shackle Ring and smashing. Oh, seeing the Nopons is a really good sign here. This side will always get Monica for Plexa because he has... because he doesn't have a tank here.
Yeah.
This is absolutely the best possible heroes we can get. Valdi, the Nopons, and Monica.
Valdi always just sounds so happy to turn up.
Ta-da! Thanks for
I think
waiting.
the only thing you really need is... You need a full Lucky 7. But
Yeah, you just build up your Lucky 7 stack, and here you get to see the real reason that we have a Troubadour instead of, or no, on Troubadour instead of an attacker. Because we'd have to hit 10 positional. Ooh, that's a... Noah died, unfortunately. But it's not quite so bad because of Troubadour. It's not great. But we'd have to hit 10 positionals, which that's a minimum of 100 seconds as a flash fencer because we can't hit back arts. Whereas we're just able to get Ring of Roses up constantly, as you can see, and...
Yeah, also Validy's helpful just to help out with the healing before Lucky 7.
But once we draw final Lucky 7, the healing output that we'll put out is incredible.
So I think Fluxel are going with either 4 or 5 stacks. Yeah.
Uni died for Plexa. Doesn't matter, he'll let Lands revive her. While he builds up his final Lucky 7.
Yeah, smash.
4 is enough.
Gets the kill, perfect.
Yeah, Quad's just about to finish the chains, the Z chains, so... I believe he'll also be looking for an Aura 3 smash. Yeah. So Plex against the rest of the heroes, so that's Miyabi, Juniper, and Gondor. So Gondor fades up damage a lot, and Miyabi is also helpful for extra recharge.
Yeah, so every hero that we didn't get on X Infinite, we get here on Y Infinite.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned before, Gondor over on this side is just so important because it's a variance of like 45 seconds or something.
I remember casually my first time here, I didn't have any good attackers on my Agnes trio, so this took me ages.
Yeah, I didn't even... I mean, none of us even knew what was going to happen in our casual playthroughs here, so...
Yeah.
Didn't know what to expect.
Got very high pip after the HP gate in the next head, though.
Yeah, you can see just how fast Y Infinite's melting. If Gondor was on the other side and we got the Nopons over here instead, this would just be a lot slower.
Yeah. And Quad is still in the movie theater.
Yeah, but it looks like he's got his final Lucky 7 built up, and he's going in.
Oh yeah, looks like he's about to end it.
He's done his Ouroboros chain attack, so hopefully that should just die round 1. There we go.
Yeah, so recall that Noah still has... We had around 50, 60 seconds left on FL7. That carries over, so...
Carries over here, not on the previous one.
Yeah, so ever since we saw that first giant floating head, that was the start of the second fight of this final portion, and that continues all the way until the end of the run.
Yeah. And we have one last HP gate. About, I want to say 50?
Yeah, so there's an HP gate at 50%. One thing we didn't talk about in Phase 1 is there's a kind of hidden HP gate in Phase 1 at 75%.
Yeah.
At which point, Zed will immune all reactions if you're in a chain attack. It won't stop you from doing damage, but he will no affect all reactions.
Yeah.
And in phase, in the final phase here, it is at 85% instead of 75%. Luckily, that one was actually discovered very early on, so we didn't have to stress too much about that.
It's a very dangerous Origin Blade to do. The Aura 3 Origin Blade. Yeah, so I think, I had...
Yeah, he's got follow leader on just so we don't accidentally do too much damage.
So there's a Moonless, but Fiona didn't lose power charge. yeah, I think, yeah. I have to say, if it's stuck.
Yeah,
Should
that's
be
the
good.
game.
There we go.
That Origin Blade is extremely.
Yeah, no
extremely
point doing more damage. You have to get this cutscene.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you
so
can't
Quad
do
got
any
the
more
first-
damage
Yeah.
anyways.
Yeah.
Let's go the first round this year, so that saves, I believe, 26 seconds over.
Yeah, so we should just be able to
Like,
smash
probably
there, and there
more.
you go. There's the one shot over on quad side for Z Infinite Phase 1.
Yeah, I think Plex had to do some extra.
Yeah.
Yeah. That level 3 Origin Blade is really scary. It gives you the kill in round 1, but if you do too much damage, then basically your smash does nothing, and you get to watch as Zed drops your bar, inflicts topple and daze on everyone. And
I got so hyped when these two turned up. Especially Nia.
Yeah, so
When Quad
it's
gets
not
this
only that-
cutscene, you know he'll be screaming melee down.
Yeah.
Down in the other channel.
Let's say Quad will be a bit boy saving it again.
I wonder if, with what we've seen of the DLC, I wonder if they'll change Life Sage's wings at all.
So, FL7's running out what's expected, so we'll just rebuild again.
Yeah, and again, the power of Troubadour. We can build Final Lucky 7 or Unlimited Sword back up so quick.
Yeah, this is fairly safe as long as you don't leave your party members in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
There's one
Yeah,
last
you-
thing that, you
Yeah,
just
hit
don't
follow me
touch
just to
the
get him
wall.
over to the side.
Yeah.
Now we just build up. We're already in Unlimited Sword. That's. And then we just build up one last Final Lucky 7 and Chain Attack.
And that should be... Time is... Once the chain attack ends.
Yeah, once we see the final damage for the chain attacks.
So effectively looking just to get the full stats here. Because Fiona still has power charge.
Here we go.
I think that was a bit too,
This should just be a round 1 smash. I thought it
I
was a
think
round 1 smash.
for chain too. Plex the chain too late.
Oh, we didn't get. Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the smash went through. We should still be fine.
Yeah.
We have a million buffs, and Yunnan is still very powerful.
Yeah.
But we almost got excited there. Just means we get a little bit longer Plexa on the screen.
Yeah.
It doesn't do that much damage to Aether resistance.
Remember, this decides for all time which is the best hair.
Oh, Plexa, don't let my short hair gang down.
Yeah, so this last part, boss will probably end up using depends on how much damage you can get out of.
I think we should be able to get the kill here. We're just gonna get some buffs out.
Yeah, I think, you have to finish with the probably.
It's just using the healers just to get extra damage to be safe, I think.
It's just getting out extra buffs, I believe.
And buffs as well, yeah.
Yeah, finish with Uni.
What side?
I didn't see what Heroes Quad got on X Infinite.
Well, the RPG,
And the Nopons.
Oh, no, it's still up.
Oh!
Oh! He's still very far ahead, though.
Just wants to use more 3 to finish.
Yeah.
This should still be safe.
Yeah.
He's incredibly low.
Yeah, he's very low.
Yeah, I probably would have used Land 7 to get
There's death.
Well, that was
There
Well
we
done.
go. That's time for Plexa.
Hashtag Agnes sweep. Short hair, best hair.
What power? Crazy! This is the force of people's will.
You taking the mic? It's
Well,
terrifying.
now that we've done all that, we can go help
Turn out. How you will.
we can go help Ashura sort out her colony business.
Hold it in place.
There's time now.
Yeah, surely we can do that.
Yes, I think Quad looks like he missed Gondor on this side.
Yeah, he would have gotten Gondor on X, which is unfortunate, but it's only about a 40-second time loss. It's nothing he can't make up.
Okay, actually, when we first got a little bit of cutscene after this, I thought there was going to be another phase.
And there we are, Quad moving on to the final Z Infinite.
This was close. Quad almost took the lead back a few times.
Yes, a few unfortunate incidents. DJ being the big one.
Yeah.
Incomplete Siege Lav, Mobius Y.
Think several.
Anything that happens slightly differently, and the relay could have really gone to either team here in the final game.
Yeah, we could have been in the long hair timeline.
I don't know if I want that. Yeah, one difference you'll see here is Quad isn't going for an Ouroboros chain, he's just going for a regular chain here.
Leave it to uni. That's the way. I'll start us off.
I'm with you.
Oh, we go back to seconds.
Yes, he won this year for round 2 again here, but if not, we can kill in round 3. It's lower than the...
Yeah, this should just be...
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
And now we'll just be a couple of minutes off of Quad. Wrapping this up.
Yeah, the first store order's about the same time. The second order, if you get this pull in the first smash, is the PM is around... I think it's 20... Yeah, it's around 26 seconds as well.
Get out of the way. This ends here.
But you sort of do need to run on rolls for that little hang of the box.
Let's go and help them then. We'll grab the future with both hands this time round. I have long awaited this moment. I too shall join the fight. Witness all I am.
Quad's favorite girl Melly on the screen right there.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was 3 deaths right there. And you'll see Quad actually
Oh, wow.
sheathed his weapon right there. because he had 30 seconds left on his unlimited sword, which isn't quite enough to build up a chain for another. It's just not quite enough to build up a chain in that time. So he has to reset the cooldown, and the fastest way to do that is just to sheath your weapon. Yeah, it's a little spooky when the boss, or when he just does that art where he knocks down everybody and dazes them.
Yeah.
But we did manage to get everybody else topped off, so here we go. Quad's back in Final Lucky 7, a little over halfway built through building his chains, so
he should be able to get it.
Time will be coming up on him very shortly. We're just hoping not to get the 3% miss on either the break or the topple. There we go.
Yeah, no, there goes Jake.
I think we only saw one 3% miss on Final Lucky 7 the whole run, and that was Plexa's DJ fight, or DJ2 fight.
Yeah, it was.
I believe this is a round 1 smash, or sorry, round 2 smash with Ashira here, if I'm not mistaken.
That should be a kill unless... yeah, Quad's sucking it. I think he had to restart because Uni got quiet. So...
I'm having to exclusively
there we go.
the Quad side to avoid emotional damage.
And GG, that's time for Quad.
Yeah, that's it. That's done.
6:45:35, 6:54:07, very respectable times for both of them. Plexa being a little over, or a little under, about 2 minutes off of his PB.
You taking the mic?
Yeah, GG to all the runners.
Not knowing how tomorrow will turn out. How you will.
But it's official. Hashtag Agnes Sweep. Hashtag Short Hair Sweep.
Hashtag short hair sweep. That's the important one. I want to see that flood in the chat right now.
That's why I want to move on. We'll claim the future and shape it ourselves.
Yeah, I think that's all I've got from myself. It was great to be with you guys to cast this run. It was a ton of fun.
Yeah. And I'm not really sure what else we can talk about. I mean, we could narrate the ending, but I think the admins want to wrap it up.
I think many of us have been here and awake for way too long at this point.
I'm sure chat is very tired of being stuck in the endless now, but it's all dead.
We killed the now.
Yeah.
Indeed.
We got the super sword.
Indeed. No, honestly, thank you very much for holding down the fort. Obviously you three, but obviously I think Evan as well has been supporting you for the majority of these runs, or for this run. Thank you for all the commentary. It's good stuff.
And as we all know, the moral of the story: avoid surprise birthday parties.
Yes. Right. Okay. I think it's time for us to. I mean, obviously, it'd be nice to watch the entire ending. The ending is very good, but it obviously is a bit of time. So I'll let. I guess I can bring up Agnes's audio just because we can kind of have this as like a background for a little bit. I guess that sounds nice. I think. So I'll bring that up for everyone. Yes, that is the end of the relay. We have two great teams. So I mean, we just clocked in just under 22 hours. So we had an estimate, a very rough estimate of about 24 hours. So to be 2 hours under that is very good. But to see how close the race was, like I mean, it's been pretty intense an evening, and yeah, very well done. I think to everyone.
yeah, I think a very well done to everyone for putting in on such a great show. I do want to invite my admin team back into the channel. For now, I think I want to say thank you very much, Spoonie, Tasmania, and Scott. But if it's possible, we would like to wrap things up. So if you have any final words now, we'll kind of like move on and get the ending going. If that's okay.
Absolutely. I don't think I have anything else to say. Thanks to everybody for watching. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've got nothing else, just the same. See ya. Have a good night.
Yeah, I think I've got nothing else. It's quite early for me as well. I'm in the Australian time zone, so it's very early in the morning. So I'll probably sign off after this.
Cheers very much indeed. Right, I'll bring back Legrand Grand and MD then into the channel. So yes, Legrand Grand and MD are with me. Two of the admin. Unfortunately, Aeon is currently, I think, asleep. So Aeon's not with us, but we do have some words from her that we're going to be sharing with you in a little bit. But first off, Legrand Grand MD, it's over. That was quick.
It is over.
That was quick.
That was amazing. That was amazing.
Endless now is gone. We have been defeated, and it is what it is. It was such a good race. Oh
What
my
a
god!
fantastic! It was so close.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I found was that we. I mean, I mentioned this I think yesterday when we started the event, but we first started looking into this like August, September kind of time. Just we were floating the idea, right? Because the run Xenoblade 3 was getting a bit better, but we weren't at the point where it's like this is ready to go, But it was getting closer to that point, so we started to kind of push towards it, and then around about October time, that was when we really went, all right, okay, the run's in a good place, let's do this. So it's been about 4 months, 5 months of work of organizing, kind of getting everyone submitting and finding out time zones and organizing the schedule and getting the runners and the categories and what and who and how we wanted to showcase the series. And obviously, there's a lot of people to thank for that, and we'll go through that in just a bit. But no, I think it's one of those things where to see 6 Xenoblade Chronicles games back to back, kind of in this way, in a race setting like this.
Relay race too.
Yeah. Like at first, we announced this as a relay event because we weren't sure if we were going to have enough people to do a full race, but we managed to get 12 runners who are, I mean, because there's so many categories, right? And would they all align in the right way? And we managed to find, players and setups that was just going to, work out just perfectly for us. And yeah, it was just a pleasure to be able to kind of bring all the games.
It really was.
For everyone.
The community really pulled through.
Back in 2019, when I built the first Xenoblade marathon, and the first one up until this one, I really wanted it to be a relay, and we just didn't have enough runners back then to do it. We didn't have specifically enough Xenoblade Dex runners, as there's quite a few more. So it really shows that the community has grown, got so many more talented people playing the games, and just enjoying the game and having such a high level. We've seen so many good runs throughout this event, and it's so awesome.
We got
so
2 PBs.
Congrats everyone to congrats to Tyler for his PB, congrats to Plexa for his PB, Blue for his PB as well. Very, very close race altogether, and very, very cool event. And congrats Agnes for winning. I never doubted you guys.
Agnes,
especially after Samu's run, I never doubted anything that could ever happen, and our decision to have the team that like they were. But no, like this was a great event, and I'm really happy to stay this close.
Yeah, I had an amazing time. This has been so awesome. Everything went like really well, and it's just been so much fun being in VC with everybody, and just being able to commentate myself as well. I've had such a good time.
Yeah, it's such a wide breadth of kind of experiences with the different Xenoblade games that there is a game for everyone, and I think many of us out there are fans of all the games and all that kind of stuff, but I think there's a specific experience for everyone, which is I think really exciting. just because there's so much to this series. And I remember kind of many years ago when during an E3, Nintendo teased a little bit of a game that at the time was called Monado: The Beginning of the World, which is just kind of thought of, oh yeah, just a nice little kind of small indie RPG kind of thing. And then 12 years later, we have one of the biggest, and most well-known RPGs, from Nintendo's first-party lineup. So it's quite impressive, and it's been a pleasure to be part of that. Obviously, with such talented runners from all walks of life and all corners of the globe.
Absolutely.
1 second, just finally, jeez, bloody hell, good job. Anyway, sorry, we actually managed to get an on-screen kiss. Who can believe it?
Took forever, but it's there.
Well,
there's
it was 22 hours just for that.
Yeah, exactly. That was why we did this, so we could get a bunch of people watching the kiss. There's just so much to that this game as well has done to kind of bring fans of both 1 and 2 together as well. As I said, there's something for everyone. Before we do final thank yous, we've been hearing from the commentators the entire weekend, because they've been the ones talking and covering the games and all that kind of stuff. So what I did want to do is let the runners who did want to say a few words kind of have an opportunity to say some stuff. So if the runners did want to join in, I'm just going to let them know if you that they can pop in and say a few words as well, because we haven't heard from them. They've just been doing their run.
Yep. If they want to join, maybe they can join stream waiting room for the people who would like to, and then we'll pull them in.
But yeah, so I guess while we're waiting for them,
join our Discord. We'd help if you want to get into these games. We'd love to help you.
Yeah. I mean, I think these.
Oh, it's like you.
What did he say? What did he say?
No, he's just paused on the image like an absolute beast.
Oh.
That's my main character.
Yeah,
there he is. Excellent.
That's my goal.
It is an awesome picture. I'm really happy to see it.
Legendary.
So yeah, we'll. Can we get the music back though, please? I'd like the music. Oh, they can't see it. I'll just pull them in. Okay, so they can't join the waiting room because apparently they can't do it. So
Oh, okay. Hold on.
They should be.
I can change that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it's one of those things where they want to jump in. So it seems we've got a bunch of people who want to. So there we go. Right. Well, okay, we can bring them up. I need Plexa to like unpause so we can listen to the music.
They're good. They can see it. They can see it now.
No worries. I'm gonna pull them up. So we have a few of the runners here.
Plexa unpause.
He isn't in here yet. There we go. Cool. But obviously, thanks to you runners. Obviously, it's one of those things where we've had. Your runs have been going. You haven't been here, but you've just been performing. But thank you so much indeed for doing that. You took a lot of time out of your schedule to be here and join us for that. So thank you. And if there's anything you want to say, now's the time to.
I would like to mention that I had a fantastic time despite the bad gameplay. A lot of us runners were just hanging out in like the general hangout VC this entire time, just messing around. So even if you might not have seen the absolute greatest gameplay, we still had a really good time. So thank you guys for all of the support for this event. It's been a really good time. We had a great fun time. Hopefully we can do this again.
Thanks for that.
And
cheers, Anel.
Yeah.
I just want to thank the great mod team, MD, LGG, Bowie, and obviously Aeon too. You guys did great putting it all together and getting us in here. It was great. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Baz.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, honestly, I want to thank the mod team for just like inviting me into this when I've only been running for like a few months. And
it was a pleasure to have you.
Even if my run was a bit of an event, it was great fun anyway.
I mean, you only did get a bad run just to make sure that the gap wouldn't be too big for Agnes, right?
Exactly. that was the plan all along.
You made it interesting. You were like, right, I've given us some work to do. No, it was good. No, I mean, obviously, I think the early stuff, it was just some odd moments. It wasn't one of those things where it was like anything that was usually incorrect, just unfortunate stuff that happens, which happens in a live run. You can't reset at any point, so you just do it. But
Exactly.
GG's.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll just go. I just want to thank everyone for just setting up the event and obviously everyone for helping. And I'm glad everyone who watched FC got to see the legend of this already.
Yes.
Both had to deal with them.
Yeah.
But thanks
Thanks,
again.
Chiefs.
Be fun to see this again.
Which do you choose?
Mm-hmm.
That's up to you.
Good job, Chief.
Cheers, Chiefs. Sonic, hello. You right?
Yep, I'm fine. This has been super fun. Thank you for me organizing us in relay.
But you know,
Mm-hmm.
I've enjoyed it a lot.
I'm really glad to hear that. Happy that everybody had a good time.
Yeah.
But yeah, cheers,
Yeah,
cheers
thank you.
again for a great run as well. That was a good performance.
Yeah, you had a
yesterday,
fantastic performance. Both you and Chiefs did a great job.
No problem.
Thanks, Sonic.
Thank you all done.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Gren, how are you doing, mate?
I had an absolute blast. It was really fun. I've been out of speedrunning for the last 2 years or so. Just started getting back into it about a month ago. Had so much fun with this. So thank you everyone for putting this on.
Thanks, Connor.
No worries, man. Appreciate it. I think finally we've got our two final runners, Plexer and Quad, who saw that out to the end. A 15-minute difference was broken down to about 7 minutes by the very end. Plexer, Quad, GG's.
GG's, you guys.
You want to say something? I'm not sure if you do, but
Thanks. Thanks for watching. I hope you all enjoy gameplay, and hope the commentary was informative and entertaining. And
yeah.
Oh,
I
hope you learned
apologize
something
for
new
not
about the
monopolizing
run.
the audio. You deserve to listen to Quad. He is the GOAT. If you don't follow Quad, you should. He is amazing. I am in order of the band every day. But I'm going to shamelessly plug the fact that we're interlinking next weekend in Sweden. It's going to be great. ESA, Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
For sure.
Same category we just did. Let's go.
And
But
I believe
thanks
that-
everybody for putting on this event. It was super fun.
Thank you
so much.
Pleasure.
Yeah, it was really great.
No, it was awesome.
Good job again.
Yeah, and cheers to all of the runners, obviously. I mean, for taking
And our
part.
commentators as well.
Yeah,
Cheers to Maelstrom too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no. Yeah, here's the thing. I was going to do that because, like, it's that's
yeah.
So obviously, not only just myself, Aeon Legrand, and MD have been doing stuff. Behind the scenes, there's been a lot of stuff going on as well. Quickly, first off, like the layout that you see. Was created by 3 Gotistical, who work a lot with the Sonic community doing tournament layouts, and they came on. Quad, good job,
you,
Quad.
Good job.
Yeah, he came on to do this layout for us and kind of saw that vision through really brilliantly. So I hope you liked the layout in general. So it was very good of them to get those colors and that style in. So thank you very much indeed. The biggest thank you on my end. It has to be for Maelstrom, because all of the tech that's been going on in terms of wow, Quad, all of the tech. So in terms of all the timers that you've seen, the splits, that is all kind of hard coded by Maelstrom. Maelstrom did this himself. If you don't know what Maelstrom's done and if you may recognize this tool, but Maelstrom is one of the co-founders of the Final Fantasy Relay, which happens on this very channel, which is another event where he utilizes this kind of tool to showcase multiple teams. I think it's like three teams over 70 odd hours. Maelstrom has pretty much just carried me on in terms of the tech side of things, and not only did he help set this up and kind of make it so that I could use the tool and I could could do the restreaming, he also covered restreaming for me whilst I was asleep overnight. So he woke up at 4 a.m. this morning to just cover during Xenoblade X and Xenoblade 1 whilst I was sleeping. So honestly, Maelstrom's the GOAT, one of the GOATs of all time, the greatest of all time. And I honestly, a huge huge shout out and thanks to him, because I would not have been able to do the restreaming side of this as well as I did without him supporting. So honestly, beast. All the things like the updating Nopon. I found the Nopon images, sure, but he hard coded everything to be able to have automatically updating splits and images and everything. So it's magic. It really is magic. And of course, like the remote splitting as well. Like I wasn't doing a majority of the splits. That was all the commentators doing it at their own time. And then obviously, you know, the fact that we can get that going is just awesome to kind of bring all of the community together to be involved with it. But honestly, great stuff. That's my big thank you out of the way. Cool. We have a few things as well. I mean, quickly as well, actually. Aeon obviously isn't here right now because she's asleep, because Australia. But she did leave some words that she wanted to share with everyone, which I'm just going to read through now. Then I'll let LGG and MD do their thing. But Aeon says, thank you for whatever you've done for the event, whether it's simply watching or running a game. You're all awesome, and I've had a huge burst of inspiration and energy to speedrun and assist with running these kinds of events. We hope to hold another Xeno Speedrun relay sooner rather than later. So, that's from Aeon.
So I'd like to thank someone who was a big part of this relay that didn't get a shout out yet. And that person is in call right now. His name is Bowie the Hero. He's been setting up most of the stuff here. Like, we've been helping out with MD and Frodo, picking up people, etc. But he was the main driving force for this whole event. He was the one driving it, and it's definitely thanks to him that most of it is so successful. So big shout outs to Bowie. Really great job. Really nice that someone actually stepped up and set up a new marathon. Yeah, good stuff.
Thank you very much.
Without Bowie, this wouldn't have been possible, truly.
No, I appreciate that, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I mean, honestly, like as I said, like I joined the Xenoblade community when 2 came out, and you know, it was my first opportunity to root from like scratch, and the community was incredibly like welcoming and super energetic, and I think it was one of those things that really kind of pushed a lot of my connection and my love with speedrunning kind of changed during that game. I think 2 was a big part of that. So obviously it's been a huge pleasure to be part of the community. So thank you for having me. Really. I'm just giving back. So
it's been awesome to be here. Like I'm obviously like one of the newer, newer relative to, of course, Legrand, Bowie, and Aeon. But I was still here since 2018, but I became a mod in 2020 or 2021, I believe. Actually, it wasn't long ago. But it's just been so amazing to be part of this community. Everybody's so welcoming and accepting, and it's just truly special. So I appreciate all of you a lot.
No, of course, dude.
Thank you.
So, there's kind of like a couple of things then. So it was really awkward, and I think I want to bring it up now because it's kind of over, but it was a bit awkward. Is that yesterday was the 25th anniversary of the beginning of Xeno. Xenogears came out in February the 11th, 1998, 25 years ago, and we started a Xenoblade marathon on that day. Now, when I booked this weekend off, when I booked this weekend, I was not aware that was exactly the 25th anniversary. So I'm really sorry.
None of us knew.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where it is a thing that there's the Xeno. It's not Xenoblade speedruns. It's Xeno speedruns, and the Discord is for everything. Xenogears and Xenosaga, and those games have been absent for this because this is a Xenoblade event. But it's not out of no interest to do it. We wanted to do it, but just was one of those things where for our first relay event as a team, we wanted to make sure that we could bring the best that we could, so we wanted to scale down the thing. And Aeon said that we'd like to do more Xeno speedrun events sooner rather than later. And you know, I'd like to say that we are aiming to hopefully be able to do that and broaden that horizon and bring Xeno as a larger series to the fore at some point. No promises on when. No, I'm not going to say it's happening this year or next year. Can't say when, but obviously we want to do that. And we want to celebrate all of Xeno because it is a fantastic series.
Yeah, even the speedruns for Xenogears and Xenosaga are pretty great. Like, Xenosaga is more closer to your usual turn-by-turn RPG, but it's really an interesting series with a bunch of glitches, a bunch of really cool text and stuff. And Xenogears is a ultra unique speedrun. And if you've never played Xenogears, play that game for real. Like, it's
so good.
Absolutely fantastic. And the speedrun is even more crazy. And if we want to have Xenogears and Xenosaga, we kinda in a relay race, we probably might maybe need a little bit more runners for Xenogears and Xenosaga.
Yes.
I mean, there's quite a few people that know the game in the community. So if you are interested in running those games, well, feel free to join in, and we can talk about it. We can get people running it. There is actually quite a few new runners for Xenosaga lately. So hopefully there's going to be more for Xenogears as well.
Oh dear, what's happening here in the narrative? It's almost like the very beginning of the game. The cutscene froze and the cutscene starting again. Anyway, there's a lot of exciting stuff for Xenoblade fans as well coming out. But we got Wave 3 is coming out. Is it this week on Thursday, I think, or Friday? Wave 3 releasing, and we finally got Wave 4 information, which if you haven't yet had a look at that trailer, do go and check it out because it is very, very cool. I don't want to say anything right now just in case people were trying to do the whole like media blackout and keep it secret, keep it safe type deal, but it's exciting to see where it's going to be going. But yeah. Oh, actually, there's a big thank you I forgot to do. That's a really weird pause, Quad.
Just don't mind him.
Yeah, I'd like to thank RPG Limit Break because we're hosting this on their channel. Obviously, they have for many years been a driving like force for RPG speedruns. You know, they wanted to become like the go-to marathon for RPG speedrunning, and they found that home and they found that niche, and they've been growing it over many years. And Essentia and Powexel and the majority of that team have worked hard to make RPG speedrunning a thing, to make them exciting, to make them accessible, to make them fun for everyone. So a big thank you to them for always offering their platform to communities like ours all the time. So if you haven't yet followed RPG Limit Break, do it, because all kinds of RPGs have their community events right here. This is the home of RPG speedrunning. So yeah, communities gather here all the time. And if you like your RPGs, this is the place to this is the place to go. So thank you very much to Powexel and the RPG LB team for letting us host our event on your channel. So cheers.
Cheers.
Yep, cheers.
Yeah. So I guess with that should we find? Is there a raid host? Do either of you even considered this?
No, I haven't. We haven't considered the possibility.
Is anyone doing an RPG stream anywhere at all?
You've got Magus.
Magus is doing. Yeah, he's doing Lufia 2. Yeah, actually, I mean, how far into Lufia 2 is he? I
have no clue. I don't know the game at all. In the jig.
He's got like well over half. Let's go and see Goose. Magus is, speaking of pillars of RPG speedruns, Magus has been a speedrunner since 2009, so almost 14 years of RPG speedruns from that guy. And he's very knowledgeable, very fun, and plays awesome games. So I reckon we should go and see Magus. So can we do a raid from here? I think we can. Raid channel. Yeah. So we'll start a raid. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
For watching and being part of this. It's a big pleasure. And hopefully we'll see you again soon with more Xenoblade and more awesome speedruns. So look after yourselves, stay classy, and we'll see you soon. Take care.
Ciao.
Cheers.